I would probably put $1 million in a trust fund, and hopefully, by the time my child is 18, they can be a spoiled little shit with like 5, 6, 7 million. And that's, we come back to the main point. Capitalists are pieces of shit, but they are pieces of shit because of capitalism, not because they're born like that. Because that's what the tools that capitalism gives you, and it tells you there's a hard way to making money by working, or if you have capital, there's easy ways to do it. Every human being, with normal human being, with enough capital, is always going to choose the easier path, which makes literally libertarians, American style libertarians, right wing libertarians,
Mm.
literally the dumbest people in the world. I'm not undermining it. I cannot over or undersell it. I don't know what the proper fucking term is, motherfucker.
Mm.
But they genuinely believe that in a world where there is absolutely no regulation and where people should be allowed to amass as much wealth as they can, that they will not choose the easiest way at all times, and that they will not create literally a god class that just sits on their money, which makes more money while everybody else is quite literally a slave. So that's why I find right-wing libertarians to be quite word for word even more insane than fascists, because at least fascists are, these small-dicked motherfuckers that think that they can uh, that by bringing things to the older way, the more traditional way, is going to change it. I think obviously it's not, to the better at least it's not. But the libertarian wants to create a new approach which screams insanity, absolute and utter psychotic insanity.
It's just the most ridiculous thing. I love this notion that there's personal responsibility, and that people are sort of inherently good and they'll make the right decisions. But also, there's this underlying element of people are inherently bad, and that's why the government's bad, and so there's just
Yeah.
so many ridiculous contradictions that just don't work at all. And well, anyway, we should probably address the fact that we're live.
Oh, what's up, motherfuckers? Hello to
What the fuck's
everyone.
up? Harry's getting on, comrades. I hope the volume levels are okay. Let us know if they're not. Harry's getting on. I see a few people in the chat there, a lot of familiar heads, and as well as a lot of new faces as well. Harry getting on. Michael F, Socialist Swan, Googly Moogly, Livia Jahamaraya. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but hopefully anyway. Comrade Roman, Martin Barakov, Jessidiah, ML UK Dave, Rukin, Tank Punk, Jacob Weaver, The Partisan. Everybody go subscribe. And Googly Moogly, Harry's getting on. Hope you are doing well. Today we have the unbeatable, the one and only, your favourite left-wing YouTuber, Comrade Yugopnik. Comrade Yugopnik.
I feel like I'm about to go into a fucking fight with a guy 3 times bigger than me, which is going to be difficult because I'm
Yugopnik!
kind of tall and kind of, not larger built, but
Cuddly.
very average for my part of the world. But probably if I go to, I don't know, fucking Mississippi, they're gonna look at me as a bloody giant. Yeah.
Well, where is it? The Netherlands. In the Netherlands, everybody's fucking giants. Like the average height there is something like 5'11", 5 foot 11 inches, and what's that, like 182 centimeters, something like that.
Pretty
Giants.
much, yeah.
It's
Dude,
crazy.
but dude, like Balkan people, Serbs, Bosnians, and Montenegrins, which, currently, okay, I'm not gonna go full on Bosnian or full on Serbian or full on Montenegrin
Mm.
nationalist here, but they have currently more or less different cultures, and sure, they're different ethnicities, but blood-wise, DNA-wise, they're pretty much the same. And those motherfuckers are fucking huge, like genuinely. They're when you look at modern lists, actually,
Like what
they're
size?
taller than the Scandinavian people, which just are not talked about as much. But you walk down the street in Sarajevo or Belgrade, capital of Serbia or the capital of Bosnia, dude, the girls are 1 meter 80 on average. The dudes are just these massive, bearded, well-built meter 90 motherfuckers all over the place. That's why it's very important to make Balkans socialist, because then we have super Chad soldiers to send to the glorious war. In
Chat
Minecraft,
soldiers.
of course, in Minecraft. In
Oh, it's
Minecraft.
in my all of this in my anytime we talk about violence, war, battle, it's all just in Minecraft. Just preface the entire conversation with that and be done with it.
Absolutely, this is
Well,
a
right, in
Minecraft
Minecraft.
appreciation channel. Paul represents the Irish Minecraft
Irish Minecraft server, yeah.
respecters, and I am the Slavic Minecraft respecter. I respect all the Minecrafters, big time respect.
Oh my god, brilliant! Do you want to on the off? I don't know how anybody could not know about your channel at all. I don't know how that's possible at this stage. But on the off chance someone's watching this and it's the first time that they've ever encountered you, well, I think from the conversation thus far, they probably have a fairly good inkling of who you are and what you're
Yeah,
about.
sure, sure.
Do you want to maybe
Thank you for
introduce yourself and give people
Absolutely.
a bit of
Thank
an
you.
overview?
Thank you. Thank you for saying that me being on this live stream makes no sense because I already got the maximum number of subscribers out of it as I
I've already got
possibly
all of
can.
my
I'm just
subscribers.
making you money, motherfucker. But no,
Make me
I
money,
love it.
please.
No, no, no. So yeah, zdravo, or as we say, hello again. Hope everyone's doing fine. I go by Yugopnik. The name stems from a combo of two things. Yugo nostalgic, Yugo like Yugoslavia, not the car, thank God. A Yugo nostalgic, internationalist identity, and Gopnik, which is pretty much my degenerate Slavic lifestyle and roots. I have a YouTube channel by the same name. Go there, subscribe, ring the bell, and other things that I'm supposed to say as a typical grifter. There, I
Grifter gang.
tackle capitalism, fascism, and socialism from a more Eastern European point of view. I also have, other than the political science degree, I have a business degree, so I believe I understand the capitalist perspective a bit better than most comrades, which have not been fortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately introduced to these literally sociopathic worldviews. Yeah, go check it out. Other than that, check my Patreon out. Check Paul's Patreon out.
Oh, stop it, you.
Dump us money in
Don't stop it,
super
please do. I'm
chat
broke.
because we are grifters and we absolutely love it. Last time I made a little joke that he looks like a Jesus-looking motherfucker, and that we need to earn money for him to get a haircut. And guess what? It worked. Look at this beautiful hair. He's no longer a Jesus-looking motherfucker.
Beatles
He's
looking
just
motherfucker.
he's just a yeah he's a and yeah, so everything, any financial support is appreciated, but always
Big
remember,
time.
do it only if you can afford to. And yeah, today we're going to talk about social media, and I think it's going to be quite a fun stream. Share the link to whoever you think would be interested, and let's get absolutely massively ridiculously shit-faced. And by the way, really nice looking fucking chair, you Jesus looking motherfucker. I really like it.
Thank you.
It's
It's the Patreon books going to good money. No, actually, it's not. It's an old chair from IKEA. But Jesus, it's so much fucking more comfortable. It's unbelievable, and it has the spin function as well. So I can get like a cat, and I can I can confront Austin Powers, I suppose. No, but no, genuinely, I feel so comfortable in it. I was just saying to Conrad Yugopnik before the stream that it's so comfortable. It feels like a proper armchair. I feel like busting out Bordiga. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. As somebody in chat
Left
was really
vibes.
smart, I know what I'm gonna call you now. A beetle-looking motherfucker. Because you look like
Beatles
one of
looking
the
motherfucker.
Beatles. Absolutely, you're a
This,
beetle-looking
yeah.
motherfucker.
People said, well, it's funny. People used to say I look like George Harrison. For some reason,
Oh,
I don't know if that's accurate or not. But they said I look like George Harrison. I don't know if I look any more like that now with the fucking bowl haircut. But look, you can't escape the COVID cut. Nobody can escape the COVID cut. It's gonna happen. Just embrace it, love it, make the most of
absolutely.
it.
But I've never seen somebody that can wear your haircut as well as you do.
Oh,
Like
thank
it's
you.
a very difficult haircut to pull off. Like genuinely, the parting in the middle that and then it goes to the sides. You either look like people usually either look like crackheads or people that sell crack. Uh, but you just continue looking like a proper Irish alcoholic intellectual, which is what you actually genuinely are. So fuck yeah.
Fucking hell, that's incredibly accurate. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alcoholic, Irish. I don't know if it's intellectual, but it's nice. It's nice of you to say that. I appreciate it. It makes me see it. It makes me feel very smart. Dialectics, yes.
I love
Synthesis.
how you immediately went. I'm not sure if I would call it intellectualist because intellectualists get purged after like the first week. Uh,
Just the Stalinist coming out right there. Yeah,
Uh,
terrified, terrified. Socialists first. Yeah, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, let's look. It's a stream. Let's have a bit of fun today. People in the chat, if you want to engage with us, get involved. You know, just write at Paul Marin in the chat, and then your questions, and I think we can probably take them as we go, rather than waiting to the end of the stream to do Q&A. Let's just have some fun and do a little bit of back and forth as we're going through it. And yeah, hopefully we won't be streaming for fucking 5 hours long, but. Do you know, I can't make any promises. We specifically did an early stream this evening, an hour or two earlier than usual, just so we could, in the case that we do stream for fucking 5 hours, it's not going to be like 3 a.m. or something.
Which
Um,
fucking reminds me, motherfucker, I gotta tell you guys a story about the previous stream if you guys were here. If you were, big respect. Why am I talking this way? Big respect, Jesus Christ. Actually, if I was to talk in my Slavic language, I
Yugopnik.
would be talking like this, but talking this way in English kind of makes me feel like I'm trying to, I don't know, fucking, like I'm doing blackface or something. But jokes aside, last time we were doing the live stream, guys, we got extremely drunk at one moment. I took out my headphones. I was just talking to the laptop. It was blasting because Paul was insanely drunk and talking insanely loudly. And more importantly, I was so fucked up that out of my mind that I couldn't, control my voice levels. And I just hear hardcore, very aggressive fucking knocking on my door and ringing. I mute my microphone. Paul just continued on his rant, not knowing what is happening to me. I was
Turn down the
outside
volume for
in
fuck's
I,
sake.
I was outside in the fucking the fucking hallway of my building, talking to my direct neighbor, who happens to be my landlord. He's a great guy, except for the fact that he's a landlord, which
He's a
is,
fucking capitalist.
uh, but and he just looked at me. His eyes extremely red. His, well, completely dented, and he's looking at me and just showing me his watch. And he's like, "Dude, it's 3 a.m. What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm like, super shit faced. I can't even imagine how he was looking at me at that moment. I'm looking at this gentleman outside of my door, being awoken at 3 a.m. by a guy screaming communism, shoot the kulaks and shit. And, and I'm trying to explain to
In
him what the fuck
Minecraft.
I'm doing. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm like being interviewed. I'm like doing a podcast, and he's looking, what the
Kill
fuck
your
is a podcast?
landlord!
I'm like,
Minecraft.
it's just like a thing we talk online. He's like, I don't care. He literally told me, I don't care. Just please be quiet. And he goes back to his room, and I felt ashamed for the whole next day. I can't believe my moral compass. I felt ashamed for waking up my landlord, who makes a very serious buck out of me every month just because he lets me, sleep here. Again, really nice guy. In case he's watching the podcast, landlord Leech, if he isn't. But yeah, that was quite the thing. So that's why today we started a bit earlier, and I'm going to talk a bit more quietly, so that I don't have to, go rage mode and kill my landlord in Minecraft, of course.
Well, it happened. Well, actually, no. It's happened with my wife. The walls are really like they're paper thin here. By the way, help me out on Patreon so I can get thicker walls and soundproof. No, but I think because the walls are like paper thin, and we go on talking for 4 or 5, nearly 6 hours at some stages. Whenever Bay Area 4 and 5 was on, it was like 2 a.m. here. My wife was trying to sleep, and I was trying to like whisper into the microphone, but I was fucked. I was just so drunk. I was like, it was so funny because I'd be like, 1 second I'd be like, okay, this is how I'm gonna talk. Real quiet, I'm gonna whisper it, and then they're like, ah, just like burst out into laughter and just kept waking her up throughout the middle of the night. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna have to sleep. I'm gonna have to sleep in the doghouse tonight. Fucking hell, yeah. So yeah, I've been sleeping on the couch since then, and I suppose we're getting divorced, but no.
Imagine it. Got divorced because I wanted to get drunk and talk about the world overthrow of capitalism.
Yeah,
That would literally make your imagine in an alternative world like Lenin's wife. He married a different woman because his wife was
so
a
it's
big
pretty fucking
Marxist. He
class.
married a different woman, and she was like, "Stop it with your political bullshit. Can't you just get a fucking job, dude?" And then we never had the Bolshevik Revolution ever because Lenin married the wrong fucking woman. Uh,
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Fucking, let's jump into business. Let's get down to business here. Come here to me. Today we are going to be talking about social media. There's a social media stream. Is social media ruining our lives? A Marxist response. The liberals are up in arms about this. All right. And by the way, I do want to say that I see the questions in the chat. We'll address them after we do the first question. We'll do the first question. We'll talk about that, and then we'll take a few questions from the chat. But yeah, come here to me. The liberals are up in arms about Facebook ruining democracy. Liberals are going crazy about this. There's loads of TED talks about it. They talk about things like Brexit. They're talking about things like Donald Trump getting elected, about how Facebook had such a massive influence there. Cambridge Analytica and things like that. And they sort of point the finger at Facebook and say how terrible it is. Things were so perfect before. We used to have such free and fair elections. Everything was great. The golden days was before Facebook. And now that Facebook's there, we can never have democracy again because everything was so cool and fair before. Now, I'd say you can probably see where the trajectory of this conversation, where we're going to be heading moving forward. But let's frame this. Let's put one question to the start. So, to get things started, what is the problem with social media? How is it negatively affecting us? And Comrade Yugopnik has asked that I start this one, and then our comrade is going to give a load of insights, because actually Yugopnik is a bit of a specialist in this particular area, and you can discuss a little bit about why that is. I don't want to give away the ending a little bit later. But so what's the problem with social media? How is it negatively affecting us? I suppose the key argument is that people can be manipulated in incredible ways through social media, as we see with Cambridge Analytica, how they profiled individuals politically and were able to feed us individually tailored targeted ads and so on and so forth. Now, there are a lot of interesting points to sort of draw out of this, and you could talk about this for hours and hours and hours on its own. We know that the algorithms on Facebook are so strong now that they can tell when people with bipolar disorder are moving into a manic phase, the phase of being extremely happy. And they use this information to more aggressively target these people with products to buy during this period, because they know that they're more likely to spend a lot of money when they're in this state of mania. Now, this course is just talking about cynically and unethically selling products. But this information about individuals is being used for political purposes too. And we are consequently all open to extreme political manipulation through these avenues. Specifically, they find our individual fears, okay? And they use that to push us to particular conclusions. And we saw this used during the Brexit campaign to whip up fear about immigrants coming in and taking over, with these personal tailored ads being shown to individuals on Facebook. Have a little look into that. It's very interesting, the kind of ads that people were shown, particularly tailored to your specific concerns. It's very interesting to have a look at the sort of individual ads that people were shown, because you probably won't have seen them, but many other people will have, and there's a plethora of them, an incredible amount of them. But as a result, liberals are saying things like Facebook and other forms of social media are a threat to our democracy, that we can never have genuinely free and fair elections ever again, with this power being wielded by these private interests. And of course, this is premised on the idea that we've ever had genuinely free and fair elections under capitalism. But of course, we're going to return to this point a little bit later in the conversation. So, Comrade Yugopnik, what do you think of all that? What are the problems? How is it negatively affecting us? And what are your thoughts on the sort of manipulation that we're seeing happening through social media? And I think you'll probably be able to add a lot more to the conversation, coming from the perspective of someone who works in social media and marketing and all that sort of stuff. So,
Exactly. Yeah, that was a very good preface. Thank you. I just want to, note that I have a, let's just call it, distinctly different outlook towards how this whole thing works. Completely agree with everything Paul said, but I have more of an inside perspective because I genuinely, literally sell my labor in this sort of field, this very new field, which organizes itself around creating a profession which, through what capitalists like to call marketing, what I like to call propaganda and manipulation, because that's what it is, helps companies sell products, recruit people, create a brand for itself, create even an ideology for brand X, Y, Z, etc., etc. I work in social media, and I've worked in social media for a while now. So I want to introduce to you sort of for those of you who do not know, just how it looks like from the perspective of someone who is paying money to Facebook or Twitter or YouTube or whoever to make an ad and push out an ad that's going to be shown to certain groups of people. So I guess I'm very much improvising this, but let's say metaphorically, my channel, Yugopnik, I'm making a channel for whatever topic, and I want more people to follow it because I linked it to a product that I want to sell, or I just want to make more money out of YouTube. If I have enough capital, I can invest it into ads, which I can run either on YouTube or on Facebook or whatever. The way it works is like this. First, I open up the ad setup, I make a budget, I choose a budget, etc., and I have this option, this very interesting option of picking different interests. And most people think, oh, you click, interest football or interests politics, and the ad is going to target only those specific people. No, you can go much deeper than that. For example, I can write people interested in Paul Morin's channel because I know very similar people watch both of our videos, watch his videos
Based
in
on the
mine
focus.
because they have very similar outlooks and they're very similar ideology. And I can make the ad pop up for specifically you guys all the time. And I make this ad, for example, for 3 days. YouTube and Facebook or wherever I'm advertising is going to read all your data and classify you as leftists, socialists, and Paul Morin watchers. I will have to target all. He has 11,300 subscribers, right? So maybe out of those 11,000, a very large portion might not like my videos or might like. But my first step in making the ad is I want to get the first sample size of people who end up subscribing. And you know what I do then? There's a thing called Pixel, which literally gathers all the specific data and information that a certain user has. So for example, I targeted this channel as defined as an interest, and I got 500 subscribers out of that. Then I tell YouTube or Facebook or Google Ads, give me 10,000 more people like that. And then YouTube, Google, or Facebook literally looks at your profiles, scans the entirety of the internet for that specific social media platform, and says, I can give you 10,000 or I can give you 100,000, depending on how much money you give. And they will literally find me similar thinking people, with similar lifestyles, with similar outlooks, and they will feed my channel to them at an incredible speed for almost no money. So from the inside out, online advertising isn't like a TV ad, isn't like a billboard. Because if you know how to do it right, you can and you will be able to pick out a group that is pick out a group on who you have so much information that you can dig as deep as political ideology, as deep as are they divorced, married, how many children do they have, what's their buying pattern, how much income they have. It is literally a window into every single person's wallet, personality, ideology, and sometimes even depravity, meaning fetishes and stuff like this. So from that perspective, the idea that this incredible amounts of information is only and exclusively used to feed us the consumerist ideology that is all that there is to life, that we wake up, we consume, and we go to bed, that this ideology is what has this tool at their disposal, is not just terrifying, but it's borderline apocalyptic, because it allows anyone who has a deep enough pocket to spread whatever sort of information they want to the most gullible and vulnerable people that we have in any country whatsoever. So yeah, that's my scariest part. Yeah, sure, we'll
That's
talk about
crazy.
how it influences individuals, blah blah blah. But Facebook and Google tell you, if you have enough money, we are giving you an algorithm which will make person people X or people Y think what you want them to think. And it's not bullshit. That is literally how it works. And I've seen it firsthand where there's like a service specifically for my company. It's a service. We run the first ad, we get 50 people. We tell Facebook, run ads to 50,000 people that are alike the 50, and you have like 5,000 sales for like $300. So it's kind of terrifying knowing that the market principle is applied to this. It can really go a long way in keeping capitalism alive for much longer than it would necessarily be alive under most of Comrade Marx's theories.
Mm. It's look, it's incredibly disturbing. As Marxists, we know that the tendency of capital is towards monopolization, so we shouldn't necessarily be surprised by this. But it is incredibly disturbing to find out. Did you say? Am I correct in in understanding what you said there? In that, let's say I was a YouTube channel and I wanted to get people, I wanted to win over people who might be interested in Yugopnik's videos. I could create like a fake profile of the kind of person who might be interested in that, their interests, and it would target them directly. Is that what you're saying? Is that so we can
No,
actually?
you can make whatever profile you if you are dumb, for example, and you are making videos for makeup, and you wanna. I'm not saying you're dumb because you make videos for makeup, but let's say you have a makeup channel
Mm.
and you're dumb and you want your ads to run to people who are also subscribed to the Paul Moran channel. You can do that. You can target whoever you want. You can sell sickles or hammers, and you can target PewDiePie's viewership.
And
You can do whatever you
how
want.
much money does this cost? Would you mind? Super chats, by the way. Super chats, bring them in there. A few quid. Let's unrelated, completely unrelated. Patreon.
Uh, uh,
Yeah,
but
there's a
depends.
dingism
It
mode.
costs as much as you want to give the platform, right? You analyze your cost when you compare how much you've invested versus how much of what you're selling or what you're giving out people actually took. So if
You know.
you're selling and you selling T-shirts and you spent $100 and you sold 5 T-shirts, it's $20 per T-shirt, right? Or if you want subscribers, you can count how many subscribers. Or if you want likes and follows, you can do it that way. Uh, no joke, give us Patreon money and give us super chats because right wingers have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of budgets that they're on the daily putting into Facebook ads, which are making them literally even more massive than what they already are. Ben
PragerU
Shapiro,
videos, the
Ben Shapiro
ads,
has Ben Shapiro's over 80K of a budget a month just for Facebook
fucking
ads.
crazy. Can you imagine?
Uh,
Can you
I don't
imagine? You imagine like
PragerU, nobody leaked. I'm sorry for interview. Nobody leaked PragerU, but I'm 100% sure that's like 200K plus. Like, you know why? Because I'm starting to see PragerU videos with subtitles in South Slavic languages. Like they literally, when they're targeting, they just click globe and click interest politics, and they put in 100K, and Facebook just spreads that like a motherfucker.
fuck's sake.
And that's what we're competing with these tiny little channels and like
Yeah.
$300 worth of Patreon money to be able to pay our landlord who comes knock on our door because we're too drunk at 5 a.m. uh that's what we're competing with. It's absolutely insane. It's super disbalanced. It's genuinely
Yeah.
disbalanced.
Yeah, it is. It is really, really crazy to think. I mean, like, and all these rich people are generally kind of right wing or centre right at best, maybe liberals at most. And actually, I mean, we should probably address the elephant in the room when it comes to this sort of topic because there are left wing YouTubers, and there is kind of a tendency with left wing YouTubers as they grow bigger and bigger and larger, and they get more and more money, and you see them going from just normal working class people who are talking about real material issues that affect all of us. They're talking about rent, their landlords, how pissed off they are with life, how frustrated they are. A couple of years later, they're fucking superstars, like 1 million subscribers, 500,000 subscribers, whatever the fuck it might be, 250,000, and suddenly they're just focusing on completely the stuff that's completely detached from proletarian reality, from normal working class reality. and they stop talking about these kind of radical subjects, and it becomes kind of an issue. So we kind of there's kind of a utopian idea that if one of us just got rich, we could just put all of our money into funding left wing content, and we could create like this counter hegemony, and we could fight back against this. But also, as Marxists, we need to look at what are the material interests of these people. We need to understand that the people who are making, like 100k plus per year, or 100k plus per month in some circumstances, they're not actually materially incentivized to do that, to have anything beyond, let's say, like a social democratic politics, to be encouraged to actually want to overthrow capitalism, because the system in itself is benefiting them. It's working out for them now. They found themselves in a very comfortable position.
Absolutely.
And I suppose this is where the sort of the labor aristocracy analysis comes in. These are people who are sort of part of the working class, and although arguably a lot of these people are employing other people to like edit their videos and stuff like that, so it might be fair to say that they've ascended to petit bourgeois. And this is a massive issue. And I do want to say, like, right now, if anyone ever sees either of us ascending to the petty bourgeoisie and all this sort of stuff, just fucking cut us the right the fuck down, cancel us, or do something. Just fucking keep us in check, genuinely, because it is an issue, and we've seen it happen with a lot of the larger left wing YouTubers, and it's a huge problem. And there's obviously been a lot of controversy about that this particular week. With certain videos coming out and so on and so forth. And I'm not sure how much you want to go into that and you want to touch on that, Yugopnik, but if you did, we can discuss it, and if you don't want to, we can probably talk about something else.
No, we can absolutely discuss it. And yes, a lot of YouTube left-wing content creators at one level might consider that their position is no longer they are making. But I do want to, bring it back to the point. It's not that much about how much money you're making, but how you are making it.
Yeah.
And even if you're making over 100K a year, you're lying to yourself if you genuinely think you're no longer part of that your interests are no longer part of the working class. Because sorry, motherfucker, but there's people that make 100K per minute.
By the way,
there's a lot of them that make 100K per minute.
Can I say, by the way, just before we go, if you want a proper fucking dive into this particular subject, go ahead and check out Yugopnik's fantastic new video. I'm not sure the name of it, the myth of the middle class. The middle class doesn't exist.
Yes.
Brilliant video, excellent video. Really,
Thank you,
go check it out straight away. Just it's incredible. Absolutely. Anyway, so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Continue.
Thank you. Yes, and while there are many examples of people who did do this, as you know, old school rappers like to say, sold out. There are a few that are making really good incomes, and that are actually taking large chunks of those incomes and donating them to certain organizations and so on, that have not gone this way. I don't want to mention specific names, but let me just say this: one of the biggest left-wing, if not the biggest left-wing podcast ever available, which earns insane amounts of money, literally like head-turning insane amounts of money. Actually, fuck it, I'll say it. Chapo Trap House.
Ooh.
Those guys, whenever I open their shit and I listen to their shit, I actually like it. And yes, they talk about electoralism a lot, blah blah blah, but you will never hear them tell you, if you don't vote for fucking Biden the rapist, you're not a left winger. And these are guys, that no matter how much, what I'm trying to say is that no matter how much money at some point you earn, if you're strong in your ideology and if you actually originally truly believed in it, I don't think you'll full on forget where you come from just because you make a decent amount of money.
Well, so I hope
those that do betray the working class and do forget where they're coming from, my argument is, even from the get-go, never really believed in the things that they espoused they believed.
Do you know?
Because this is something that really goes over. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I just want to finish this way.
Sorry.
This is something that genuinely, at least for me, is such a big part of my worldview and my life, that I cannot see that changing for pretty much almost any reason, no matter how lucky I might get at some point. So to see somebody go back on their true and honest beliefs of what the world could and should be, just tells me that they never believed it in the first place.
Well, this is a fucking problem. You will be sort of fooled by certain people. I know a lot of people were hugely disappointed when another podcast, I believe that the people who are running this particular podcast, and it was a very, very good podcast actually. Not dissimilar to what we're doing here, where you sit around, have a few drinks, and talk about some historical or cultural or social issue, and have a few drinks, relax, take it easy, and all this sort of stuff. But they, the people who ran the podcast, it seems, took the money from Patreon, and they made a lot of money from it. They opened up a fucking craft brewery or some shit. They abandoned
What?
the podcast and they just decided, fuck it, we're gonna open up a craft brewery with this money. Like this.
Oh God.
Sorry for people who know. Let's just
But did they make it at least like the
pros of the round
fucking
table. And they
market
were
socialist wet dream, like
I
at
don't
least
know.
a co-op? Did
Maybe
it lead
it
to
was a
co-op?
worker co-op. I don't know. But
Uh,
these were MLs. These are proper, fucking
oh
Marxist
shit.
Leninists, and everybody fucking loves Proles at the Round Table. We're all very excited about it, and yeah, fucking hell, craft brewery. Can you believe it? I want to say thank you very much to
At least it
Jonathan.
has something to do with alcohol. Yes, sorry, please.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Jonathan Midget, there, for the donation. Nothing to say, just breaking the ice. I appreciate that. The ice needs to be broken at some point. People don't realize they can do super chats. If you have a question, like a really burning question, put it into the super chat there, even just like $1 or something like that, and we'll answer it straight away. So yeah, that's that. We can answer them straight away in that point. But we will come back and answer the other questions anyway in due time. No, sorry, comrade, I didn't mean to cut you off there. We have kind of gone off the track. Should we get back onto the original points?
No,
Or just
we didn't go off the track. We're still talking about online creators on social media platforms,
it's
so
true.
it's still relatively on topic. But yes, we can
Class
move on
analysis.
to the next point.
Yeah. Okay, so the next point here, I'm going to let you sort of take over this issue. So we've identified a number of issues. We've identified a number of issues with social media and how it's sort of negatively influencing us. Now, what we need to do, we need to look at what are the liberal solutions for dealing with these problems, and what are their limitations? How can we go beyond that, I suppose? We'll talk about the actual Marxist analysis and Marxist solutions a little bit later. But so what are the liberal solutions for dealing with these kinds of problems?
Well, first, I want to preface by saying that a lot of these liberal ideologues that introduce these perspectives are very well-meaning most of the time.
Oh,
So
of course,
I
yeah.
don't want to shit on them. I I just feel sorry for them for seeing the world in such a rainbow-colored way. Actually, I don't feel sorry for them. I actually feel sorry for myself for seeing it the way it is.
Yeah,
But you
tinted
know,
glasses.
and speaking of which, my first political science class in my first year, my first semester, the first thing the guy said is, I don't advise you to take political science because you will never be able to take it back. Ignorance is bliss. Just stick with it and don't go down this path. The guy was very right, because when you understand how the world kind of works, it's fucking depressing. But yes, okay. So the liberal perspectives towards how we should deal with the problems of social media and everything that comes along with it. The first one that I can think of is, why don't we just change the business model, right?
Mm.
Well, this is problematic because as long as the algorithm is ran by profit, it will always be dependent on keeping you on the website or the app for as long as possible, or to mold you in a way which will allow for maximum user time. Nowadays, it's not exactly that they want maximum user time out of you, but maximum interaction with ads for the average amount of user time. So if we go with, for example, the Netflix approach by changing the business model, and we
Mm.
go with the Netflix approach for social media, for example, um, we would just be left with an sort of algorithm that constantly wants to motivate us to continue our subscription, and therefore it would concentrate a lot on pushing as many of your friendships and your social interactions online, and as many of your hobbies online, and as many of the things you do in the physical world, you guessed it, online. So just
Mm.
changing the business model uh, still leaves the elephant in the room, which is that it is run by profit. So whatever the way to get the profit out of the given social media platform is going to be the main driving force of the social media platform, which inherently is going to be manipulative and hurtful for the individual consumer in the long run. The second, for example, approach is that the app shouldn't be able to take any of your data. I mean, yeah, obviously, it's dumb fuck, but how does the app end up getting funding then?
Hmm.
Well, we're going to probably get to this later, but maybe public ownership. But of course, the liberals will hate that because that does not co-align with their worldview. So they'll probably just want social media advertising to become the way it is on the TV or on billboards or on bus stations and so on, where the actual platform doesn't get much input from what kind of person they are advertising to. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but friend, this would pretty much expunge like 60% of all of the advertisers from the current social media sites, and a different social media platform without such quote unquote ethical concerns would literally outcompete the more quote unquote ethical business model. There's a reason Twitter, for example, is the least used social media platform, because the algorithm there doesn't really tell much to advertisers, as Twitter itself can just show you little to nothing that you do not actually follow. So
Hmm.
let's change the business model of the biggest social media platforms right now. That's just going to lead to other less ethical individuals making sites that are going to outcompete them because they don't follow these sorts of instructions. Next point I
Hmm.
can think of is when they say every single individual should understand, the individualist perspective, understand how it
I love that.
works, so you won't be, manipulated by it. Motherfucker, if literally that worked, we wouldn't be,
Big time.
we would not have half of the planet literally on fire right now.
I fucking listen. Can I just? I'm
Yes,
sorry to cut
go.
across it, but it really frustrates me the arrogance of this claim, and the arrogant because it assumes that people are above advertising. It assumes that people are not influenced by the stuff that we're seeing every day. No, no, no. I am a rational individual. But no, look. It's the reality is that most people, like 99.999% of people, when they see an advertisement, they think, nah. It's not going to influence me. I'm a free thinking individual, and that's it. But come the 14th or 15th time you see that ad, you're not really thinking so critically about that anymore. And that's when it starts to really kick in later on. So, look, advertisers know that the first time you see an ad, you're going to think it's ridiculous. You're not going to actually you're not going to care about it. But keep on reinforcing that point. And it's going to get in there. It's going to get in there on some subconscious level, whether conscious or subconscious, I suppose. And so, yeah, there's just a massive amount of egotism and arrogance about this particular point because all of us, every single one of us, even if we're fucking communists and socialists and anarchists and so on and so forth, um, we're all affected by advertising and by the media and by the hegemony that exists, by capitalist hegemony. So it's incredibly arrogant to assume that we can be above this. But of course, it is. It's presented by everyone. It's this individual, personal responsibility narrative, and of course, it's bollocks. That's a load of shit. It doesn't work.
Could not agree more. I mean, uh, the personal responsibility argument can be applied to pretty much everything, and you sound like the smart guy in the room, but
Yeah.
you're talking bullshit. Like, oh, we wake up in the morning, you live next to a factory, right, and it smells weird. Well, you should have a full chemical set at home in order to inspect the air quality, and you should not complain afterwards when you get 17 tumors and die at the age of 12. Personal responsibility. You should, stop being poor and move to a better neighborhood, you dumb motherfucker.
Have you
Oh, it's
considered not being poor? I am very
well.
smart.
Actually, thank you
God.
for the lovely super chat. The Weeb Revolution. Fuck yeah, Weeb
Yes.
Revolution.
Well,
Uh,
do you want to address that now before we proceed
yes, I
any
would love
further?
to because it's related to
Great
the.
question.
So thoughts on the new channel Gravel? You using Patreon money to run ads? Is marketing leftist content a necessary step, or is it controlled opposition? I just want to really get at this really quick.
Please.
It might be a controversial take, but 100 years ago, you had to use propaganda, you had to use leaflets, you had to use posters, you had to agitate, you had to do all sorts of things. So nowadays, we need to apply the idea of propaganda and of sharing our ideals to the modern context. And the modern context is quite literally the more money you put into fucking social media ads and the more you plaster it all over the fucking place, the more people are going to hear about the ideology and the more people are going to understand that there is an alternative. So while I can see the Gravel Institute potentially being, a profit-led, fully organization, which could be problematic, the approach of using funds uh, which are willingly given by leftists so that they can reinvest that money in advertising to spread the idea of Marxism in general, or even anti-right wing ideas in general, in my book is a good thing. Is it perfect? It's not. Is it using the tools of the enemy? It is. But beggars really can't be choosers.
Yeah.
Where I would, their methods are actually not just good, they're very smart. And they're the first ones to properly full on go this way on, in the online left. What I would be more concerned with is what they actually show, like what they share, what the actual content
What's the
that they
content?
are
Yeah.
advertising is. I'd even be happy if it's milk toast sauce them shit, because somebody's got to start somewhere.
Mm.
But if it's full on liberal dog shit eating bullshit, then
Riding the Biden.
they're all, then fuck them. But other than that, great question. And yeah, we got to use whatever methods we have available. The road to socialism is paved with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So I'm not going to sit here and shit talk a new approach of using money to get as much people on board as possible.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point. And to be honest with you, I think it comes from this sort of individualistic, puritanical approach. The question, I suppose, the idea is that you're using capitalism to fight capitalism. Now, if we look historically, is this an okay thing to use from a Marxist perspective, from a Marxist-Leninist perspective, from whatever your particular ideology might be? Is it okay? Well, look, if you look at Lenin, if you look at the USSR, they would have clearly they clearly would have said that yes, it is okay to use capitalism in order to build socialism, and the NEP period of the USSR, at the start, really when that sort of civil war period was happening in 1917 to the mid 1920s. I mean, really, that was them using capitalism in order to build socialism. And it also reminds me of that sort of that old Lenin quote. I'm kind of paraphrasing now, but it's, do you remember that the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them?
Literally, yes. So let's let them. Let's
Yeah.
stop shit talking about methods and concentrate on the fucking end goal.
Yeah, this is
Exactly.
it.
Very
Look,
good point.
I mean, and this is kind of the thing. Socialism is a transitionary period. Socialism is getting to communism. The ultimate goal is communism. We're communists, and we should be proud and open, and we shouldn't have any reservations about saying that. If you have any reservations about saying that you're a communist, then there's an issue there. You're probably a capitalist, So, but like we're communists. We want communism, and socialism is the intermediary stage to get there. And we're going to need to use a variety of methods that aren't ideal. They're not perfect, but we're probably going to need to harness capitalism in some way in order to get there. And that's going to depend, of course, depending on the material conditions within which you find yourself. Socialism really emerges from the conditions within which you find yourself. It's going to be very, very different depending on if you find yourself like in an advanced capitalist society or if you find yourself like in a semi-feudal kind of society. How that emerges is going to look quite different, and especially under the boot of imperialism, Western imperialism, US imperialism, and EU imperialism primarily in the world right now. But also other forms of imperialism are also influenced there. So look, socialism is a transition. We're going to need to use a variety of different tactics in order to get there. And this is just one of the tactics that we can use. It's not the only fucking tactic by any means at all, But look, we're basically handing out leaflets here. When we talk about like YouTube and we talk about all this sort of social media stuff, we're handing out flyers. It's like someone
Exactly.
like 100 years ago, you were handing out flyers, you were knocking on doors, talking to people. We're still doing that, by the way. That's still important and still necessary. I would say with COVID-19, we have to be a lot more sort of what can I say, innovative when it comes to online propagandizing And this is one of the ways that we can use that. And actually, I say fair fucks to them. Good stuff, Gravelu. I, I should also say that I actually don't know Gravelu or Gravelu or however you pronounce that. I've never heard of them before. I've never seen this channel. I don't know what kind of message they're pushing forward. I assume it's a sort of a counterweight to PragerU and that sort of right wing propaganda.
Which, sorry to interrupt you, that's the only really stupid thing about it. Why did you name it Gravel, you motherfucker? Like, PragerU was so weird, Gravel. Oh, that's really cringe.
Is it?
You agree? You agree, Paul? It's very cringe.
Well, wait a minute.
Like,
is the point of the channel to debunk PragerU, or is it something completely different?
To use the point is to use PragerU's methods against conservatives, neocons,
Okay.
and typical,
Well, listen, I'd have to actually take a proper look at the channel and see exactly what it is they're doing. I'm not going to make any comments.
It's like PragerU wants to make your grandpa into conservative. GraverU wants to make your grandpa left-leaning. That's the whole point.
I mean, I support that. I want to make
it's great, actually.
I want to support your grandpa
really good.
It's class. I like that a lot. So, yeah, big support to them. I haven't seen it. I can't say too much. Maybe they have some shitty videos or some shitty takes. Maybe they're just libs or something
Probably,
like that. But I don't know. I don't care.
Beggars can't be choosers. Yeah.
It's grand. You look. We're in capitalism. We can't pretend that we're not in capitalism. This is a trap that some people who are really attached to the notion of prefigurative politics will get really excited about. They think that the kind of future that we want to build. The communist future, right? The future where we have a proper stateless, classless society. They think that we can build that right now, right here and right now. And this is unfortunately completely idealistic. It's completely utopian because when there's no state, when there's no classes, we're not going to see the same social conflicts that we have right now. So pretending like these social conflicts don't exist, it just doesn't make sense within the capitalist world within which we live. There are class antagonisms. People are going to try and they're going to hold you up at gunpoint or like with a knife to your neck and say, give me your fucking money, because they're poor, because they're broke, because they can't fucking afford to live and they can't make ends meet within capitalism. We can't just pretend like we're living in communism. We can't pretend. It's basically just like when you're a little child and you're sort of pretending like you live in a castle, like you're a king or a queen or whatever the fuck it might be. You're living in Disney World, but ultimately we need to deal with the material conditions as they are. We need to deal with our particular material conditions that they are, and that might not necessarily be the material conditions that you'll find yourself within on the internet as well, because on the internet you may be sort of, if you're on Twitter a lot, if you're on Facebook a lot, if you're on YouTube a lot, you may sort of feel yourself as though you're living everyone's living in New York City or everyone's living in fucking Los Angeles, California, but we're not. Like, we're all of us, every one of us who is here right now is living in very, very particular material conditions and very, very different circumstances. And so the approach that's going to need to be taken in order to advance socially towards socialism and then towards communism, it's going to be very, very different depending on where you are.
No. Sorry, the Soviet anthem has to play behind you as you're talking. You're full on the OG mustached chunky daddy. I'm not gonna say his name because I'm gonna get the fucking CIA on us. But
this is the fucking thing. I am 100% sure that you're a tanky, but you're not fucking talking about it. And I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say any more about that. But you call yourself an orthodox Marxist, but I have
because I am. No, genuinely,
Oh, me too. No, you're not. Fuck off. You have questions about Marx. Marx had problems. There were problems with Marx himself. Genuinely, there were problems. Marx had some incorrect positions. Marx thought that the social revolution was inevitable. It was going to happen right away.
I will stab you in the gut, motherfucker. I will stab you in the gut. Stop talking.
Lenin did a better job. Lenin contextualized capitalism within the historical period of imperialism.
Yes, but contextualizing it for the historical period does not mean that you are more right than the guy who literally thought up this insanely epic idea, which is Marxism.
Marxism is that
communism.
Well, look, but it depends. I mean, like, not every.
All due respect to Comrade Lenin, which I always said I love. Comrade. I didn't call myself an ML, but I really like Lenin, and I've read most of Lenin. Uh,
Oh, ML
but
confirmed.
go fuck yourself. But I'm not talking
Yugopnik,
about
thank you,
that anymore.
stream.
I'm not talking more about that. But with all due respect to him, it's one thing to look at a worldview and then mold it to apply it to your local time period, and it's a completely different thing to think up a worldview. That's literally the
Mm.
most difficult thing you can.
Can I?
You're manifesting matter out of nothing. It's literally like being a god. You are creating an ideology, no matter how dumb or great it is, means that you have thought of a different way to organize things to anything that you have ever witnessed. That requires such incredible wisdom that people say, oh, people are making Marxism into a religion. Yes, motherfucker. This guy came and he explained on what humanity, what civilization, what uh, human interaction could be at its peak. If that's not worthy of being called a goddamn religion, I don't know what is. With all due respect, bit of a side rant. But yeah, Marx is the OG. Anybody fuck with my Marx,
Look,
I put a mark in their ass. That made no fucking sense,
you've put
but
marks in their arse, so it's okay. It's all right. Marks in their arse. They couldn't, it rhymes. It worked. You're a poet. You didn't even know it. It's grand. No, listen, come here to me. Marx had the analysis of capitalism. Marx had the best fucking analysis of capitalism. It's unbelievable, unprecedented, amazing. However, it was Lenin who finally synthesized a path forward, how we can actually get to
absolutely.
socialism,
No,
how we
no,
can get
before
to
chat, I'm sorry,
communism.
before chat loses their shit. I'm not saying I'm not an ML. I'm not saying I am an ML. Because chat is
Yeah.
going like, oh my god, Yugopnik's not an ML, not an ML. And people are like, what the fuck is Yugopnik an ML? Both groups are right and wrong at the same time. That's all I'm going to leave
Emma's
you
not
with.
wrong. Get the fuck out.
Okay?
No, look, here's what I was saying. Now,
No,
this is.
I never said the MLs are wrong. When
Can
did
I
I say
say?
that? Okay, no.
Listen, can I say? I've thought about this a lot because Marxists, there's Orthodox Marxists, and they sort of say that's the shit. That's where it's at. That's where we need to be. And then there's Marxist Leninists to say no. Listen, Marx gave us the analysis of capitalism, and Marxism Leninism gives us the way to actually overthrow capitalism, move to socialism, so we can actually get in the path. So we can actually realize what Marx had sort of envisioned. And this comes down to the world historical revolutions that had taken place before that. So Marx was really basing his analysis on sort of what had happened in in terms of moving towards socialism. He was sort of basing it on like the Paris Commune and stuff like that. Lenin, of course, actually realized a lot of Marx's visions through what happened in Russia in 1917, of course. Now this is a big question for me. This is an interesting question for me because, of course, Marxist, Leninist, Maoists will say that there was a third one. There was a third world historical revolution, which was, of course, in China, and that's why we need to move to a higher stage of it. And so it's a question that I've actually thought a lot about. And I'm still in many ways, I'm still sort of teetering on the edges between the two. And I don't really see it. I don't really see how the Chinese Revolution constitutes like a new level, like a next level beyond what Marxism-Leninism provides. Although I do, of course, welcome all of the advances that were made within the MLM canon, such as the mass line, cultural revolution, an advanced understanding of contradiction, and so on and so forth, which are all incredibly useful to any Marxist, and every Marxist should be applying those within their organising. But this is the thing. I mean, Marxism really provides the analysis of capital and capitalism that we need to start with. Marxism-Leninism, from my personal perspective, provides us the pathway forward for how we can actually bring about the dictatorship of the proletariat, which will bring about socialism, which creates socialism, and which ultimately leads to communism. And this is why I would say that ML is a stage above Marxism on its own. And that's why I think it's useful. That's why it's really, really important to fuse both Marx and Lenin, and of course Stalin's additions to that particular ideology as well, with regard to the national question and so on and so forth.
Well put, but listen, like, who's going to be right?
History.
History.
We're gonna have to
History's going
see.
to tell us who's right. That's why I when there's these very, I understand, being principled and discussing certain things and saying I
You know,
agree or I disagree, but no, let me just finish.
yeah,
That's
sorry.
why I like you. I really like you, and from the get-go I liked you. You had like anarchists, you had MLMs, you had absolutely everybody on this podcast, and you would debate, you would have a very respectful discussion, but you would never call anybody out and say you are completely wrong. What you believe in is completely wrong. Your approach to building socialism or anarchism is completely wrong, because deep down, you, just like all wise individuals out there, wise leftists at least, Marxists, etc., understand that the one who is, history will teach us who is right. History will show us what the I just saw you drinking water. I will cut you. I will fucking cut you. Don't drink. I will fuck you up. I'm getting shit faced over here, and you drinking fucking water. But yes,
So
history
sorry.
will show
I'm
us who
fucked
is right
already.
and who is not. It's
Yeah.
okay to debate
Well,
amongst each other, but saying, my orthodox Marxist perspective, my ML perspective, my MLM perspective, my anarchist perspective is objectively correct, is objectively dumb, because we are not living in 2200, where it's even potentially conceivable of building an actually prosperous socialist program. So while we should be principled and we should stand behind our beliefs, we should still be open minded that maybe the other, uh, let's call it, tent inside of our bigger base of Marxists might also have a lot to contribute. That's all I'm trying to say.
well, I completely agree with you there, and we should absolutely listen to everybody. And it's actually really, really important. You need to listen to people who disagree with you. You really need to listen to dissenting voices. It's hugely important.
Listen to dissenting voices inside of the wider Marxist
Marxist
movement.
movement, yeah. I mean, fuck the
uh,
conservatives,
Conservatives and
liberals, whatever.
fascists and shit like
Fuck
that.
that.
Take your fucking dick out, shove it in their eye, and make them fucking bleed to death. In
Oh,
Minecraft.
that was
In
in
Minecraft. In
Minecraft. Yeah,
Minecraft.
that was so vivid. I really appreciate how beautifully colourful you are in your expression. It's absolutely
Yeah,
beautiful.
because I've done it many times, so it's easy to explain.
Oh my god. Community, I will say that one of the comments has asked that we return to our conversation on social media. We've gone off. We've gone
Yes,
off the
absolutely.
rails. We've gone off the rails here. No. Look. The last thing I would say is that in terms of like historical, what's been proven to work and what hasn't been proven to work, when I look at history and I look at the socialist revolutions which have taken place, Marxism, Leninism is the one that worked. It wasn't just an orthodox Marxism. It was the USSR. What happened in the USSR, the October Revolution, that worked due to Marxism, Leninism. And every single socialist revolution that's ever happened has happened as a result of Marxism, Leninism. Every successful
Yeah, yeah.
socialist revolution has happened as a result, not of just orthodox Marxism, but specifically using Lenin's
You're
method,
completely right. There's no debate
synthesized
there.
through Stalin. The real question for me is whether or not Maoism, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism will produce the same results. That's for me. That's the interesting point, and I think
For
history
me,
will tell.
Dengism is extremely interesting as well. Maybe it's
Dengism
gonna
and
work.
MLM, yeah. Let's
No, dude,
see.
Dengism could work.
It could. We
Like
need to see.
I
20
am saying
years.
it could work. Yeah. So
It's
let's.
very much. Let's see in 2050, are they actually in socialism when 2050
Yeah.
comes,
Yeah.
or have the comrades in the Philippines, the MPA in the Philippines, CPI Maoists in India, have they actually brought about socialism for us, which is the correct line? So it's very interesting to see, and we're gonna have to very much wait and see which is correct. But yeah, I fucking love talking to you about this stuff. It's deadly. You're a legend.
Absolutely. Likewise.
Let's quickly answer a few. We've got a couple of super chats here. We had a couple of super
Absolutely.
chats, and then let's return to social media. We'll jump back into that. We kind of stopped halfway through the points that the liberals are saying about social media. But we'll return to that in a moment. So. JC Diaz 987, thank you very much, comrades. Diaz, excuse me.
Yes,
My
thank
fucking
you.
gringo. This is some fucking gringo bullshit right here.
Gringo.
This is for you, Yugopnik. Yugopnik, are you? I love this question. Are you just waiting for a bigger following and more Patreons to openly uphold the immortal dialectical science of Marxism, Leninism?
Yes, I want to show for
Diaz.
as long as possible
Legend.
as the dirty sots them, so that after I make them sots them monies, I can
Tanky
convert the
mode.
sots them into hardcore tanky mode. Now, jokes aside,
Beautiful.
listen, I'm not fucking around when I say that. Like the
I love this so much.
how do I say it? The main platform on which my worldview is built is Marxism, towards which I hold no skepticism whatsoever. Uh, I mean, at this point, there's 150 people watching. I don't think they'll share it all too much. Uh, if there is
It's not our fault that
if
reality
there
is
is
Marxist.
one worldview other than being an orthodox Marxist that I'm closest to, obviously, and I think it's very obvious to most people that watched any of my shit or read or listened to any of my shit, is pretty close to being a Marxist Leninist, um, and to the understanding of the reality and the realistic analysis of Marxism, which is Marxist Leninism. I just don't,
Hey.
I don't, as you properly actually explained, Diaz, I don't flaunt it because I want to have as big of a net as possible up until a certain moment, after which I'm going to more directly be introducing people into MLs. And funny enough, I'll just leave it on this. Uh, Contrary to popular opinion, actually, that does not help me much in expanding my audience. Actually, when you really early on pick a tent and
Mm,
just really stick to it, you grow quicker because you get people from that exact tent because they know what you are and what you represent. So they're
mm.
much more eager to give you those $5 on Patreon or to subscribe to your channel. So it's not really helping me as much as it is hurting me. I just think that for me, myself, it is the proper approach and proper perspective that I am taking when it comes to how I define my ideology. But at
Is
the end of the day, I am a fucking hardcore anti-capitalist. I full-heartedly, that's where it comes back to at all times. I think we're committing mass societal suicide, and I would like to do my little part in stopping that. That's all.
mm. Based, based, and you got built. Fantastic. Thank you very much, comrade. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, it's actually a really good point. When I came out as being Marxist Leninist, as being a dirty tanky, I got actually got way more support. Before that, when I was sort of fucking around, anarcho Stalinist, whatever the fuck it was, people were like, I don't really know what sure, I'm not really sure what to make of this lad, you know. But then you just come out and you're just like, Stalin was okay, you know, he did some good stuff, some bad stuff, but generally, you know, I upheld him, so on and so forth. People are just like, oh, okay, fair enough, he's an ML now, okay, brilliant, good stuff. And actually, yeah, it was actually really, really helpful. So I will say that the point that people are only being vague with their ideology in order to gain more fans doesn't actually hold up to reality for most people anyway. It may be a little bit different with big bread tubers. You know, certain big bread tubers will never ever say their ideology out loud, and this is sometimes a little bit of an issue, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's sometimes a little bit misleading, but I don't think you're really misleading anyone with what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying now is completely consistent with what you say to me, like when we're talking just one to one. So it's not like you're not fucking around. You're not trying to actually mislead or misguide anyone. So, yeah. So everybody go subscribe to Conrad Yugopnik and help him out on Patreon. That's what I'll say. That's
Спасибо. Хорошо, спасибо. Yeah, let's go back on topic. There
Omega.
was another.
Before we go back to
Yes,
that,
let's take this. Yeah.
Omega CJS, excuse me. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really fucking appreciate it. I wish there was a question there. We'd answer that straight away. Really, really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, you genuinely are an Omega. Спасибо
Absolutely.
большое.
Top level.
Hvala
Absolutely.
puno. Merci, благодаря.
And I will
All the
say,
Slavic languages.
And I
Yes,
will say that we do split the money 50-50 on
we
this
do, we
particular.
do, we
We
do.
split it 50-50, so you know your money is
Well,
going to
actually, we
Conrad.
don't split it 50-50. We split it like 25%, 25% because half of it goes to fucking YouTube.
Fucking hell, it does, yeah. Well, no, it's 30% goes to YouTube. We get 70%, so we get 35. We get 35% each. So if you give us 10 quid, each of us will get 350.
Pretty much pays for the vodka we drink. Like that's literally it. For Paul's haircut and the vodka we drink. Uh,
Look, the essentials of life, we've got them covered. All right, come here to me. Let's jump back into social media. Do you want to jump in? So we were talking about
yes, let me. Yeah, I didn't touch on all of the points, but
No,
yeah, we
there's a
were
lot
talking
more.
about. Yeah.
Can I just do you mind? We're sort of coming to that time. We've been streaming for over an hour, and I wouldn't mind using the jacks. Do you mind if you carry on, and I will
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
So
that.
for the newer viewers which have joined le video right now,
Thank you,
we
Conrad.
are we are
Back in a
talking
minute.
about what are the liberal solutions for dealing with these problems. What are the limitations again of dealing with the social media problem? I don't know why I'm talking like a banker from the Zurich Bank in Switzerland, but yeah, another point which I have written down here actually, is the previous one is, if you remember, is understand how it works so you won't be manipulated by it, which is literally mentally ill because that's not how humans work, at least not in market-based capitalism. Another liberal potential solution, which probably you've heard plenty of times from your friends or your parents or your uh, boomer colleagues at work, is delete your account if the company won't change. The usual consume ethically argument. Well, when it comes to social media, it's a bit even more complicated than that because it's like telling people to stop driving because car crashes are on the rise. The only people who will be left with cars in that case are the ones who can afford the safest and most expensive cars. The loudest voices and fastest ways of changing opinions are online. They are online. So going offline will pretty much just remove your side's voice in the whole conversation. So just delete the app. Don't use Facebook. Don't use YouTube. Makes you deaf in the whole conversation. Another point, actually, I don't have this one. Now I'm thinking of it right now, is that we should get a lot of regulation in. This might not just be a liberal point. This some sods dens could use this as a point, and it's one of the you know stronger points I have to agree with because we're not going to overthrow capitalism tomorrow. So this might actually, I would agree with this as being kind of like a first step that could potentially be taken in capitalism. But stopping conspiracy theories and so on online through legislature is very problematic because, again, while this is arguably the wisest, the liberal idea of how to overcome the problem of conspiracy theories online, etc., etc., it's going to be very problematic on what do we define as radical or what do we define as a conspiracy and what do we not. Uh, Depending on the strongest power structures inside of a given country in which social media platform operates, conspiracy theories are just going to be everything that's against the status quo in the country. And radicals are going to be anyone who is a bit further to the right, but actually a bit further to the left. So even legislature that is that attempts to combat this sort of stuff when it comes to social media is going to bite itself in the ass. And if it doesn't bite itself in the ass, it's going to end up biting people like me and like Paul in the ass because
Mm.
it gives the platform incredible freedoms to uh, make certain groups which it dislikes to shut the fuck up, pretty much. And we've seen that with YouTube. We've seen advertisers saying that, or again, I'm blaming YouTube, but I'm blaming, hardcore, insane Nazi right wing YouTube channels. And they made insane amounts of ad revenue. And then YouTube came on and realized that, not YouTube, but people that paid for ads, they're like, why are you playing my Gillette ads on a guy talking about the uh, beautiful, clean, white race? And YouTube was like, okay,
Jesus.
shit, we need to, combat this. But then what YouTube did is pretty much made absolutely every video that talks about anything even remotely controversial as problematic, as non-advertising friendly, and therefore the system quite literally started stimulating milquetoast content with the idea of expunging right wingers. But the right wingers just went on Patreon and remained on the website as intense as possible. And it ended up just hurting smaller channels that sometimes were very much so with led by progressive ideas and so on. So again, I leave that as the main counter argument to the main liberal argument. Legislating an online platform that is still profit-based and profit-run is not only problematic but borderline impossible.
Indeed, yes, absolutely. I didn't hear most of that. I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna fuck around. But I'm sure you made really, really good points. I think you were talking about conspiracy theories and certain ideas which are problematic.
Yeah,
What's
about
radical? What
if
isn't?
the government can step in and have legislature which manages what can be posted and can't be
Hmm.
posted on social media.
Well, look, if you're living under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, I mean, ultimately, it's you're only going to be allowed to present ideas which are beneficial to the bourgeoisie, and so yeah, there's a lot of problems here. If we try to deal with this problem in
By the way,
isolation from
I'm going to piss, by the way.
have fun. Give it an extra tug for me. Just have fun. Go for
Pee
it.
pee.
No, it isn't. Well, look, this is the thing. I mean, if you're living under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, then ultimately, you know, if if your analysis is devoid of a class perspective, then you're not going to be able to solve this problem. You know, because what's radical, what is conspiracy, what isn't, is ultimately going to be determined by the people who are in charge and who want to hold power. So, we do see a lot of bullshit being pushed out in the media there about such a country. You'll see fucking Kim Jong Un ill or Kim Jong Un, Kim Jong Il. It's a different time. Kim Jong Un is dead. You know, they believe in unicorns over there, so on and so forth. All of which is proven bullshit. You see this in the media every week. There's another fucking story about the DPRK, and it's always bollocks. It's always a load of nonsense. You'll hear people saying the fucking Che Guevara when he was alive had a fucking zoo and all this sort of stuff. Just conveniently mixing Che Guevara up with fucking Chapo, you know, Chapo and all these sorts of figures. What not the podcast, by the way, the actual figure. But these are massive problems. I mean, bourgeois society doesn't want to leave the possibility open that socialists, that genuine working class movements are beneficial to the people, and so they'll make up all kinds of nonsense about us, about them, in order to delegitimize it. So we saw this most clearly, of course, with Bolivia. A couple of comrades actually asked that we would address Bolivia in this particular conversation. No, it's a difficult one because I haven't studied it as much detail as I probably would have liked.
I'm back, bitch.
How are you getting on, comrade? We're just sort of coming around to a brief discussion about Bolivia.
Oh, that's very on topic.
Well,
Sounds very fucking on topic.
it's very relevant at the moment. People are very excited about it.
Yeah, it is.
Look, I don't study Bolivia too much because ultimately Bolivia is this kind of social democratic movement, but it is anti-imperialist in its particular perspective. I know MLMs will say, "Oh well, they support China, etc., etc. Fuck them," but actually they're very much, at least we can say they're anti-US, anti-Western imperialist, if nothing else.
Dude, it's a massive victory. Come on.
It's a victory for the left.
We had a left-wing government there, and then the US went and did a coup. And we cucked them so hard with a 54% victory after they did a coup in a coup-run country, right-wing coup dictatorship-run country, and we brought back the party that they couped. That is fucking, that is taking the US's wife, putting it right in front of her, and
Cook.
making her a good socialist, which divorces the US government.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, it's happened before, like in Venezuela, I suppose. It has happened, like with Chavez. They tried to get Chavez out and then brought him back in because, you know, basically the popular people demanded that he came back, you know, in Venezuela and stuff like that. But look, for me, the really interesting question is what they're going to do. It's good. It's good that they're moving forward with regard to in a social democratic direction. It's a good counterweight to neoliberal hegemony across the world at the moment. But look, if you're not moving towards a genuine dictatorship of the proletariat, then you know ultimately your movement's going to fail. You'll get 4 years, 8 years maybe if you're lucky, of progress, and then it'll just be rolled back. by a fascist or a far rightist or whatever it might be coming into power, as we saw in Brazil, as we've seen all across the world. It's just not going to work unless you actually really concentrate that power into the hands of the working class. You know, so uh, the MAS in Bolivia need to go further than they are right now. And actually, Conrad Alex had a few good points about that yesterday when he was on the stream. He mentioned that they need to really get the military and the state on their side. You know, I mean, one of the things that Lenin would have contributed to the conversation is that you need to actually smash the bourgeois state and create a proletarian state. And really, you know, what he's talking about when he says that is that you need to make the institutions of the state, like for example, the military, the school, and then the ideological institutions, the ideological state apparatus, like the schools, other arms of the state, make them properly proletarian, proletarian versions of them. So can you do that from the inside out? I don't know. They seem to have done a pretty good job in Yugoslavia, actually, which is quite interesting. You know, it's quite interesting. Did I say Yugoslavia or did I say Venezuela? Well,
Say Yugoslavia, yeah.
I should have said Venezuela. Maduro and Chavez have done a pretty good job of that actually in Venezuela, which is quite interesting. Because they seem to have, in a strange way, they seem to have converted a bourgeois military force into a proletarian military force. They seem to have actually put the power into the hands of the people. You know, that's kind of unheard of in proletarian history. But look, how that's going to turn out, whether or not that's actually going to leads to socialism and dictatorship of the proletariat. Wait and see. Let's wait and see how it goes, and hope for the best, I suppose. And I hope for the best. I really hope for the best with MAS, Morales, and this movement in Bolivia. It is a win. It's a massive win for us, but let's not get too excited. People are getting very fucking excited about it.
Let's not be as skeptical. I mean, come on, bro. Like, on the ground for the Bolivian people, especially for the native population of Bolivian people, which were, you know, getting executed left and right in the past 6 months. This is contrary to the US term of return to normalcy, is an actual return to some relative normalcy, at least which one can expect in South America under, you know, the imperialist boot, compared to what they've been experiencing in the past half a year. I mean, yes, on paper and so on, we will not have socialism there tomorrow, but we will, you know, now this is a proper ML argument in my opinion. It is an anti-imperialist victory, no matter what perspective you look at it from.
Oh, absolutely! It's definitely a win against Western imperialism, 100%. No doubt about it. And we should celebrate it. We should enjoy this, but we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. I
just love how much we fucked the US up the ass. Like,
it's beautiful. Just fucking straight into all the way to the small intestine, really. But the thing is, don't think about that too much. Curvy.
Nothing wrong with having a dick up your ass. I think we say this once at least every
single. We always
right
do.
Now. You should, by the way, see me right now. I'm walking around with the microphone on my fucking thing, trying to find a lighter. Bingo! I just found a lighter to light up a little cigar.
You're gonna have the cigar.
So I can probably enjoy this shit.
Fucking big dick energy emanating across the world right now, Yugopnik. Fair play to you. Fair play.
No, man, it's not. Literally the biggest cucks. Okay, no, I'm not going to use right-wing rhetoric anymore.
Is that rhetoric? Is that right-wing rhetoric? I don't know.
Yeah, because apparently if you're in a relationship in which, you are a cuck, which is idiotic. But most of I've smoked cigars seen from my dad for the last like 4 years. I really like them. But like 90% of people that I see that are really into cigars are usually guys with like insane amounts of issues. They just want to stink up the room more than anybody else in the fucking restaurant and want to seem like they are big ballers and players because, you know, they don't smoke cigarettes or vape like the other quote unquote normies. Smoking cigars is really good, really tasty, really nice. But unfortunately, the what do you call it? The culture around it is toxic as fuck. It's insanely toxic.
It's like yesterday we were talking about actually one of the things that the Connolly Youth Movement, which is the organisation which I do a lot of work with. By the way, if you're in Ireland, join the Connolly Youth Movement. Fucking base as fuck organization. One of the things that we emphasize is learning martial arts and self-defense and stuff like that, and getting into really good physical health, because you need to be to fight fascists, for being perfectly honest. And
Really good point.
one of the things that we learn, we really emphasize and encourage people to do, is learn Muay Thai or Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. Krav Maga maybe a little bit, but not quite as much. Mostly Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. Unfortunately, both of those martial arts are very dominated by right wing forces. They don't fucking need to be, but they are at the moment. It's like, and it's exactly like what you said.
Super funny, right? It's super funny though, because they're all like from non-white countries.
Exactly, and they're supporting fucking white supremacy in the world and imperialism, and it's just a joke, you know. But unfortunately, a lot of these really fucking kick-ass spheres and avenues of having the fucking crack motorbikes, they're very fucking
establishing fascism with one Asian kick at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. Karate chop your way to fascism. Karate chop. We're not even 4 hours in. Oh,
fucking
Jesus.
dumbasses, man. Oh god.
It's gonna take us all the way back to the 5th hour of whatever that stream was when we were talking. That's right.
I gotta chop you.
Karate chop. Hello, Queen. We are here to protect you from.
Suka, блядь.
Karate chop.
No.
Here we go. No. We should get back on topic. That was really good points. These are the liberal solutions, and very individualistic solutions to dealing with the problems of social media. The social media manifests before our eyes, and as we can see, the limitations are crystal fucking clear. There's a couple of questions in the chat. As I said, we'd make this kind of interactive. We will answer a few questions in the chat. Are you okay with answering a few questions now, Yugopnik? Would you mind?
Dude,
in the chat?
of course, man. What the fuck?
Well, here's a good one. Tankpunk. Tankpunk asks, Paul Moran and Yugopnik, what do your parents think about Yugoslavia, and how does Paul's parents feel about the IRA? Do you want me to go first, or will you go first?
I'll be very quick because I addressed this a few times. Thank you. Nice question. Very polite of you to ask. Both of my parents extremely positive outlook. They both miss it. But for different reasons. My mom misses it because people were not materialist pieces of shit and consumerist and just brainwashed as fuck back then. And my dad misses it for more of a material perspective. Even though he's done okay on capitalism, he's like, I would give anything up to just relive the days when the future was certain, when life had a sort of sense of purpose, a community purpose, and it wasn't just everybody at each other's throats in order to, make ends meet. So again, both of my parents extremely positive outlook towards literally, really, just I've never heard them complain. I once even saw my dad get in a fight with a guy who was wearing a shirt making fun of Tito. It was really funny.
Wow.
Knocked him the fuck out.
Class.
It was really cool.
That's class to see. With regard to the IRA and how my own parents felt, do you know, it's funny, I actually don't know how my dad felt, because when my dad passed away a number of years back, I never got a chance to ask
rest
him.
his soul, man.
Rest in peace, Dad. But my ma is, do you know, it's funny, at the time, she says that at the time when, the troubles were happening and there were bombs going off in Ireland and all over the place, Dublin, she'd be walking down the fucking street and she'd hear a bomb going off, a minute away. Very, very fucking scary if you're a little girl, if you're a teenager, in your 20s, and you hear fucking bombs going off and gunshots going off and all that around you. Like it's fucking terrifying, and so she was quite terrified of them when she was younger and what was happening there, and so she was very scared about the whole situation. But she, my ma, she sort of she's become a lot more political nowadays in the last maybe 5 to 10 years than ever before, and I talked to her a lot about this. Her and I are we're good friends. We talk about these sorts of things all the time, and now she looks back at the IRA and she's like, yeah, actually it was necessary. She agrees that it was fully necessary what they did. That I should say when we're talking about the IRA, obviously the IRA, we're talking about something that's happened really starting in 1916, and then sort of up until this modern day. There've been many different iterations of the IRA. Generally, when we're talking about the IRA, people automatically think about the troubles in the north, in the six counties in the north of Ireland, and think about the Provost, the provisional IRA, and what happened up there. But yeah, so in hindsight, she's quite positive about them. In the previous elections, she's voted socialists, voted Republicans, so on and so forth. But at the time, she was quite scared. I think when it was very real and in your hands. So the reality of being in a war situation, the reality of being amidst armed struggle is very different from the fucking schoolboy dream of what it's like, and when you're living through it, the way you might perceive it is very different to how it actually might be. Just for example, let's say you spent fucking 10 years learning about communism, learning about socialism and all these sorts of things, learning about armed struggle and anti-imperialism and all these sorts of things. Let's say you've never heard about politics. You're another person who's never heard about politics, and then this communist comes in the door and they're pointing guns at everyone, and they're saying, "Get down! We're bringing in fucking dictatorship to proletariat. We're gonna fucking redistribute wealth. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna finally have a socialist country," and so on and so forth. If you're not someone who's political, that's gonna be very scary to you. Like, if you don't know anything about politics, that's gonna be scary. You're not gonna know what the fuck's going on. You're just gonna see someone with a gun running around, and you're gonna be like, "Fuck that! I need to run away. I need to get away from this situation. I need to protect myself." You're probably more in a more individualistic mindset where you just want to protect yourself. But when you take a long view, when you understand what the purpose of armed struggle is and why people are engaged in that, then things change quite drastically. So yeah, that's it. Nowadays, my ma's perspective is very, very positive about what happened, but historically, when it was happening, she was quite scared. Again, that probably because she wasn't politicized, because she, in that particular climate in conservative Catholic Ireland, everything possible that could be done to depoliticize you and focus your attention on other things was done. They didn't want people talking about politics. They wanted people talking about the Catholic Church and about religion and about all this sort of stuff. They wanted to keep people distracted. They didn't want people thinking about colonialism and British imperialism and all these sorts of things. So
reaction, as they call it.
Reaction.
Always reaction. Yeah.
And so that's it. People were very sort of depoliticized, and even now, this is a huge issue in Ireland. We're still trying to politicize people. People in Ireland generally aren't politicized. They don't know what you're talking about. So it's a very strange thing. Like, even the left-right divide in Ireland is it's very fucking fickle. Like, I can talk to someone who's on the far right in Ireland, genuine, like a far right, someone who's sympathizing with proper fascists, and within about 10 minutes, I'm talking to them about workers' rights and national liberation and all this, and they're just like, "Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, that's a good idea. We should be doing this. I do follow in the line of James Connolly. I do want a 32 county socialist Republic of Ireland." So there's a massive issue in Ireland in terms of actually bringing people, sort of giving people this political education, and there's a lot of work to be done for socialists, for leftists, in terms of educating the people. Yeah, so I suppose that's the answer to the question. There's a lot of work to do in terms of educating people and not distracting people away from the serious issues. So yeah. Anyway, that's it.
Pretty good. Very interesting. Like, the path that your mother went through in order to come to her current political view of the world is very interesting.
It is very interesting.
It makes a lot of sense, and it's probably shared by an insane amount of people in Ireland. I can imagine.
Yeah, no, it is. When I talk to people, when I knock on doors, the same people who are going to far right protests at the moment are the same people who are very susceptible to communism, who are very receptive to communism, I should say, and very receptive to socialist republicanism. It's a strange place politically. It's a strange place. People are fiercely nationalistic. It's all about the national struggle. It's all about freedom, having a free and independent 32 county socialist Republic of Ireland, and that legacy lives on. And unfortunately, that is current moment in time, people are trying to hijack that for the right wing. But socialists and communists, we're working to take that back. And I'd say that we've got about like 70% is 70% of the people who want national liberation are lean socialists, and about 30%
Wow, that's
probably
really good, dude.
it's
That's really
it
great.
is really really good. But about 30% of the people who want that have unfortunately fallen into the trap of that have been laid out by the far right at the moment. So we need to
That,
convert
and
those people.
I need to again congratulate you because that's thanks to the left wing movements that you have in your country. Because
Well,
compared to because no, of course because of many different historical reasons, etc., etc. But I'll just leave you with this that where I'm from, uh, I can genuinely say like 95% of people are genuinely anti-imperialist.
mm,
They are fiercely nationalistic.
mm,
Uh, they very strongly actually care about workers' rights of the local population. They care about their own rights because most of them are workers, but also in general about workers' rights. But there was no left wing post the fall of Yugoslavia to unify them in any way, but
mm,
there was a lot of right wing parties that used the situation. And I would say it's quite the opposite in most ex Yugoslav countries. It's 70-30, but towards right wing when
ah,
it comes to their view of the world. And you can sit down with a right winger, you can talk about shit, you'll be like, yeah, we absolutely agree. And then, of course, you'll disagree on topics like immigration and topics like LGBTQ rights and stuff like
mm,
this, which is extremely important, right?
mm.
But I think that on those social points, a person can very easily change their mind when they are introduced to just basic stats and basic like info that they have been denied, which led them to those bigoted outlooks. So the main point is
Well,
in ex-EU countries, the it we just didn't use the potential at all, while at least in Ireland, to some extent, you guys, by organizing, managed to do something.
well, look, I don't want to be too optimistic about it because unfortunately, a lot of larger socialist organisations, like especially the Trotskyist organisations in Ireland, the Trotskyist organisations in Ireland really reject nationalism, which is a huge problem. Which is it's very alienating, and it means that the people who are kind of particularly kind of liberals, centre lefts, very middle class, petty bourgeois kinds of people are very attracted to this kind of internationalism, and at the expense of answering the national question because they haven't historically needed to, because they've been the people who've benefited, basically pretty much benefited from imperialism, and so they're not really concerned about really dealing with this colonial question that most of us do have to deal with. And unfortunately, the mainstream left now is Trotskyist in Ireland. It is like the Marxist parties that are represented within our parliament, our Dáil Éireann, all of them would be Trotskyist organisations, different flavours of it, mind you. But some of them will be slightly more Republican leaning. Some of them have a better answer to the national question, and some of them will be basically have these incredibly reactionary positions with regards to the national question, where they would say, let's just rejoin. One of the
Oh
basic
my
says,
God.
let's just rejoin the United Kingdom, and we'll try to do socialism within the United Kingdom, all of us together, which is just the most fucking reactionary and ridiculous thing. I mean, and so many of our martyrs have died fighting against that, and it's absolutely disgraceful that some of them are upholding such an ideology. But look, it is what it
And
is.
it's gonna come
So
bite them in the ass. Like even if you disregard the martyrs and everything, if you just sell out completely, it's eventually going to come bite them
yeah,
in the ass.
well,
Because
the
if
thing
they are not
is,
addressed, it's just suicide. Yes.
Well, look, the thing is, what I will say is that before James Connolly, before the Irish Socialist Republican Party in 1896, 1997, that sort of period, there was socialist movements. There were Marxists, and there were Republicans, and they were sort of separate. So you had people on one hand, socialists dealing with the social question, and you had Republicans dealing with the national question, left Republicans dealing with the national question. Uh, what James Connolly did was he fused the two of them together. he brought them together into socialist republicanism, and that's the dominant trend now on the proper left, on the proper Marxist-Leninist and Marxist left and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. And most of the parties that would oppose socialist republicanism nowadays will be Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist Maoist, because we have that strong emphasis on dealing with both the social and the national question. But unfortunately, there are still those certain socialists who disregard the national question and don't understand the national question. We've talked a little bit about this before. We don't need to.
We talked about this
a lot actually
extensively in the last.
So we don't need to talk about it too much, now, because obviously the national question is hugely important.
Maybe we should, because that's when we got insane amounts of super chat money.
That's okay. Give me money. The national question is important. Fucking deal with colonialism. Deal with the national question. Nationalism is very important in the left wing sense. National liberation, hugely important. Understand colonial relations. If you are coming from an imperialist context, let's say if you're in the European Union, in London, in France, if you're in the United States, if you're in New York, if you're in Los Angeles, you hear nationalism, you think right wing, national supremacy, you think chauvinism, you think all these terrible things. If you go to anywhere outside of these imperialist cores, nationalism is hugely important. You look at Palestinian nationalism, you look at Irish nationalism, you look at the nationalism of the oppressed people all over the world. It's a hugely beneficial tool in terms of building towards socialism, building towards a proletarian internationalism and a proletarian consciousness, So, and Engels would have agreed with this, Stalin agreed with this, Mao agreed with this, James Connolly, of course, agreed with this. There's a quick video on this channel as well, by the way, for people who haven't seen this. I think it's called Nationalism, Good or Bad. It's only about 6 or 7 minutes long. You could even jump in and check that out now if you want a much more in-depth version of this that goes into the theory behind why we have this pro-left-wing nationalist perspective. But it is really important. It is really fucking important that we really do address the national question, because unfortunately there are liberals, bourgeois liberals, and there are socialists.
Nobody has the balls to fucking, or the eggs, whatever, to address this sort of
address
shit.
the big. And this is it.
Hats off to you for doing it.
Thank you, comrade. Especially like on YouTube, there's very few fucking people who will actually talk about nationalism and how we need nationalism, especially in these sorts of places, like Ireland, post-colonial contexts, oppressed contexts, so on. In the imperialist cores, nationalism really should be only reserved for like colonized people. Like, for example, in the United States, black nationalism, indigenous nationalism, all sorts of stuff could be very, very progressive and very good. And historically, like this is why the Communist Party of the USA, like the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, would have supported black nationalism. It's because they had this understanding of left nationalism. We also need to talk about what the fuck a nation is. What the fuck is a nation? A lot of people, social democrats, anarchists, Trotskyists, people who don't want to engage with Stalin don't really know what a nation is from a Marxist perspective, because it was actually Stalin who added that to the canon. Stalin would have suggested, and Lenin asked him to do this. Being from Georgia, being from an ethnic minority, he asked Stalin to do a bit of work on this, study this, and then synthesize a position for the Bolshevik Party on nations, on nationalism, and so on and so forth. And Stalin came to the conclusion, and it's been proven correct time and time again, that a nation is a starkly constituted, stable community of people who are formed on the common basis of a common language, economic life, territory, and psychological makeup. So those 4 factors, but it's common. It's a starkly constituted group. It's not about fucking race. It's not this blood and soil bullshit that you're going to hear from the right wing. It's nonsense. No fucking way. But we do have our own Marxist understanding of what a nation is, and from there we build nationalism, and that's why we give support to black nationalism as a progressive force. That's why we give support to Palestinian national liberation struggles, Irish national liberation struggles, the IRA in Ireland, in Palestine, like the PLO and related organizations, and all over the world. So if people are curious to learn a little bit more about this, go ahead and check out Marxism and the National Question. Great texts to get things started with. Then go ahead and check out a little bit of Mao, a little bit of, obviously, James Connolly has incredible writings about this. He has Socialism and Nationalism. I think that's about 1897. He wrote that on Marxist.org. You can find it. And And yeah, look, you need to deal with it. You need to deal with the national question. If you don't deal with the national question, you're just going to end up being a national chauvinist. You're going to end up being a left imperialist, a left chauvinist. You're going to be one of these white people in imperialist cores who supports Israel, despite being a settler colonizer nation state. Despite you're going to say ridiculous things like Irish nationalism is basically fascist, which I heard recently on Twitter. That's the fucking Twitter discourse TM, which you need to love. From someone who had like a fucking Union Jack United Kingdom flag in their name, which I thought was very rich to hear. But you're gonna have all these crazy ideas about what nationalism is, and yeah, look, just go ahead and study it. Go and do a deeper understanding of what nationalism is from a left wing perspective, and notice how different it is from the right wing perspective, and how the right wing perspective is incredibly idealistic and absurd and based on nothing, and even the things that it does claim to base itself on, like for example, like race and stuff like that. These are clearly castles made of sand. You can tear them apart so easily. Even the construct of race that we understand right now is ridiculous. I would say for people who are on YouTube, go ahead and check out Hakim's video on race and race science and all this sorts of stuff, and how that was really brought in as a way of justifying the capitalist exploitation of black people from abroad. So they brought in race science as a way of justifying the exploitation of this of slave labor, in the United States. I'm talking about modern slavery now. So go ahead and check out Hakim's channel. He has a fantastic video on race and how kind of ridiculous the modern idea of race is. And yeah, so that's what I would say. Fucking support left nationalists, support national liberation. All of basically every socialist revolution that we would have seen in the last 100 years has been based on some form of left nationalism. Every single one of them. Before that, of course, you had the October Revolution in the USSR. That's basically the only exception that didn't really have any kind of nationalistic element at all. But if you're looking at Vietnam, if you're looking at Cuba, if you're looking at China, all of these places where socialist revolutions have been successful have all harnessed and used left nationalism as a way to get towards that end goal. Always look. When it comes to nationalism, look, and I'll finish there. I'll let you jump in afterwards. When it comes to nationalism is not an end goal. Nationalism is a means to achieve an end. Always look at what is the end that's trying to be achieved. Is this a proletarian internationalism that's trying to be worked towards true nationalism, or is this trying to serve some sort of weird ethno-state white supremacist bullshit? Like, what is the purpose of this? What is being used to build towards? And if it's being used to build towards genuine proletarian revolution, socialism, good stuff. If not, then you need to question it. So that's it. I fucking ranted for about 20 minutes there, probably.
Yeah, I
Connor,
love.
you got
No,
pick.
no, you're fine.
Go.
But I love how you said maybe we should not address the nationalism question because we talked about it previously, and then you went on to
3
talk about the
hours.
nationalism question in a very eloquent and very beautiful way,
Thank you,
which I
comrade.
completely agree with. That's number one. Number two is please drink. I will castrate you, motherfucker.
I'm
I
so
can see
drunk
you
already,
holding
though.
the. Nah,
Jesus.
not drink. I'm fucking already shit faced, man. But I'm fucking
Okay,
continuing.
if you
There's a
insist.
reason. This is the vodcast, and there's a reason people come and watch us get fucking shit faced as fuck and open our fucking mouths
Oh,
to
so drunk.
what we actually believe in. That's number two. Number three is big
Class.
thank you to the super chat from a
Dan.
gentleman, lady, non-binary called Dan Ball. Uh, at Paul Morin and Yugopnik, thoughts on how collectivism co-opts the language of solidarity and draws left curious liberals to aligning with imperialism.
Oh,
This
that's a
is a
cool question.
extremely good question,
Really
and
like
we
this one.
we we touched on this one actually in the previous stream when we went on rants, but now it's really related to the topic at hand. Listen, capitalism, motherfucker, is always going to try and co-opt any sort of movement and try to turn it into a consumerist product to enjoy in your free time. It does the same with ideology. It is the peak of capitalist co-option when it comes to number one, relationships, and number two, even more importantly, ideology. Capitalism has a way of taking your beliefs and turning it into something which you can consume either on the daily or the weekly or whatever. And clicktivism, quote unquote, is literally that. My channel and Paul Moran's channel and some much bigger channels are exactly sometimes in certain cases an example of that. Instead of motivating you to do something about your life, do something about the culture, the climate of culture, and the society which you live in, uh, it manages to subdue you by telling you you've done enough for today by just clicking on this video,
Yeah.
watching it, or giving $2 on Patreon or whatever. It manages to tell you that you have done enough by tweeting a thing. You have done enough by putting out a story which is Biden is better than Trump. You have done enough by watching a live stream of two leftists getting fucked up. That, at the end of the day, left on its own, if that's the only thing you do, is not activism. But capitalism will try and sell that to you as the definition of activism.
Mm.
So, yes, as you very well put it, clicktivism or breadtuberism or whatever way you want to call it
Mm.
is a way for you to feel like you're doing a lot for society by not doing much for society. It's perfectly fine. It's actually recommended that you spend your free time growing ideologically and engaging in communities such as this beautiful alcoholic one, which we have in chat and which we have here in this stream.
Alcoholics of the world
That's
unite.
that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely lovely. But don't go to bed tonight thinking that that was enough. That was everything I was supposed to do to feel good as a Marxist, as a socialist, and as someone who is doing the best they can in order to bring forth the eternal science of Marxism to a closer step towards achieving the world you want to live in. So, yeah, collectivism is extremely dangerous, and social media uses that very well by converting your idea, your ideology, into a product to consume.
It's a really good point. Yeah, thoughts on collectivism and how collectivism co-opts the language of solidarity and draws left curious liberals to aligning with imperialism. Now, that's a really interesting question. You can take that in a lot of different directions. The first direction, which I think is useful to take it in, is this phenomenon known as slacktivism. You know, wherein I suppose the activism you do is, you know, you click attending to some radical event on Facebook, or, you know, you'll show solidarity online. You'll say solidarity with people of X country in their struggle against Y country, but you'll never actually attend these things in real life. Now, I don't really accept that criticism, because generally the people who are clicking go into such and such an event are the people who are actually, you know, out protesting and actually doing real world activism. You know, it kind of assumes that people aren't doing the things that they're saying that they're doing. It kind of assumes that all of our activism is just online. There are certain sections of the left where I think this might be an issue. This might be an issue with the center left. The center left and the social democrats and so on. A lot of what they do might be online. Every Marxist Leninist I know, everyone on the far left, including anarchists, syndicalists, and communists, MLs, MLMs, everyone I know actually is in some sort of organization, is actually active in their community, is actually doing real world activism. So, I mean, it just doesn't really reflect the reality, which is kind of a problem. But here's the question that you've asked is how collectivism co-opts the language of solidarity and draws left curious liberals to aligning with imperialism. Now see, that's the thing, aligning with imperialism. So collectivism co-opts the language of solidarity and draws left curious liberals to aligning with imperialism. Now, we could look at Rojava. We can look right there at Rojava, what's going on in Syria, and how we might say solidarity with the Kurds, with the comrades who were fighting for national liberation in Rojava. And we, unfortunately, if we don't dive into the subject of Rojava and what's going on there, we may not realize that we are supporting U.S. military intervention in Syria. You know, in a country that simply wants self-determination. We not mean to realize that the people in Rojava are being supported by they're being supplied by by the US military forces. They're given weapons, they're given tanks, they're given everything, and they are sort of fortifying US military bases in the region. You know, and so if you're sort of left curious, you're coming to the left, you sort of see these people who are kind of appear to be socialist, libertarian socialist, which sounds sexy if you're kind of coming from that centrist position originally. You know, you see libertarian socialism, you think, oh, great, freedom and socialism. It's not that terrible authoritarian Stalinism. Brilliant. Okay. Um, but then you realize that this sort of libertarianism is fundamentally impinging upon the lives of the people of Syria who simply want self-determination to be able to live a free life. And when I say free, I mean free from US imperialism within the region. So, you know, you need to ask these kinds of questions and always go a little bit deeper with these kinds of topics. So yeah, it's a very important topic. Collectivism can placate a lot of people. It can make people think that they're doing something by showing solidarity with people in Rojava. It can make people think that they're being good socialists or communists by sharing a post by some people in, I don't know, whatever country it might be that's subject to imperialism. And yeah, I say we need to be critical of it and skeptical of it, and we need to call out people when they're falling into these traps. That doesn't need to be like a public call out, by the way. That could be just pulling them aside and saying, "Hey, did you realize that the forces in Rojava are actually being supported by U.S. military interests? Why do you think that might be?" And then the people will come to their own conclusions about that. Oh, actually, this force is not necessarily anti-imperialist. It's actually supporting Western imperialism. Oh, okay. You know, that's the logical sort of conclusion from there. So yeah, look,
But that's a small minority inside of the wider left. With collectivism, to an even greater extent, it's all those I mean, you noted that, but it's all those well-meaning, liberal mums
yeah.
that read like 1/10 of an article about, for example, we talked about Bolivia previously,
Mm.
how Evo Morales is massacring people, and now there's this new
Yeah.
government which is great and democratic and pro-US, and they will share these, very pixelated, very stupid JPEG pictures of, a guy kicking down a door, and on top is going to say, "We are getting those evil authoritarian Evo Morales supporters in Bolivia. Support the troops. Yeah, yeah."
Yeah.
Shit like this. And
Yeah.
that's collectivism. It just randomly, by instinct, sharing whatever you see online that seems like it is in any way close to your viewing and your
Mm.
perspective of the world, which gives you that little, I mean, I don't believe in
Dopamine
behaviorism, but it
boosts.
does give you a bit of, dopamine, and tells you, yo, I've done my fair share of activism for the day. Somebody like, even in better cases than that, you think that sharing a video of a cop killing a black dude in the US is more than enough of what you need to do on the daily to combat police violence in
Of
the US.
course.
It's just being pushed towards the idea that the only thing that is really required of you, and something that is equatable, something that you can equate with, I invented a new word, equatable. Yes, I'm definitely drunk.
I
A
think that's a
point in
word.
which you think that you can equate social activism, meaning online activism, with real life activism, and that eventually will, not come back to bite you in the ass, but come back to bite the movement in the ass.
Of course, yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much. There's one more question. There's one more question in the chat that I'd like to address. Before I move on to, I know we talked about the liberal solutions for dealing with these problems and their limitations, and I suppose the next issue that we need to address is like, okay, we've tore down the liberals, but what's the Marxist solution for dealing with these problems? What, as Marxists, what do we say we need to do? And so we'll need to provide that afterwards. Let's just do this one more question in the chat before we get into that, because it's a question that's been asked a couple of times, and I do want to answer our comrade's question here. So the Kroivek asks, What do you think about upcoming US elections? I think that Trump will either get enough votes or accuse Dems of fraud and remove any traces of liberal democracy. Question for both of you. And this is a good one. Actually, we did a stream on this, but unfortunately we had to set it to private because it got a little bit doxy at certain points. It got a little bit dodgy at certain points. We may have revealed a little bit too much information about ourselves, and we probably shouldn't have done that. So we ended up setting it to private, and so yeah. But we have discussed and talked about and thought about this particular question in a lot of detail. Conrad, do you want to give your perspectives on that? I'm afraid I do need to run to the bathroom again.
A lot about the elections. I'm not going
The
to
elections
take
in
your
the
time
US.
by delving into them.
Well,
Should you
do
vote?
it for
Who
like
should vote?
30 to 60 seconds while I run to the
Be quick.
bathroom, and then I'll come back.
If you can vote, do it. Why not? You're not losing much. If you don't wanna, don't feel bad, because voting is just this symbolic act of pretending that you're doing something. Number two, we can see that the US didn't even manage to establish a coup in Bolivia right now in this very much developing country with a insane amount of money invested in militarized right-wing nuts. I genuinely doubt that they would be able to do the same thing in the US in case Trump loses and they say no, we are not listening through the results. We will do whatever we fucking want to do. Bolivia is a show of how much the U.S. empire does not have enough power to pull that off in any fucking way. Can't even pull it off overseas. How the fuck are we supposed to expect it to pull it off in literally a country with so many vast interests and much more complicated political structures than Bolivia? And number two, the Republican Party is not going to stand behind Trump in the case that he does that, because their interest will be taken care of under a Democratic leadership or a Trumpian leadership either way. So them risking it to such an extent by supporting a Trump coup would be ill-advised and just stupid on their behalf. All polls, yes, I know. Oh my God, polls showed that Hillary was going to win, but then she didn't win. But as skeptic as I am, the polls really show that Biden is most likely going to win, which, as a non-American, I don't really give a fuck about. But that's most likely how it's going to happen. There's going to be a few scandals in between, a bunch of shit talking and so on. But it's going to end on that. Now, like in Minecraft, I would get off on a massive civil war, but outside of Minecraft and in Minecraft, I don't think it's going to happen. Nothing even remotely close to that is going to happen. A bunch of rednecks might get pissed off and occupy some community hall or building the way they did back. What was it, 4 months ago? But it's going to stop at that pretty much. Don't expect insane shit. Trump still has very much the possibility of winning, but it's much lower than he had back in 2016. Because let's be honest, I mean, I'm not a fan of Biden at all, but he's not Hillary. He is not literally the most unlikable person that has ever lived, which is Hillary Clinton. So
Come
even with
on,
his
man.
rapist ass, he can still pull it off to a better extent than she did.
Yeah. We talked about this in good detail in that stream that we did, but of course it's not listed anymore, so people probably can't find that. But look, what I will say is that it doesn't matter that much. Either way, the US is still going to be this imperialist war machine, this death machine, which is ravaging the entire world. The relentless pursuit of profits. It's not going to make that much of a difference who wins. So I would encourage people not to overestimate the effects of this. I mean, there will be some effects,
Yeah, for Americans in America, sure, there's gonna be decent effects. Like,
well, even
this.
abroad. No, even abroad. I mean, like even especially in Latin America. I know that.
But abroad you
comrades...
can't guess it. Abroad you can't guess it. Like You can't guess if
Well,
Trump would
you
do
can
something that
to a
Biden is
degree.
going to do.
Can,
Can
I mean,
you?
you can. Of course, you can to a degree. I mean, if you look at Cuba, if you look at the people in Cuba, they want Biden to win because Biden has already committed
But you
to
think that
rolling
Hillary, for
back.
example, Hillary wouldn't have rolled it back, for example.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't think
maybe
she would
Hillary
have.
would have rolled it back in Cuba,
What?
but she would have bombed North Korea. Like
What? Well, can I
it's a
say?
debatable topic. Yeah.
Well, what I will say is that Donald Trump introduced a lot of measures against Cuba, which made life much more difficult. He
Yes, but
enhanced
I'm
it,
saying, for
but
example, in Cuba she would have done better, but in another place
I
she
don't
would
think
have
that
done
Hillary
much
would have
worse. Yeah.
done that to Cuba, and Cuba is, of course, a big, important question for me as a socialist, as an anti-imperialist. And the Cuban people would prefer to have a Democrat in office than a Republican in office, a U.S. Republican in office. Um, so, when it comes to this question of Republican Democrat, I would generally look to the people who are involved in the anti-imperialists, in the socialist movements abroad. Um, and yeah, look, the people in Venezuela, the people in Nicaragua, the people in Cuba are saying that they would prefer to have Biden in office. And on their position, judging by their position, I'd say, yeah, it might be worth listening to them. I would say that if you think that Trump's presidency, being in power, is going to kill 1 million people, and you think that Biden's presidency is going to kill 999,999 people, look, you should probably vote for Biden. You probably should. I mean, like, both
Yeah.
of them are
Yeah.
fucking horrific, terrible options. But we need to be utilitarian. We need to be materialists about this, not idealists, not individualists who say no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm never going to participate in this. I don't want to get my hands dirty. I have much higher standards than that. Yeah, look,
But just
mate.
don't go to brunch afterwards. Don't go to brunch afterwards.
Absolutely no, but look, this is the thing. Listen to the people who are actually suffering under the boot of U.S. imperialism, and and just see what they have to say. If people don't want to vote, I don't fucking care. Ultimately, this is not going to bring about socialism. This is not going to bring about the anti-imperialists, um, Americas that people want. This is not going to bring about a decolonized America with a K or whatever the fuck. It's not going to get us the kind of results that we're looking for as socialists, as communists, as Marxists, whatever the fuck. It's not going to bring about those results. If we can do harm reduction, then fine, vote for it. I don't care. But what I would say is don't fucking get so hung up on a bit on this subject. It doesn't matter that much. Like, what you get, if you go out into your community today, right? Just right fucking now. I don't know what time it is where you are. Right where I am right now, it's 8 o'clock. I've probably got 2 or 3 hours where I could get out and talk to people. But even those 2 or 3 hours, I could probably make more of a difference to my community than Donald Trump or Joe Biden getting into office would make in this particular area. Whether or not you're in Ireland or the US or whatever the fuck it might be. I could get out and I could actually feed homeless people. I could get out and serve the people, do mass work, do this kind of things. Actually
Yeah, you
build up
mean
proletarian
versus
class
voting,
consciousness.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of thing. I mean, voting take a couple of minutes. I know in certain places it'll take like a full day to actually do, so it's a little bit of a different issue then. In some places it's like 10 seconds, go vote, who cares, just fucking get it done right now on a ballot. It doesn't matter, just get on with it. But look, the real thing is, this is not proletarian political activity. This is not our politics. When we talk about Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, we're talking about two sections of the bourgeoisie fighting against each other. This is intra-class conflict of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalist class. This is not our class's politics. We need to be dealing with proletarian politics, okay? We need to be actually improving the conditions for working class people, for peasants, where if you're in that kind of country or material conditions or place. But proletarian generally, I assume the people who are watching this would probably be mostly of a proletarian persuasion. We need to be serving our communities. We need to be getting people into community and tenants unions. We need to be getting people into trade unions, organising people under the leadership of parties, vanguard parties, instilling people with class consciousness, voting in some bourgeois liberal democracy. It's not going to do that much. It's really not going to do that much at all. Even for people who are living in the US, even the average working class person in the United States, they're not going to experience that much difference under Joe Biden than they would under Donald Trump. Black people are still going to be killed by the police. people are still going to be locked up in cages. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Get out and serve your community and help the people where you're at. Organize the people so that you actually can fight back, so that you actually can build up the socialist infrastructure which is necessary to actually successfully carry out a proper revolution in the coming decades. You know, so that's what I would say. Instead of spending like your entire day worrying about elections, and it's not just one day, people are spending months, years worrying about these elections. If you spent all the time you spent giving your headspace the attention that is necessary to sort of toss and turn with this question and throw this idea back and forth, if you spent all that time actually knocking on doors in your area, talking to people, instilling class consciousness, building up that proletarian spirit and proletarian power, you would be advancing the working class movement so much more, unbelievably more, than you could ever achieve through bourgeois parliamentary electoral politics. Okay, and that's the important thing. So like, don't lose friendships over this topic. It's not that big of a deal. Just focus on actual proper proletarian politics. And don't ever be fooled into thinking that bourgeois electoral politics are that, because they're not. Even if there may be some secondary or tertiary benefits for the working class by having certain people in charge or in power, ultimately proletarian politics happens with you, where you are, with your organizations, in your community, in your workplace, right now. Not fucking 4 years, 8 years, 16 years, 32 years down the line when you elect the right president into power, or the right statesperson or congressperson or whatever the fuck it might be. It happens with you right now, where you're at, getting out, involved in the community, practicing mass line, and doing that serious mass work. So that's what I'll say on the matter. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, of course. Yeah, good points. Yeah. We had a whole stream about it. Yeah, but yes, we talked about it again. Yeah.
Yep, that's it. We did it. We talked about it again. So thank you, the Kroivik. That's that question answered there. I don't know if there's any other questions, but I think we probably should return to the topic of the stream. Let's return to social media. What do you think? Sound good?
Sounds perfect.
Class, okay.
Let me just pour myself not another, but like my 10th glass of vodka. Just one moment. Opa, gotta open the fridge. I have it extremely cold. It's fucking freezing, the vodka.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, okay. Brilliant. Pour that out for yourself. Let's jump on to the next one. Let's jump on to the next question. And probably the final big question that we'll address, and then pretty much for the rest of the stream after this question, probably mostly going to be Q&As, having fun, bouncing off what the comrades in the chat. Fun. Yeah, bouncing off what the comrades in the chat are saying, and we'll have a bit of crack doing that. So, look, we've talked about the problem. We know the problem is that social media is being used to manipulate people. We've talked about liberal solutions to these things, and it's very much about individual responsibility, both on behalf of the consumer or on behalf of the businesses. We want kinder, friendlier businesses to have better business models that won't be so terrible and exploitative, and won't serve bourgeois interests quite as much. Of course, this is idealistic, this is nonsensical. We've demonstrated how these things won't work already. So now the big question is, what is the Marxist solution to dealing with this issue? So, the final question, what is the Marxist solution for dealing with this issue? Look, what I will say is, as Marxists, we understand capital's drive. We understand capital's drive towards monopoly. That those with wealth and power are able to harness this in order to manipulate the masses is nothing new to us, to people who understand how capitalism works, you know. We understand that extremely wealthy capitalists are able to exert disproportionate influence over the media. And we're disgusted that wealthy individuals with certain motives are nefariously manipulating normal working people into compliance with their wills. You know, the fact that they're using Facebook and Instagram rather than the traditional privately owned capitalist press or state-run media merely shows an evolution of the historical trend of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie's hegemonic control over the population. And so this is really important. The truth is that there have never been genuinely free and fair elections under the capitalist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. And what we see here is that dictatorship of the bourgeoisie being exposed in all its hideousness. But it's not fundamentally any different to how it has been historically. So when you see petty bourgeois liberals complaining about the death of democracy, you always need to ask, who were previous elections actually free and fair for? And we will, of course, come to the conclusion that they have only ever been free and fair for the bourgeoisie and its various strata. Okay, when I say various strata, I mean the petty bourgeois, the national bourgeois, the comprador bourgeoisie, and so on and so forth, you know. And so what this new dynamic of social media does show, however, this is an important point, is an interesting division among the ranks of the bourgeoisie themselves. Okay, so really we're talking about an intra-class conflict, right? So you have old school private owners of the media on one hand, and on the other hand, capitalists using new innovative technology to further their own imperialist agendas, ultimately subverting the earlier media
Subverting.
monopolists. That's right, they're subverting the earlier media monopolists, you know. And this is why you have people, of course, in like The Guardian and The Observer who are losing their shit over this, because they've got these privately owned monopolies basically over so-called left media, and they're being undermined by Nigel Farage and these right-wingers who are pushing forward with their own perspectives. But you know, it's an interesting intra-capitalist class conflict. You know, it's an interesting intra-capitalist class conflict. That's important. An intra-capitalist class conflict. It's not like a standard class conflict between proletarians and the bourgeoisie. It's an intra-capitalist class conflict. You know, between the members of the capitalist class. You know, and one which we should definitely attempt to leverage to our advantage. You know, because we do, of course, seek to foment division between the various strata of the bourgeoisie, and we attempt to win over those who may potentially ally themselves with the proletariat in a revolutionary context. So we should absolutely encourage people who are, like, for example, petty bourgeois, versus people who are like comprador bourgeoisie. You know, we should encourage them to see the comprador bourgeoisie, the internationalists who support this imperialist bourgeois interests. We should encourage them. We should encourage that sort of conflict between these divisions within the bourgeoisie itself. You know, between even the national bourgeoisie who are interested in actually dealing with the national, you know, question, but let's say they're more sympathetic to indigenous capital and so on and so forth. And we should really be trying to get them on our side as the proletariat, you know. But look, I do digress. And the question becomes here now, as I said, what is the Marxist solution for dealing with this issue? What about us as socialists and communists generally? What do we do with all of this information? Well, look, if capital always tends towards monopoly, and it does, then the only solution to this problem of manipulation by bourgeois interests is to move beyond capitalism, which is the primary cause of this drive towards the infinite accumulation of wealth and power. And how would we do this? By forcefully removing the bourgeoisie from power and putting the working class in their place. That's the long-term solution to this, to move on to the next stage towards the abolition of class society, not just asking billionaires to be nicer or getting individuals to delete their accounts on certain platforms, as certain people on TED Talks and across liberal media would suggest. You know, as for right here, right now, online, people who are watching the stream right now, people who are on left-wing YouTube, who are on BreadTube, ThankyTube, whatever the fuck you might be on. You yourself and myself, Yugopnik, you know, we need to be working, us within organizations, communist organizations, individuals, so on and so forth. We need to build up a socialist counter hegemony on social media. And we should use these tools to build our movements and to recruit in particular, you know, not in an individualistic way that serves primarily to turn pseudo-leftists into e-celebrities and to bolster our egos, but rather we have to collectively use this technology to further build the communist movement. You know, and yes, we should use the tools that capitalism has given us in order to overthrow it. And as we mentioned earlier on, we brought up that sort of that old Lenin quote. You know, the capitalists will sell us the rope with which we will hang them. And you know, we should very much be using social media in this particular way as well. You know, but look, the real takeaway from all of this is that The goal now remains the same as it has always been: the establishment of nothing less than the dictatorship of the proletariat. Now, the terrain upon which this battle will take place may have changed, but the ultimate goal hasn't: socialism. And once the working class are in control of the means of production, distribution, dissemination, etc., this will no longer be an issue, as social media will be forced by the population to serve the public good, not private interests. And that's the key thing. Until we deal with that, until we really deal with these private interests and put these things in the hands of public good, there will be no solution to this problem with social media. We can have all these mouthpieces, we can have all these fantastic liberal voices on TED Talks and so on and so forth, but ultimately it's never actually going to fucking work until we fundamentally abolish private property and move into socialism. So that's it. That's my take.
It's a very good one, and you kind of covered most of the points that I would potentially cover.
Sorry.
Um, no,
Stole your
no, no,
thunder.
don't worry. Now, not don't be apologetic. Actually, be proud that you're almost as smart as I am. I'm fucking around, but but yeah, I can address, I guess, more of certain standpoints towards social media inside of capitalism that are not directly commented on by addressing the fact that they are profit led, and not only profit led but led by keeping the status quo of capitalism at the place which is at. Uh, I remember that one of the main reasons why we chose this as a topic is we watched, what was the name of the documentary on Netflix?
Oh, the
Social
social question, the social
the
problem, something
social
like that.
so yeah, and it's a Netflix documentary that you should watch if you haven't watched
Let me
it,
check.
just to get informed, not necessarily because it's good. Actually, quite to the opposite. While it manages very well to find in a very
Oh,
direct,
the
yeah,
name
yes,
is The Social Dilemma. That's the one.
the social dilemma.
Yeah.
So this is a very liberal-minded documentary which manages to find many issues which are correlated to different social media platforms, but fails intrinsically at addressing them properly because, again, it's operating under this liberal idea that anything and everything can be democratically modified to an extent in which it is no longer evil or bad, but that's much more neutral and stable.
Mm.
And one of the main topics there was that apparently uh, the disillusionment that people are feeling in the US towards how the country is doing, and not only that, but the disillusionment that they are feeling with their lifestyles and with capitalism in general, has a lot to do with evil right wingers misusing the algorithm in order to introduce different, counteracting or conspiratory ideas. Well, my friends, that is not the reason, that is the consequence. Idiots and reactionaries coming in and using the fact that people are sick and tired of living under the boot, and not only under the boot, but eating shit on the daily from their bosses and coming back home and having 3-4 hours of shut eye is a consequence, not a reason why people are as pissed off as they are. So I just wanted to touch on the idea that well, social media does exacerbate all the ills that we are facing in society, and it tends to move them further right wing. We need to continuously remember that this is just a tool for spreading information, and it's going to just more intensively and quicker spread right wing ideas, because the society which we live in allows for these right wing ideas to grow, because people are pissed off and tired of living the way they are currently living. Uh, Another thing is that social media is sort of creating this balanced outlook among teenagers, which their previous generations didn't have because they did mode of production. Um, Additionally, as you very well put, um, listen, at the end of the day, social media is in general a bunch of platforms which allow us to share our opinions and to interact with our friends. As long as the main motivation for the way they operate is based on making as much money for the bourgeois class which owns these social media platforms, you will have consequences which encourage the existence of both the bourgeois class and of capitalism in general. So the only way to make social media relatively ethical, and not just relatively ethical, but to make it something that, as Marx himself says, non-alienating, because we are alienated from work, but Marx also said that we are alienated from society. Uh, and social media, in my opinion, can be a great tool which allows us to not be alienated from society, because the original idea was you get to interact with your friends and your family to a higher level. You get to actually be a part of their life a lot more, because you get to experience everyday things that they are experiencing, which you would not be able to do without the internet and without social media. And if left at this point, if left at a sort of crossroads, in at which not crossroads, but at a point in which social media can actually be a tool which allows you to feel less alienated, it could end up not only being a great capitalist experiment, a great technological upheaval, but it could be a great socialist tool for us to come together a lot more than we have up until now in history, or up until now even in capitalism. So where am I going with this whole drunken rant? Um, as long as social media is treated as a business, and as long as it is treated as something that needs to make money before anything else, it will not serve, it will not serve the interests of the users of the platform. The only moment in which social media can grow into something which quite literally can synthesize all of us into a greater whole, can even be used as a beautiful tool for us to understand each other better, and through that to understand that we are part of one community, and as a part of one community and one class, be a part of an actual socialist movement, and an idea and a world at one point. Uh, the fact that it is not being used towards that goal quite literally personally hurts me to a deep level and even depresses me. So the only way for us to backtrack and use this beautiful social tool as something which it even in Silicon Valley originally was intended to be, is to remove what corrupts it. And what corrupts it is its drive towards capital, and its drive to, instead of allowing us to experience each other at each other's purest form, uh, instead it just moves us towards changing as much as we potentially could in order to consume product X, Y, Z, and Epsilon. So I'll just leave it at that.
Wait,
Social media could quite literally be a tool for us to understand and feel each other to a much deeper extent, because literally our physical lives and physical interactions would not allow it. But as long as it is driven by a business incentive, it will not allow us that, because that is a direct counter thesis towards the whole idea of a business model.
yeah, no, absolutely. Do you know, it kind of reminds me of the question with like artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence under a socialist system is utopian. Like it's beautiful. It's the dream. It's everything. Like it's amazing. Like we could work less. We could relax. We could take it easy. Production will be handled by artificial intelligence. Amazing. Under a capitalist system, it's dystopian. It's like the end of the world. It's like the worst thing in the world,
Exactly.
and we're seeing this exactly
Everything
play
goes
out
dystopian when it's under the capitalist system. I
under the
mean,
capitalist system. This is it. This is it exactly. You know, unfortunately, under the capitalist system, social media is just being used to exploit us, and Yeah, it's hugely unfortunate, but that's the way we're at. I mean, and the only way, of course, solving these problems is to deal with the profit motive which underpins these social media platforms, and of course that means moving towards socialism. That means moving towards nationalizing um, these companies,
Yeah,
nationalize
literally
YouTube,
nationalize them. Yeah, as
literally
mimi as it
nationalize them.
sounds,
Of
as
course,
mimi as it sounds. And
yeah,
I'm sorry for interrupting. And people are going to say, okay, but how is it going to work? Have you heard about a little thing called Wikipedia? Wikipedia is online communism at work. Like, counter argue me, please, if I'm wrong at something. But
BitTorrent,
Wikipedia, the BitTorrent as well. But BitTorrents exist because capitalism exists, and people
sure,
need to, um,
get
in
shit for free.
indirectly nationalize items such as movies and video games. But Wikipedia is a bunch of people coming together with no financial incentive, zero, literally none, and creating the world's largest database ever known. It's absolutely beautiful. Why can't literally all social media platforms work in the same manner?
Mm.
Especially because the users are the content creators. Without the users, there would be no content on Facebook. There would be no content on Instagram. There would be no content on YouTube. It would not exist because there would be nothing to view. It would just be an empty shell. Yes,
Mm.
sure, created by the engineers, but just an empty shell. It is the users which create the content. It is actually full heartedly run by the users, run by the creators of content. But Facebook has the balls, YouTube has the balls, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever has the balls, even LinkedIn has the balls to come and tell us, yo, we are giving you this platform for free. Motherfucker, you're not giving me this platform for free because I make your platform run. Even my picture of my fucking cat vomiting on a goddamn carpet makes your platform run because without constant billions of gigabytes of content pulled out of everybody's ass on the daily, these sites will combust on themselves. They cannot work without the people. And yet they have the audacity to tell us, oh, you should be thankful that I'm stealing your data because if I wasn't stealing your data, yeah, I would make you pay for this. And it doesn't work that way, just like it doesn't in a business. You should be thankful to your boss because he gave you a job. He has a job and he has a business because of your work. That same Marxist, and that's the beauty of Marxism, fucking thought of before like 100 and what 80 years ago, that it can even be applied to such an innovative, insanely new concept such as social media.
Mm.
Motherfucker, it can be applied to any stop drinking water, I will fuck you up. It will, it is, nope, nothing exists without those who make it exist, and those who make it exist are those who create the actual meat
Well,
off of the cow's back,
listen, I
yeah.
tell you, it's very interesting from a Marxist perspective when you look at the internet in this sort of new space, because when the internet was first conceived of, it was this new commons that have been created. I mean, it was all this free information that was flowing freely between everybody. It was infinitely replicable. You can infinitely replicate music and films and information and all this sorts of stuff, which is hugely interesting. And so this gets back to that old kind of Marxist analysis. The enclosure of the commons is what capitalists do. There once was this common land, physical land that just belonged to all the people. But then the capitalists put some fucking fences around this land and said, no, that's ours now, fuck off. Everybody else who used to exist there and used to inhabit that land and used to, get food from the trees that existed there or from the animals or from whatever it might be, they've been told to just fuck off out of here. And that's what we're seeing basically with the internet right now. The capitalists are enclosing the commons of the internet, so things that were previously free are being made monetized now at this stage. I mean, you go onto YouTube, if you're not being given advertisements, then I think you can get like YouTube Premium or this or that, or you've got these sort of paid services, like Netflix and so on and so forth, and of course you do have alternatives like Pirate Bay. You can download Popcorn Time and download, but this is all illegal, and the capitalists are constantly trying to squeeze out that illegality,
Yeah.
and so again we're seeing Marx's analysis of capital relevant again. Hundreds of years later we're seeing it relevant again. The enclosure of commons is exactly happening again in the online cyberspace, which it's not really something that you hear a lot of Marxists addressing, I suppose, but it's still a massive issue, and we're of course seeing it again. So yeah, this is it. That's what I would say. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see it happening, and it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we're allowing this to happen underneath, because
Really.
the internet could be this lovely communist utopia, or communistic, or socialistic utopia, really, as it is, just freely sharing information. But unfortunately, the profit motive being the profit motive means that that's gonna fuck everything up, and yeah.
And even with the profit motive and with all this fucked up shit and with so many mega corporations trying to carve their way through the internet, we have places again like WikiLeaks, like Wikipedia,
Yep.
like you mentioned torrent sites. They say no,
Yeah.
fuck you. I'm not paying 60 euros for a fucking video game.
Yep.
That there's so many spaces that are organically opening up, which I actually like to use for example, I'll mention her, my girlfriend. She's brilliant. She also studied political science. She's a really smart person. We don't agree politically on a lot of things,
Ooh.
but because she for example, belongs to the school of people that believe in human nature, and
Ah.
I love using the internet as an example of. Uh, as a counter argument to her idea that human nature is inherently selfish, because yes, while there are massive corporations existing on the internet, such a big chunk of the internet is literally based around people selflessly giving advice, giving help, giving tutorials, giving money, giving items, giving whatever.
Getting drunk with their communist mates on a live stream on YouTube for free
Exactly.
for anybody who wants to enjoy this, including strange Joe
Absolutely.
Rogan fans who find themselves
For free,
in
but
there.
also super chat and patreon.com. Yes, please make me pay my
Please,
rent.
I need to pay my
Uh,
fucking bills. Christ.
or at least a fucking vodka and cigar I've been drinking and smoking.
Help us
By the
out.
way, yeah,
Overheads of running running a business here.
fucking overheated me. Yeah, man. I gotta pay fucking
This is the overheads right
credit
here.
for the gold chains that I'm wearing, motherfucker. No,
For that cigar.
no, but no. At the end of the day, I guess we can confirm with Paul that the main point is just nationalize it. Just that's the only way. Make it run for the users by the users, and that's it. Make the main motive behind people logging on and using social media platforms the fact that they can experience life more closely with people that are far away or even people that are close by that they want to check in on and that they want to know more about. That is what social media should be about. That eliminates it to a to a higher level than now, removes alienation to a higher point. It should help us feel less alienated in this depressing, cold, painful fucking world. And that's what it should be about. And it should be, again, run by the users for the users.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I don't know, maybe Paul, you don't agree, but I think that's the point we're coming to as the main Marxist analysis. And,
No, of
give it,
course.
give it to the actual proletarians of Facebook, which in case of Facebook, it's the users, and Instagram and Snapchat, and I tend to say Facebook, but you get my point,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
As a
I think
yeah,
chat gets
as
my
a
point. Yeah.
catch-all. Yeah, yeah. Well, look, what I would say with regard to like nationalization, that like you really do need to have the working class in power before that actually makes any real substantial significant
Of
difference.
course, come on. You think
Nationalizations.
I'm a fucking idiot? Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
no,
Yeah.
it's worth highlighting as well, because a lot of sort of the centre left types and the social democratic types think you can just nationalise Facebook and then that's it, problem solved. We're basically in socialism. No,
Yeah, and
bollocks.
just give it to the Republican
Yeah,
U.S. party. Yeah, that's even
problem
worse
solved.
than it would. Yeah, that would be even worse than
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. There's
Of
like
course,
an
nobody's
even
talking about
more, a more intensified version of the state capitalism, and it wouldn't really be actually benefiting the normal people. And yeah, so absolutely dictatorship, proletariat first, and then nationalise all these sorts of industries, and yeah. But look, it's the way forward. So yeah, that's it. That's it.
Mashallah, mashallah.
Mashallah, mashallah. What the fuck does mashallah mean?
What? You don't know? Mashallah, man. Okay, the CAA is definitely up in here right now. Allah, like God in Arabic, but mashallah means God bless. Like not exactly God bless, but like I hope it happens.
Ah, like
I'm not
well
Muslim,
wishes.
but yeah, well wishes. Yeah, mashallah. Like hope. For example, you say, "Oh, I hope my son's dick grows big," and your friend says, "Mashallah, mashallah." Okay, now we can talk shit. We can talk shit. You know when the
That's the
weirdest thing. I'll,
first
I'll
thing that
tell you.
comes
I'll
to
tell you.
mind.
I'll tell you like very
All right.
weird Slavic
Okay,
shit.
listen.
Very
Tell
weird
me, tell
Slavic
me
shit.
about your
You
mate's
know.
son's growing,
Okay.
dick growing
Very
big. Go
weird,
on.
very weird Slavic shit. You know when you're little and you're a boy, at least you're biologically,
Mm,
perceived as a boy,
mm.
and you're very little, and
You're a little boy with a dick.
for
You're a little
example, you
person with
see,
a dick.
yeah, with a little person with a dick, and there's, and you see
The
like
fuck?
this cousin
The
once
fuck
a year.
conversation is this?
Once a year, you see this person once a year or twice a year. You know what the very popular thing is to say when he sees you. You know, you imagine you're a little person with a dick, and he comes up to you and you're like 8 or like 9. And for example, it's your uncle, right? You see your uncle once a year on some sort of slava or some fucking whatever wedding or whatever, and he comes up to you and he grabs your cheek and he's like, "Is your dick growing?"
What the
That
fuck?
is literally a thing. It's like Rasteri Pacheto. Like it's like he's in most countries they're like, "Oh, you gotten tall. Oh, are you growing or something?" But the meme here is like, "Oh, you're so cute. Is your dick growing?" And he tells us,
Wait,
it's
did you
it's I
say that
love
people actually grab you by the dick and say that? Is that?
not by the cheek, you stupid fuck.
Oh,
He
I'm
uses
sorry. I
by the
said they
cheek.
grab you. I
They
was
come
like,
and they're like, "Oh,
hmm.
cute boy," and he's like, "Oh, what is your son's name?" And they're like, "His name is Marco." And he grabs Marco's cheek and is like, "Oh, Marco, you're so cute. Is the dick growing?"
And the
Which is
people,
actually very
but is
good. It's like
that?
have
But
you
listen,
reached puberty? He's
well,
asking you, have
no.
you
Is
reached
this
puberty?
But like,
Yeah.
is this something that people say to like when you're with the lads, when you're with the boys and having a crack, or is this like, would you say that in front of like your mother, like someone's mother? Would you say that, or is this
Dude,
like,
absolutely. You would,
oh
for
fucking
example,
hell,
you would go up to this
Honda lads,
little kid right in front of his mother. You would go up to the little kid, if
grab
you're
him by
his
the dick,
uncle, right in front of the mother, and you would grab his cheek and you would say, "Oh, is the dick
cheek.
growing?" That's it's just it's a slang. It's whatever. Rasteri Pacheto. Is
Is
the
that?
pee growing? You wouldn't say dick. It's like, is the pee growing? Like, are you
Okay,
getting?
yeah, because otherwise
Are
it'd
you
be
growing?
offensive.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
otherwise it might be inappropriate.
yeah. You don't say dick exactly, but
That'd be rude. You wouldn't want to say dick. That might offend the little kids or the mother.
dude,
But
I've never understood like the
you'd
U.S.
say,
obsession. Maybe it's also in Ireland and in Britain.
mm,
Uh, the obsession with getting extremely angry at your kids for cursing, dude. What the fuck? My
in Ireland too. Yeah,
really, it's a
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. It is. Yeah, yeah.
Never existed here. Like I'm over
It's
playing video games in my room and my mom made food. She would literally like call me something homophobic and be like, "Get the fuck over here to eat food," you know.
yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah.
like, "Yo, you fucking, H word,
Yeah,
get F word, sorry, yo, get over here to eat food." It's like we would curse all the time.
yeah.
My dad, every time he's like watching a game and something happens, he just screams, "Fuck God and Jesus Christ!" Like literally, it's like it's much more common for people to just be cursing all the time. I can't remember as a child cursing and them telling me, "Yo, stop it," unless we're in church or in the burial or something.
Mm. No, everywhere basically in Ireland. Growing up in Ireland, well, you know, Ireland when I was growing up, like in the 1990s, it was very conservative, very Catholic. Things very much changed in the 2000s, 2010s. The culture became extremely liberal, and now it's very, very liberal. It's probably not an issue right now, but yeah, the time when I was growing up, like if
But you
you,
still can't say, "Is your pee growing?"
I mean, I wouldn't ask my mom if her PP is growing. I mean, that'd be a strange
No,
question
but
to
you
ask.
you gotta ask a small child. Jesus, it's like your
I don't
numbers,
think
man.
I'd ask
You're
little
drunk.
kids.
Yeah.
Hello, child. How's your
No,
penis? I don't
no,
think that that's a question that I would
dude, no,
personally.
little kid that
But
you know, like your cousin and
oh,
shit.
okay,
You
yeah.
don't walk up to random kids on the street and like, "Is your pee
Mate,
growing?" You would literally get stabbed in the neck here.
if I asked about my nephew's dick, I would get stabbed by the parents. Put it in that context, mate, and it doesn't sound so strange.
Yeah, it's a cultural difference.
It's a
Yeah,
culture difference. But look, if you had this culture growing up where you're just kind of relaxed and you don't really care about this stuff, you're not really like prudish sexually, or but I will say it's not just necessarily about being like prudish with regards to sexual issues, which would have been the big issue for when I was growing up. Nowadays, there's a new kind of prudishness because of new information with regard to rape and paedophilia and sexual assault, and in the Catholic Church in Ireland, a lot of kids would have been like sexually harassed, sexually assaulted, and stuff like that. So there's a new kind of culture that's sort of geared around that sort of stuff, where it's a little bit strange, to be honest with you, because like we're kind of at one end of an extreme with regard to protecting kids, where if you're like an adult and you're like in a park and you say hello to people who are walking by, it's very common. Like, if I'm in a park here in Ireland, in Tala, wherever, I'll just say, how are you getting on? What's the crack? Just random people. Just you're walking by.
Here
Everybody
people
says
would
hello.
think you're a fucking psychopath.
Oh,
Man.
really?
Nobody
Yeah.
says hi. What the
Everybody says in my ear. We just say hello.
Nobody says hi. Jesus.
Well, everybody says it here, but if you say it to a
Yeah.
if you say to a child, it's not so bad. Like if it's a teenager, like an older, like a boy, like a teenage lad who's like between the age of like 14 and 18, it's nobody cares. But if it's like a child and you're saying hello to them, you're kind of seeing like straight away like, oh, you're probably like a pedo. People are like looking at you. People are sort of treating you strange. So like you can't even just be friendly to like kids in your area because people are just so fucking I suppose well, really, to be honest, people are just so traumatized by what happened.
It's
with
normal.
the
It's
Catholic Church.
understandable. I've heard even more fucked up shit, like grandpa walks his, grandchild, and people, stop him, want to beat the shit
Oh
out of him
yeah,
because they think he's like about to rape the kid or whatever because
Yeah.
he's, hugging him or grabbing his cheek
Yeah.
or,
Asking him about his
just
dick.
playing with his hair.
It's normal
No,
stuff,
fuck
like.
you. Oh, come on, don't make fun of my culture. I will fuck you up, you motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
No, there's no problem. Actually, there's another one that I really make like ever since I've used like Discord and was on forums even before then. I noticed a lot of short people molding over how taller kids, their uncles and their whatever their parents and whatever friends of their parents would always tell them, oh, do you play basketball? Only because they're tall, right? That's a thing, right? When you see a tall kid and you're like, oh, you must play basketball.
You'd be good at it, yeah.
Yeah, but here it's here we do like when you see a short kid, you tell them that's the whole thing. You must play basketball. Eh? It's like you haven't seen Jimmy in like 2 months. No, not in 2 months, in 2 years. And
Short
you're like,
bastard.
oh, what's up, Jimmy? And Jimmy was 1 meter 55 when you saw him 2 years ago, and Jimmy is still 1 meter
Now he's
55.
saying-
Like, oh, what's up, Jimmy? You play basketball, eh? Your dick growing. You play basketball. Eh?
That's fucking hilarious. Well, I will say in Ireland we do have a very friendly culture where we're very friendly like on the surface, but like we take the piss like there's fucking no tomorrow. Like you know how close your mates are by how much of a dickhead they are to you. Do you know, to be honest with you?
Exactly.
And so I'd say in that regard, Slavs, former Yugoslavic people and Irish people are very, very similar in that regard. But
we are absolutely.
But yeah, we don't ask each other about each other's dicks. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Like Steli Paceto. Yeah, it's a funny thing. It's
What the fuck is wrong with you?
and it's
so
always
funny.
the piece of shit uncle that just wants to make fun of you. And I remember the first times I was hearing it,
Little
and
dick.
and then I was like super small, and my dick wasn't growing back then. Because I didn't enter into teenagehood. And I get it asked every year. And I go to the toilet and I look at my dick, I'm like, it's not growing. Oh my god, should it be growing? And it's like this little, little fucking little cute thing, because you're not a teenager. I'm like, why the fuck is not growing? I actually had like a few moments. I genuinely remember I was like, why is it not growing? It's not growing. Am I gonna have a Hitler dick forever? Get it, Hitler dick, because Hitler had a micro penis just like all right wingers do.
Oh, of course. Why else would you
yeah.
be a right winger? Did you wake up and it just pop and it was just like a big massive sausage, or was it did it stay there?
Started going at one moment when I was like 15. Jesus.
You just like
Christ.
felt it in your hand and you're just like, oh.
Dude, I was like, man, I'm very proud. Like it fucking went off the charts. It was
Tick,
like,
tick, tick.
holy fucking shit. Man, I'm not gonna talk about my dick in chat, but Jesus Christ,
Picks, or it didn't happen.
I am like, because it went from nowhere. 'Cause, you
You've
know,
got big dick energy, Yugopnik. You know, big dick Yugopnik. You know, so
we all showered like in the same shower and everything, and obviously you look over left and right, and all the boys started like when they were 12 and 11. It was, and I
Well,
wasn't, and I
look,
was like, fuck is happening with me? I genuinely at one point, and then at 14, 15, it just went boom, and it was really nice. And I was like, okay, very good. What
well,
you know,
some people have fucking showers. You know, some people have growers. You know, so that's it. You know what I mean? Some
oh, I
people.
am a grower. I am a grower, very much so, even up until today. I guess that's a genetic thing, but
It's like a scared turtle.
yeah.
Once it's not so scared, though, then it'll
Are
come
you
out.
are you circumcised?
No, no. In Ireland, we don't do circumcision.
Yeah, we don't
That's
do
not an issue.
circumcision
We're
here.
we're all like we all look like anteaters down here.
You look like you have a normal penis.
Like a
What's up
wizard sleeve, just
with these fucking Americans
loose.
circumcising? I have nothing against, okay, if a religion says circumcised, okay, circumcised, cut
Okay,
off your
in that case, it's
fingers.
fine.
But but okay, there was some shade right there. But, but what's up with American Christians circumcising? The fuck?
Wait,
What the fuck is up with that?
there.
Most American
You know,
boys get circumcised. They actually, you have to tell your doctor not to circumcise him if you want him not to be circumcised.
I heard. Listen, I'll tell you. I
Fuck.
heard. I heard that apparently it has to do with people historically getting sand in their dick. That's why people get circumcised. Apparently, apparently people, you know, like historically, like 2,000 years ago, right? Lads would be walking around wearing these fucking what do you call them? Like they look like dress. Like remember, imagine what Jesus would wear. You know, like big draped across shawls and robes. But you wouldn't wear like cacks. Like you wouldn't wear underwear. Like you wouldn't wear like that. You just your dick could just be swinging around as you're walking. Like it'd just be flapping like a mad idiot, like a trunk. In your case, and then unfortunately, sand would get kicked up. You're wearing your sandals, you're relaxing, and sand would get kicked up under your business, and apparently it would get caught underneath your, yeah, under the foreskin, and apparently snipping off the foreskin it removed some of the difficulty with regard to the sand getting trapped underneath there. And so it became a common thing. Now I don't know if that's true. That's just a fucking wives' tale that I heard when I was growing up younger. But made sense to me. I was like, all right, fair enough. I don't live in a sandy arse area, so let that skin hang loose. Let the fucking anteater hang.
Actually, like in the chat, they mentioned something which reminds me. Um, in the US, like originally, I think it was like 120 years ago in the beginning of the 1900s, they were like, we do not want boys masturbating because we are a country of non-masturbators.
Give them
We want
Kellogg's cornflakes.
yes. So they stopped. They and how do we stop this? Well, we cut off penis foreskin of boy. Boy no longer can play with penis, but they forget boy can find oil which mother uses to make salad, and then mother is like, why are all salads tomatoes so mushy and white? And goes down a very hardcore fucking level. No, seriously, it
No.
started it started at the beginning of the 20th century, and then afterwards it just went. Like my penis is circumcised, a boy is born, biological boy, no, he's born, and I'm like, well, his penis should look like mine. So he gets circumcised, so he gets a boy, and he's like, his penis should look like mine. His penis should look like mine, and I'm pretty sure that's how it ended up being. Just a bunch of naked cocks in the good old US of A. But yeah,
It makes a lot of sense, but you know that is actually that's a real thing. I was fucking around with regard to cornflakes, but apparently, did you know that about cornflakes? Apparently,
no,
well, apparently Kellogg's cornflakes, and you can look this up. It's well documented. Kellogg's cornflakes were made with the entire purpose of it's so fucking stupid. Reducing people's desire to masturbate and to be sexually active. Yeah,
what did it?
apparently, the thinking behind Kellogg's cornflakes was that they're so bland and dry that people don't want that sugary, sweet, sexy dick tugging fun that you get with like Frosties or something. But this is the fucking perverse, ridiculous, almost like Freudian kind of idea that they had that sort of informs these things, you know.
I
Um,
make fun of bullshit necromancy, and in capitalism, you have guys giving you cornflakes to stop masturbating. What are we talking?
it's the fucking stupidest thing in the world. But apparently, this actually was it. Look, capitalism in the 20th century did just the wildest shit, and sometimes successfully, which is really fucked up. Kellogg's cornflakes are a staple of Western diets. I mean, genuinely, you go to fucking hostels all over the West, and you find Kellogg's cornflakes. It's fucked up. But you know what else? Another one. Another interesting, sort of based on this weird fucking.
How you have so much info on Kellogg's cornflakes? Like,
It gets worse. I mean, like if you look into
Warren had a problem with masturbation.
well, I tell you
So
what. I tell you what. Have you ever looked into? Have you ever heard of Edward Bernays? Have you heard of him?
that sounds. Oh, Bernays, like the marketing guy?
Bernays. Yes, the nephew of Sigmund Freud.
Oh, Freud. Yeah, dude, I have a video on him, and I've studied him extensively at university.
Absolutely,
I
you
mean,
know.
I
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
I am
well,
very
for the
much into
people, for the people in the chat who don't know, he had a number of campaigns. He's basically responsible for creating basically the American dream, the American
as a marketing
breakfast,
stunt,
a
and it
marketing
stuck so
stunts.
well, and it stuck so well.
It stuck
Yeah.
so well. It's unbelievable. He did loads of things. He saw social movements as a way of selling certain ideas to people. For example, cigarettes. He wanted to sell cigarettes to people, and this is sort of 1920s, 1930s. He wanted to sell cigarettes to people, and he decided that using this knowledge of his uncle Freud, that the best thing to do would be to give women cigarettes as a substitution for the penis, based on the theory of penis envy by Sigmund Freud. And so he wanted to provide women the phallus. So he knew that the women, he believed that women would be the ideal target group, demographic, for selling cigarettes to. And he knew that the way to do that was by latching onto the women's liberation movement at that time, you know, suffragettes movement, early feminist movements, and so on and so forth. So what he did was he organized a campaign to hire these women to march at the front of this feminist march, and at a certain time in the parade they would whip out cigarettes, and they would do this pose where they had like one arm crossed, the other arm sort of upwards to their face, two fingers holding a cigarette. Femme fatale idea that we kind of, you know, we think of this like sexy empowered woman from like the 1930s, and they all have this kind of pose, you know, the femme fatale kind of thing. He thought of it. He brought this idea based on Freud's ideas, and what he did was he attached the idea of women smoking cigarettes to women's liberation.
Yeah.
And what he did was he called them torches of freedom. That's how he actually sold them. He called them torches of freedom. And it's a big campaign. You can look it up on, if you type in Edward Bernays into Wikipedia. Actually, I'd spell it out for you right now, but I can't remember the spelling because I'm fucked. I'm super drunk. And it was really, really successful.
Bernay. Yeah.
There you go.
Edward.
I think there's an S.
Berna.
YS at the end there, yeah, and loads of campaigns, like even in terms of like the American breakfast, like bacon and eggs and things. Oh, another one,
Even
using
cars.
celebrities,
He was the first
using
one
celebrities,
to think of brands for cars.
using celebrities to sell products as well, using celebrities. Yeah. Oh my god, so popular nowadays. Like you don't even think about it.
He's the reason why soldiers, you know, the whole thing with cigarettes on the ear. You know, you're fighting, you have a cigarette on the ear.
Yeah.
You put it behind your ear because it's more comfortable. Yeah. His thing was give all currently active military soldiers free cigarettes. Why? Because they're gonna get addicted during war, and they're gonna come back and they're gonna smoke like crazy. And all the betas are gonna see these alpha veterans smoking, and all the betas are gonna want to look like the badass alpha male, masculine figureheads. Pretty much, you know, and what was the word? Counter, not chads, but they are your in place dad, you know, is the veteran. You're going to see them smoking, and you're going to want to identify as them, and you're going to smoke as well. And he did that whole fucking thing. Although Full Metal Jacket, all those cigarettes and shit, that would have never happened without all good old Edward Bernays.
It's crazy.
And it's like I miss fighting capitalists like this, like actual Chad capitalists.
Yeah,
Like
they
this
do their
guy
shit.
was big brain motherfucker, and I'm
He,
pretty
can I tell
probably
you?
if you ask him, he wouldn't even identify as a capitalist. Probably he would be
No,
like,
he just wanted
dude,
money. I don't care.
dude, I'm trying to make some fucking cash. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Yeah,
Like we are all trying to, and I can respect that motherfucker. But like nowadays, who are we fighting? We're fucking Jeff Bezos, who uh, made a
Joe.
website for his dad's library, and he was like, oh, maybe I should not only sell books. That's Jeff Bezos. He had the idea sell books online, and then he's like, maybe I should sell
Richest man in the world.
more things than books. And there you go, richest man in the world. Edward Bernays invented branding. He invented the idea of taking a social issue, as you perfectly said, and applying it to a product. He's a brilliant man.
Amazing.
Unfortunately, on the
Horrific
wrong
man.
side.
On the
On
wrong side.
on the
He.
on the wrong side. Now he would probably, if he was born with relative privilege in Moscow in 1907, he would have been a beautiful Bolshevik. But he was born in
Yeah.
a society in which what the main thing that stimulates you is making money. So he wanted to make money, so he did what he did.
Yeah.
Fuck it, blame capitalism, not the man.
Well,
Oh,
yeah. Well. What I would say is that he's really he basically this idea that we have in the West of capitalism and democracy. These two ideas, capitalism and democracy, being interlinked. You know, so you see this playing out to this day. You know, like if you look at the Hong Kong protests, Belarus, any of the color revolutions, so-called color revolutions that we see all over the world.
Belarus is more complicated, but yes, Hong Kong.
Mm,
Because no, I saw your live stream with the guy. Let's not go into it in the live stream. Yeah.
we can get into it. We can if
No,
you
we
want.
will not. We will get into it personally because yeah. But yes, I'm
What I
very
will say,
critical of it, but it's very complicated. Yes.
well, what I will say is that time and time again, we link capitalism with democracy. We link capitalism with democracy with freedom, and they're all sort of brought
Yes.
together in one sort of end package, one nice cozy package at the end there. And it is Edward Bernays who's responsible for doing that, for tying those things together. You know, and there's a really good documentary series actually you can check out if people are interested. It's on YouTube here. You can have a little look at it there. It's called Century of the Self. One or two of the lads in the chat have already mentioned that. So Century of the Self. There's probably, I think there's about 2 or 3 parts of it. Probably takes about 4 or 5 hours to get through the entire thing. But yeah, it's really interesting, really illuminating, and it'll show you how we've gotten to where we are in terms of capitalism and how it's developed in the modern world, and why we do automatically think socialism, communism, dictatorship, capitalism, freedom, democracy. Why we have those associations. It really is. It really does come down to Edward Bernays and how he worked. So
My literally least viewed video that I have, I'm posting it in chat, is exactly on the topic, and it quotes Edward Bernays throughout the whole fucking video. Sometimes, if you also, Peter, find the time, click on it. It was back in the days. Remember when Nike supported all those football players kneeling during the national anthem in the U.S. And I use that as an example. Can you hear me?
yeah.
And I use that as an example, to show that, 100 years ago, Edward Bernays, together with many different other guys, invented the idea of using social movements to just sell your product. And Nike, for example, just completely went with, the guys kneeling versus the guys who are against kneeling for the national anthem. And they co-aligned buying sneakers with supporting black struggle, which is literally insane because most of their sneakers are made by people of color working their fucking asses off for 10 cents an hour. And I talk about it there a bit. I posted it in chat, but it's so lovely. It's so lovely. That's why I love you, because you're so fucking intelligent that like we can randomly start talking about a topic. And for example, we talk about Edward Bernays, and you already know who the fuck he is, and it's a big dick energy from your part. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that from a fellow big dick energy.
And let that even go. Probably I would have never heard of Edward Bernays if I wasn't in marketing,
Yeah.
on my day job. So really epic that you fucking know who the fuck that is, even though you're not in that industry at all.
Well, it's really important for anybody who wants to study capitalism within the 20th century. You need to know. You need to know a little bit about Edward Bernays.
Know your enemy, absolutely.
Know your enemy, yeah. if anybody studied psychology, marketing, any of these kinds of things, it's really important to know about Edward Bernays. And I suppose it gets back to that old Gramsci thing of studying hegemony and how hegemony works, and how capitalist culture kind of, how we create ideas of common sense. You know, what's perceived as normal to us, and how they're created by vested interests, capitalists' interests. Living in a capitalist society, capitalists will decide what's normal for us. You know, we think it's normal that the American breakfasts is this thing. You know, it's, you know, bacon and eggs and so on and so forth. We think it's very normal that celebrities will be advertising certain products in order to sell them. You know, we think all these things are normal. They've been normalized by certain people with particular agendas. This didn't happen from nothing, you know, and it is this old sort of Marxist thing, you know. I mean, it doesn't just, these things just didn't appear from nowhere. They weren't just ideas that came from people's minds. They happened as a result of the material conditions within which people found themselves in response to certain other things which had happened. And yeah, it's really important, you know. Actually, Yugopnik, here's an interesting comment that I just had, which I think is interesting. Matthew O'Regan just says, "What if you made a channel for these streams and possible collabs? Sell that revolutionary anti-capitalist brand." Do you have anything to say about that? Because we were talking about this before, actually, before the stream.
Yeah, and we will mention it. Like, we will make a channel in which we post highlights. Every second or third or every single, you know, shortened stream, I will start posting on my channel, right? So for example, let's imagine this ends up being 3 hours or 4 hours or 17 hours. I will post like at max 1 hour and a half worth of the stream over on my channel. But then we will make another channel in which we will post highlights, certain topics. For example, like there will be a highlight in Eastern Europe. We tell little children how big is your dick, and that's going to be a highlight, and there's going to be a video for itself that's going to last for 5 minutes, right? So we will start doing that over there. We will share it in the chats, we will share it on Twitter, and it's for you proper Yugopniks and proper Irish revolutionaries to, you know, watch from time to time or share with your friends or whatever. It's going to make it more accessible. It's probably not going to be too big. It's probably going to have like 35 subscribers, but it would work as a very good archive for all of our shit. So yes, very good idea, and thank you for voicing it. That's pretty much what we're going to do. Other than that, we're going to leave the videos up on beautiful Jesus looking motherfucker, Beatles looking motherfucker's channel, and then a shortened version whenever I find the time on my channel. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But we will have a problem. It's going to be called Vodcast probably, unless it's taken. Just Vodcast, and I'm going to name them, and we're going to post them, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue, even if it is taken. Other people, I mean, you can double. Like there's certain channels, like there are multiple channels which have the same name. I know Katrin as well, like Katrin's YouTube channel. There's a couple of channels.
Yeah, Katrin's really cool.
Katrin
deserves a lot more fucking subscribers.
Katrin's a fucking legend. Absolutely adore Katrin. She came on and got drunk and she started talking about the craziest stuff. So funny.
Really?
Yeah, she starts talking.
Yeah, I saw you did it. I just never watched it. Yeah,
this is crazy stuff. And yeah, she's a fucking legend. Absolutely adore Katrin. Anyway, yeah, go subscribe to Katrin as Kathryn. Go subscribe.
Go piss.
Go piss, have fun. Yeah. So yeah, I think Comrade Yugopnik is probably gonna take the lead on making another channel to share these shared videos that we do together, some highlights and stuff like that. To be honest, and I will say to the people who are following these videos, I'm very sorry. Excuse me. I'm very sorry that I haven't been doing the podcasts. I haven't been releasing them on, you know, Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, Spotify, so on and so forth. It's mostly just a time. It's just a time issue. It takes a really, really big, a huge amount of time to actually edit and bring these things down into podcast formats. It's not just a case of copy and pasting the audio from this. I need to download, I need to upload, I need to like back and forth loads of times, edit, chop, do loads and loads of stuff. So it's just taking a lot more time than I thought it would take. doing like 2 or 3 podcasts a week and doing that is a little bit more demanding than I'd expected. So yeah, I still really want to. I still really want to put turn all of these into podcast versions for people to listen to. You know, people who can't sit down and watch YouTube for fucking 2 or 3 hours. But it may take a bit of time, and hopefully Comrade Yugopnik will be able to help out with that. With the new channel, the podcast channel. So let's see how that goes, and let's see if that develops. It may work, it may not work. Look, we're always just trying different things, and maybe it may end up in the end that we end up just going back to releasing the stuff on our own channels, or it may end up that it's a big success and people love checking out the shortened
I'm back.
clips. How are you getting on, Comrade? Well, yes, just talking, just kept talking about the new channel that's being developed, and how we're working on that. And I was explaining to the people that basically you're going to be doing all the work with the other channel, and I apologize
No worries.
for that. I just time wise,
Somebody, there's a supportive super chat that
Oh,
says from AC for $2. Any good books on Edward Bernays? Just his, what was the name? Marketing.
propaganda,
No, it was
propaganda.
propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, that was the name.
That was
Yeah, that.
before, by the way. We should say when Edward Bernays wrote propaganda. This was the 1920s. This is before the Nazis came to power. Before Nazi Germany, and so the term propaganda didn't have the same
It's
negative
perfectly
connotations.
acceptable. Yeah, it was
Like,
perfectly acceptable.
well, this is it.
But
It didn't have the
that's the
negative
fun.
connotation that it has
Yeah, but
now.
that's the
So
funny thing. Like propaganda is marketing. Like
it's
it
the same
is
thing.
marketing is just a different term for propaganda,
Yeah,
which is super hilarious.
yeah, it
That
is.
was a mandatory reading for me for in business classes, which was
It's
pretty
cool.
insane back in the day because uh, that book literally radicalized, like I know 10 people that book radicalized
Wow.
towards the left because they were reading it and they were like, holy shit.
Yeah,
I
they're
used to
controlling us.
identify with, being somebody who wears Stone Island, so that felt like I was a rebel. But now I'm reading this and it shows that Stone Island, being a brand for rebels, is manufactured by the people in power in Stone Island. So Stone Island doesn't really have an ideology. Stone Island just defines its ideology based on the market which they have chosen to sell to. Oh my God, brands actually do not have ideologies.
Mm,
They have marketing teams which think up what we should identify as, and they lead towards that. That's
mm.
why I always get like funny, like because I've been lately on Reddit a lot, like anonymously, and there's a lot of leftists that I guess are more hipsterish and shit, and they really like their fashion aesthetics and shit. They like
Yeah.
dressing like different types of groups and stuff, and they're like, what would happen to fashion and socialism?
Mm,
No, you would still be able to express yourself whatever way you want to, but the difference between expressing yourself through your aesthetic and through your clothes in socialism versus how you're expressing them in capitalism is going to be different, because in socialism you will express yourself based on how you actually feel and how you actually identify your inner self with your outer self, with the clothes you put on. In capitalism you dress the way that you interpret the brand told you you should dress. So, for example, in socialism, you would put on clothes X, Y, or Z because you like clothes X, Y, or Z. In capitalism, you put on clothes Gucci, Armani, and Fendi because Gucci, Armani, and Fendi told you that if you are a person like this, you should buy our brand and you should wear our clothes. It would
mm,
quite literally be almost the same, but just without your brain being constantly brainwashed by the aesthetic image which these fashion brands literally shove up your mind as identity points which you should correlate with.
mm.
That's going to be the only difference. Nobody's going to fucking tell you what way to fucking dress. Actually, it's going to be quite the opposite. You will have a lot, even in the dictatorship of the proletariat, you will have a lot more choices. You should at least have a lot more choices in how you're going to dress, because you're not going to be limited by all the cool clothes being extremely expensive.
Mm.
You know, I do own, I own Gucci shit. I own fucking Armani shit. I really like clothes. I like gold. I like jewelry. I like shit like that. I save up for months in order to fucking buy them.
Mm.
And yes, it's a financially idiotic point, but I still do it. But arguably, in the dictatorship of the proletariat, most clothes would be Gucci quality and Gucci aesthetic.
Mm.
You will not have to save up money to buy Gucci, because most people will be able to buy Gucci because, again, the system will not be run by as a business.
Mm.
It will be run for the majority. So most people will be able to buy Gucci because it's not going to have some insane copyright, which for 3 years does not allow a certain aesthetic of Gucci to be sold to most people. So fashion in socialism is literally going to be like pretty close to what it is today, just more accessible and cheaper, and not only cheaper, but in most cases free. I think that's a pretty win-win type of situation, even for the most radical fashion-obsessed motherfucker.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. But it is very interesting that, I mean, capitalism sort of does, in many ways, incentivize us to express our own personalities, individuality, if you want to call it that,
Through products,
through
yeah,
products, yeah, through
yeah,
what can be purchased. I think under socialism there's going to be less pressure to do that, so I think people are going to be less
exactly,
concerned. Well, people aren't going to be
exactly.
as concerned with, like, oh well, I'm in work. Look, this is the thing. Like, I mean, you're working like 40 to 60 hours a week in a capitalist system. You don't really get to meet lots of people. You feel extremely alienated, and so you sort of feel like, I'm not going to actually talk to loads of people, so I suppose I'll dress in a particular way and people will sort of get some flavor of my personality,
Really good point.
and this is kind of it, like, because we're not actually connecting with people, our personality
You end
has
up
to
dressing
be.
for them, not for yourself.
Exactly, yeah. So this
Yeah,
is the thing, like, if you're not, like, if you're sort of actively talking to people, like, every hour that you're awake in your normal life, you wouldn't really be as concerned with how you're dressed, because you'd know that everybody you're talking to already knows who Paul is, who Yugopnik is, what they're about, what they're interested in. They're kind of weird,
that
they're a
is
little
a
bit.
very beautiful point. Jesus,
But
you're fucking me right now.
but
That's a very good point.
this is the
Yeah,
fucking thing, because we don't have that opportunity, because we got such short windows of time, because we're so alienated in the popular sense rather than the Marxist sense from our fellow human beings. We need to present ourselves just as aesthetics. He's a radical, he's a communist, he's a socialist, he's whatever the fuck he is.
baggy
He's a hippie,
jeans,
baggy
cut up
jeans.
jeans.
He's a
Oh my
skater.
god,
He's a metalhead. Whatever the fuck it might be.
hammering pickle on his COVID mask. Oh my god,
Edgy.
fucking
Don't cut
girlfriend.
don't cut yourself on all that edge, mate. No, I mean, this is the fucking thing, and we're sort of forced. We're sort of forced, as a result of this alienated culture, to express ourselves in these bite-size kinds of ways. And this is an issue. This is a huge issue, and so, as Matthew O'Regan is saying, this is a clear example of the commodification of personality. Uh, um, and of course, this is a result of capitalist society. In socialist society, you wouldn't need to define yourself by the products that you buy, by the commodities that you consume. You'd actually be able to define yourself in other ways, in more socially relevant ways. Because ultimately, as we know, the kinds of clothes that you wear, it's very fucking superficial. It doesn't actually make that much of a difference. These are just little signifiers that say, oh, I'm posh, I'm able to afford such and such a brand, or I'm not, or whatever it might be. I identify with a certain style of music or art or culture or whatever the fuck it might be. It's very superficial. It doesn't make that much of a fucking difference. But we're sort of sold the notion that that's it. My counterculture, my revolution is the fact that I wear, baggy jeans, the fact that I wear all black clothes, the fact that I
Yeah,
wear such and such, and it's
tells you
bullshit.
it's not enough to actually listen to and like the music you like. You need to
Who cares?
consume and dress the way the perceived idea of the people that listen to that sort of music dress as.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
again Edward Bernays. Not Edward Bernays, it's capitalism just adapting. If it wasn't
Yep.
him, it would have been somebody
Of
else.
course. Yeah. 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 He sort of slingshot it into into hyperdrive, I suppose. We can say he really accelerated the process. He did a very good job. Not to be too individualistic about it, I suppose. It's not like this great man theory of history or anything like that. There was a space, there was a vacuum left open there, which required these innovations, and he just sort of filled that. And of course, he had teams working with him. It wasn't just him on his own, sort of coming to these conclusions. But yeah, he had a massive impact, and it's still palpable to this day. So
Yeah, it really is in absolutely every way.
yeah, yeah, fucking hell, mate. Oh, it's bleak, isn't it? It's fucking bleak.
It is both bleak but also impressive. I mean, if these same sort of minds could be used for the expansion of the dictatorship of the proletariat, then we could do a lot of great things. It's just
Well, this is
the
it.
point is not about what has been done, but for who it has been done.
Yeah,
So we'll
yeah,
see.
yeah. This is it. What's the incentive? If the incentive is to serve the people versus to serve private interests and profit, then we might see a very, very different future. But unfortunately, we can't rely on individuals to come to those conclusions. We need to understand there are material interests. There are reasons why people do these things. They want a better life for themselves. They want a better life for their family, for the people in their community, etc. And they think that by making themselves rich, by exploiting others, they can improve the lives of themselves and their family and their communities and the people they've been told to value, which are generally themselves and their sort of nuclear family group. And yeah, I suppose it is a testament to the capabilities of the human mind, and what that could be used for in a socialist future. But well, we're kind of getting into idealism and speculation at this point.
Can
So
you actively change what's called the topic of the video, the name of the video?
right now, on the fly, no, it's
No, because
social media.
On Twitter on the fly you can change it.
Can you?
Because I think we would
I
get
didn't
a
know
lot
that.
more viewers in if we
Edward
could
Bernays in
actively
marketing.
change it. Because every time, like, yeah, that's why I'm in marketing, exactly. Because if, for example, when we talk about boy dicks, if your topic was boy dicks, we would have
Ah,
like
boy
300
dicks.
people in
Makes
here.
sense.
And then if we talked
A
about
Marxist take
fashion,
on boy
no,
dicks.
genuinely, if, for example, your title was fashion in socialism, what would it look like? I'm not kidding. We would have 300 people in here. Like,
300.
I'm not even no debate. The
Are
second I
these the
started
right
talking
people?
about fashion, in socialism, it went from like 100 people to 135. Like uh, that aside, like, is it possible for you while live streaming to be changing the name of the video, or that's not a thing?
I see an edit option in the YouTube settings. I don't know if.
Try it. For example, edit it and then add an exclamation mark at the end of the video. Like that's not gonna hurt you in any way.
Okay,
It's
let
just an
me.
exclamation mark.
Okay, just social
And
media
let's
ruin our
see.
lives! Exclamation mark. I hope this doesn't change it. And I hope everything's okay. It says changes saved. Yeah, it looks like I've added social media ruining our lives! Exclamation mark and question mark. A Marxist response with Yugopnik. Let's say. Oh, I got an extra viewer there. Class. Extra viewer for the exclamation
I'm
mark.
refreshing. There's no exclamation mark.
Oh, okay, maybe it might
I guess,
it might be later.
or maybe it's like 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a
just
delay. There's a lag between what I do and the actual video that's shown there. So maybe like 20, 30 seconds or something like that. It'll actually appear or something like that.
okay. Let me just go get some more vodka, you Jesus-looking motherfucker.
Yes. Let me answer some questions while we're at it. Nahid Ahmed says, Paul Marin, what are your thoughts on Mark Fisher and his book Capitalist Realism? Oh, mate, it's so sad about Mark Fisher fucking, committing suicide and that. Especially when the text Capitalist Realism deals so thoroughly with mental health and the struggles that people will have with mental health.
Listen to the pouring of the beautiful drink.
I was
Yes,
wondering what that was.
literally.
I just heard all this like ruffling and
Listen,
scuffling.
listen. That was me opening the freezer and taking it out of all of the ice. No, shh. Now ASMR. Listen to the drink pouring.
Ooh. Sexy. I suddenly want to buy Coca-Cola.
No, oh my god. No,
You
his
remember
act
that
up.
ad? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And the, like all the little fucking
Yeah.
bottle lids would open up. Yeah, just the orgasm sound, and then yeah,
And Coca-Cola
love it.
just tastes so much better with
No,
ice and lemon. Like it genuinely does. Or orange is even more insane.
oh,
Put
it's
orange
crazy.
in Coca-Cola, it's fucking absolutely crazy.
Oh, it's unbelievable mix. It looks disgusting, but oh, it's such a good mix. Oh, beautiful. Conrad, have you ever read Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism?
I have it ordered on Degenerate Amazon, and
Uh,
it still has not arrived.
oh,
I
it
think
hasn't
the
arrived.
order like 3 months
Okay.
ago, and it
Hey,
still hasn't.
I can
I want it. I will read it. I
I
want
can
to
send you
read
a
it.
PDF actually if you want. I've got a PDF there if you want. I can forward that
'Cause
over.
I thought like yeah, you
You know,
please send it to me
I will.
if
I'll
it
send it
doesn't
to you.
arrive. I just wanted to financially support whatever movement because
Well,
he's dead, right?
he's
He's dead.
dead. That's the
Yeah.
thing, and it's really sad because I mean he talks about. I mean, capitalist realism is the idea that there is no alternative to capitalism. Capitalist realism is the idea that I mean we're stuck here. This is it. We're at the end of history, and we can't possibly conceive of any true social transformation. So we focus on these sort of individualistic issues, single issue struggles. Feminists, LGBTQ plus activists, black rights activists, travelers' rights activists in Ireland, various people who struggle. None of them are any longer connected to this larger left-wing struggle for socialism. They're all just these single issue struggles, and they're all trying to solve their issues within capitalism because, as a result of the fall of actually existing socialism, quote unquote, in at the end of the USSR, unfortunately, the movement has been proven to be incorrect, and so that's it. That's all. End of. That's it. We're done. And unfortunately, that's it's true. I mean, and he, the author of this book, he mentions in like the first chapter, I think, maybe the introduction or something, he refers to Zizek and Jameson. This quote that's attributed to both of them: "It's easier to imagine the end of capitalism than it is to imagine." Excuse
Yes,
me, no,
that's
no,
a
no.
brilliant quote.
It's no, I messed it up. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. That's the quote, and it's true. It's so true. I mean, look at The Walking Dead. Look at shows like The Walking Dead. People are like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's plausible. That's realistic. That's going to happen. We're going to end up in a post-apocalyptic scenario, before we end up in a post-capitalist scenario. That's imagine a TV show about socialism, about actually being in a socialist society. It just sounds so implausible and so unrealistic. But yet we can see zombie shows and sort of think, yeah, that could happen. Easy peasy, no big deal. And so it's an interesting concept. It's very interesting. I do think that even though it's a short enough book, I think it's only about 80 pages long or something like that. I think sometimes it's a little bit jargony, and it does sort of it falls into the academic Marxist trap of being like, oh well, Deleuze and Guattari would argue that such and such a blah 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 blah, and Foucault would have argued that and it's sort of it forces you to deal with other people's theories before you can actually come to grips with what it's actually saying. The point is, what I'm trying to say is that it's not necessarily direct enough. And unfortunately, this is a huge problem that was identified by Georgy Dimitrov, when he was talking about how we deal with fascism. And this is going back to like the 1930s. Communists and socialists, when we write texts, we don't always speak in a way that's going to resonate or be relatable to or easily understood by normal working class people. And this text by Mark Fisher, Capitalist Realism, unfortunately falls into that trap as well. So you'd be better off looking up summaries or synopsis of the text than you would actually reading the main text in itself.
Really?
It's yeah. I mean, look, you're kind of intellectual. You've studied political science in college. It'll be easy enough for you to understand. But like I would have struggled when I was reading it the first time. Especially with regard to the references that he was making, I had to do a lot of research beyond the text in and of itself to really understand what he was referring to. He
Because
also,
I've heard from like very hardcore, like revolutionary motherfuckers that, at the end of the day, it's a good book. Like,
no, it is. It's good, and the perspective the points that he makes are really important. The problem is that the points that he makes are kind of shrouded under a lot of academic jargon, which I think is a problem that a lot of us on the left have. Marx himself, like Karl Marx, had a huge problem with that. Try reading Marx's Capital, the first 3 chapters of Marx's Capital. It's just fucking. It's like you're reading ancient Greek or something like that. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
so
yeah. Oh,
bizarre. After the
yeah,
first three
yeah.
chapters, after the first 3 chapters, it starts to make sense. When you're getting sort of chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, you're like, oh, it makes sense. That nonsense he was talking about, 5 chapters ago, suddenly makes sense now. But those first 3 chapters, it just sounds ridiculous, like a lot of nonsense that he's just because he gives you the conclusions before he sort of explains how he's come to those conclusions. And I think that Mark Fisher does that to a certain extent as well, which is a little bit of an issue. But it's not necessarily just with academic texts. He'll also refer to certain like films and stuff like that. He'll be given like film criticism within it. He'll be like, oh, in such and such a film, such and such an issue illustrates and demonstrates the problems of capitalism, and you're like, well, class, but I haven't seen that film, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So do I need to go off and watch a 2-hour film before I understand this fucking paragraph that that you're writing about? Which I think it's an issue. It's an issue that as socialists and communists we need to deal with. Like people, like normal working class people who've been working like 40 to 60 hour weeks, they're coming home from work. They don't have the time to do that shit. So we're failing, I think, as communists. If we're not breaking this down to the most easily digestible levels we possibly can. I mean, that's not to simplify or patronize or condescend or anything like that, but we need to make these things as easily accessible as possible, at least on the surface level, in the first instance. And then after that, we can go into these things in more detail and more nuance and stuff later on. So that's my problem with capitalist realism is that it shrouds the really important points that it makes under a lot of academic jargon unnecessarily, I would say. So that's what I would say. Incredibly important points. Really, really useful book. But I just really wish that Mark Fisher had written it in a way that was much more accessible to normal working class people.
Very good point. Like that point cannot be emphasized enough ever, because that's it, not just to a small extent, but to a very massive extent, a problem of the left that
Yeah.
we try to address very often, but very often we don't manage to, because we talk with our big words and shit, and then the
Hegemony.
average individual does not manage to understand, because
The little people.
it is the little people can't understand possibly the ideology which shall free them, because us, the large people, we know what
In
is
our
good for the
towers.
little man in our towers, our beautiful, beautiful leftist towers. Yeah, the red towers. They are still towers, but they are red. We are very good. We are very Marxist. Yes, yes.
Dialectical, indeed.
Very
Synthesis.
dialectical indeed,
Synthesis.
sir.
Thesis. Antithesis.
Yeah, yeah. Is the
Synthesis.
dick growing? Yes, it is. No, it's not. You
That's
are
the
a child.
synthesis.
The synthesis is how much the penis is growing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Class.
The rate at
Good
the penis
stuff.
growth
Good
is
stuff.
the rate of the exponential penis growth is co-aligned with the supply and demand.
The rate of penis growth falls.
Eternally. As Karl Cox said, the
What the
rate
fuck
of
is wrong with us? This is it.
Karl
I swear to
Cox.
God, nobody should ever watch our stream after the 3 hour mark. Once it gets to 3 hour mark, just drop off. Stop watching.
If I wasn't one of us, I would tune in after the 3 hour mark. That's when it's actually
dick joke.
Because before the 3 hour mark, Yugopnik is, we need to unify, defeat the enemy, because if not unified, we will be problem. And Paul Moran is imperialism.
China.
China. After the 3 hour mark, it's, dude, man, my dick like grew after I was 15. Did yours grow up? Is your
No, my dick never grew.
is your girlfriend weirded out by the exes? Actually, let's talk about non-socialist issues, because you're a Chad motherfucker, and let's not fuck with it. I'm pretty good with life. Let's give Chad, ask us about life advice, like different shit that's not correlated to the Leninist overthrow of Bolshevik interim period Russia. Let's talk about some life shit.
I think that the Leninist overthrow of imperial Russia would hugely benefit each of our individual lives and make our dicks bigger. So that's what I would say about that. You don't agree?
Not only probably, it would most definitely.
Definitely. I
No, I
mean,
agree
come on. There's no doubt about it. I mean,
100%.
look at the metrics. Look at the metrics of the charts of people all over the world. You know, Russians clearly have the biggest members of all of us, and why is that? Because communism. There's no fucking doubt
Yeah,
about it. Come on.
you
I
said
don't
it,
know what to
not
say
me.
about China. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's a contested territory. But you know,
Yeah. No,
we should edit this part out later, shouldn't we?
no, we should not. No, no, this is the fun part.
Let's no. Come on. Let's fucking. I'm not gonna ask for
Okay, I
five
have a
advice.
question. Favorite type of vodka? Favorite type of vodka is it starts with a V, it ends with an A, and it's called vodka. Na,
Best one.
Stoličnaja, Zeljonaja, which I'm drinking right now, and my favorite is Beluga when I can afford it, obviously.
I see that in their little picture for this video. That's that beluga there. Good stuff. Oh, one of the comrades asks, Big Smoke asks, Yugopnik, sorry for asking, but thoughts on Michael Parenti's book on Yugoslavia, Death of a Nation. Have you read that?
I haven't actually read the full one, but I've seen quite a few comments. I'm not informed enough to comment, but I will say that uh, the only criticism I would ever have towards Parenti is I understand where he's coming from, but his kind of indirect he didn't never supported it though, but his indirect support for Milosevic and all that shit,
Mm,
because it was that was a bit problematic to be perfectly honest, because
yeah,
Milosevic was everything, just not a socialist. Well,
yeah.
yeah, that would require a whole video on its own.
Mm,
Uh, I see where Parenti was coming from, and if I was also from the U.S. and I was analyzing the situation, I would have probably made the same assumptions that he does. And while Milosevic was anti-imperialist and so on, he arguably was more problematic than even whatever imperialist government would be installed there for both the local population and the populations of the countries that he was, fighting. So it's a bit of a difficult one.
mm,
If you would ask older members of my family, half would probably support Milosevic. So it's a contested point, but I'm not a fan of the guy. Let's just say that I'm a
mm.
massive fan of Parenti. Black shirts and reds,
Chad,
read that, fucking love
amazing,
that. Just yeah,
amazing book.
like his analysis of how you can use reactionary forces in order to dismantle and disbalance a country and lead it to its inevitable end in death of a nation is absolutely brilliant.
Mm,
There's nothing wrong with that. But then
yeah,
using the argument that the U.S. support or anti-Milosevic forces is 100% negative, that's a bit reaching and a bit problematic. But
yeah,
who the fuck am I to criticize Parenti? Yeah,
yeah. Absolute Chad Parenti, virgin.
absolutely. Yellow Chad Parenti, yellow screen,
What's
yellow.
that fucking meme? It's like Virgin Noam Chomsky versus Chad Parenti. You seen
Yeah,
that? That's so funny.
same. Like what? Like Chomsky fucking shits on Parenti and on Zizek.
Yeah.
Parenti and Zizek are my two favorite guys, and I'm like
Oh, they're so
Jesus
good.
Christ.
Chomsky, shut the
Chomsky,
fuck up.
what?
Chomsky has some good
Why?
shit to say as well. Don't get me wrong. You know, he has
Oh yeah,
some good
absolutely.
contributions. But Chomsky, shut the fuck up talking shit about Parenti and Zizek. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Get the
So, Chomsky, with all due respect, but
fuck.
fuck on my fat Slovenian balls,
He hates me, but I like him. I fucking love how Zizek
and
responds to it
so
as
on
well.
and so on. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't care about these intellectual posturers like Zizek, you know. Bleh, shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so mean. Chomsky's an important part of the pipeline to the left. So, that's it. Here's...
He's like Chomsky. With all due respect to Chomsky, but he was born in 1720. So who the fuck cares about what this fucking fossil likes to say? With all due respect, and so on and so on.
Could you imagine if Chomsky had even like an ounce of charisma and how the US left would be in such and
That
such a
would be
case?
so epic.
Could you imagine? I mean, like the
Jesus,
US left would
imagine
be
that.
so fucking badass.
It'd be so Chad, dude.
Yeah,
It would be so Chad
just imagine
if Chomsky was anything but.
this
So
nerd.
Lenin, he did bad things
Mm.
because guns and gulags, bad.
Mm.
My perspectives are complicated and yet
Well,
so simple.
well,
I am Noam
but there's a better voice though. He does sometimes sounds like a
Chomsky.
cowboy. Well,
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know, I kind of sound like a little bit of a rugged cowboy. Rah,
Very true, very true.
rah, rah. It's
You're
that
the
sound,
one
isn't it? The
telling me.
rah,
Yeah.
rah. That kind of vocal fry down there, deep voice, you know. That's it again. But imagine if he had any fucking Chad energy. Imagine Noam Chomsky with big dick energy. Jesus Christ, swear to God,
Like,
take over the US. You know, absolutely fucking. You'd have a communist USA. I'm only messing. It would be cool. It would be nice now, but I don't think it's realistic. Let's take another question. There's another question here. Jess Stoya says, Paul Martin, any advice for reaching people that seem lost in doomer mentality? We've all been there, haven't we? We've all been in this doomer mentality where we think that the end of the world, everything's so fucked, capitalism's so fucked, there's nothing we can do. This is it, the end of it. Nothing's gonna work. We're fucked. How did you get beyond that, Yugopnik? How did you move beyond this? How do you move people beyond this doomer
as Noam
ism?
Chomsky would say, I've never, I've never been there. And even if I was there, I would use my anarchist principles and say, what is the legitimacy of this thought? If this thought has no legitimacy, like the fire truck moving towards a place where there is no fire, and yet they use the fire truck sound, I would say, fuck off. I'm staying in my lane, motherfucker. And I would tell to suicide, what the fuck are you doing in my brain? Because I will take out my knife and I say, you motherfucker, what you doing in my brain, motherfucker? I will cut your bitch in half.
So pretty much when it comes to black pilling is very dangerous and very horrific, and we should address it directly by telling our friends,
Yo, my friend, we've all been there, my friend. But there is no solution really. You are actually very intelligent for being black pilled, extremely intelligent. Like, holy shit, you're very smart for being black pilled. That literally shows how smart you are. But please don't be, because hopefully things are going to get better. I cannot promise you things are going to get better. I'm just hoping, as much as the next guy, that things are going to get better. Just stay on there. Just, you have nothing to lose, quite literally. If you feel black pilled, and you want to do the fucking throwing off the roof thing, just don't do it. Just don't do it for 90 years, and you're just gonna die eventually. You you have nothing to lose. Just you have 90 years of extra life experience. You get to come and you get to play new video games. PlayStation 5, you get the PlayStation 5. Just play the PlayStation 5. Don't swallow the black pill. Like, I'm not even kidding. Literally, like, at this point, no matter how red I am, like, there's nothing for us to offer these motherfucking guys. Like at the end of the day, like, just hope for socialism, expect the worst, with all due respect. Like, just go with it, motherfucker. I don't know.
Hmm. I have a different perspective on this particular issue. I would
Yeah,
recommend.
teach me, senpai. Yeah.
Well, what I would say is to people who are feeling hopeless, if you genuinely think there's no way of ever making the world better, that there's nothing we can do to improve things where we are right now,
Well, definitely there is. Yeah.
you're probably someone who kind of has some sort of like suicidal ideation. I mean, because that kind of is the logical outcome of the line of thought that you're following. And in this case, I would recommend reading Revolutionary Suicide by Huey Newton. Huey Newton of the Black Panther Party. And the point is that if you're going to kill yourself, do it fighting for a better world, because you actually can make it. And people have done it before. So yeah, have a little read of Revolutionary Suicide. Penguin Classics. You'll find PDFs of it for free online. Follow the Black Panther Party line. If you really fucking believe that it doesn't matter, like nothing you're going to do is going to make a difference, then why the fuck wouldn't you give your all, everything to the revolutionary movement and go, get it, just dive right into a protracted
In
heat before
Minecraft, in
in Minecraft.
Minecraft, Jesus. Oh my God,
Why the fuck
I'm
wouldn't you
going to get
storm
fucked.
the Winter
So
Palace in
fucking.
Minecraft?
Obviously, I think the same things, but I, I, I wouldn't say them on the stream. Holy shit! Like, did you realize what you just said? No, yeah, yeah. I was
Why the
gonna
fuck
make a big.
wouldn't you do everything that's
It
required of a
just,
revolutionary? Why the fuck wouldn't you do everything that Che Guevara did?
I,
If you're checked out, if you believe there's that everything's fucked up, that like the end of the world is nigh, it's all terrible. Why the fuck wouldn't you just give your life for it? Because like you're basically resigning yourself to suicide anyway, killing yourself anyway. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that for a cause that could actually potentially benefit people? Genuinely in Minecraft.
the based level of this is absolutely savage. Please, somebody clip this and post it on Twitter. Please, somebody do this because it's going to be huge. The balls on Paul for saying this. Oh my God! I mean, not saying I thought this. Not saying I didn't.
I'm definitely getting
Paul's
kicked off.
Paul's saying if you're gonna take the fucking black pill, at least take a black and red pill and fucking, if you're gonna jump with 5 tons of TNT and a fucking parliamentary building in
Right into the
Minecraft.
fucking heart of capital in Minecraft, yeah.
That's some heavy fucking duty, motherfucking cheers. The way, cheers to that. Cheers.
Cheers to that. Well, I mean, look,
In a
it's
bit of a bro moment, Paul,
well,
I genuinely consider you at this point a friend, not only a
ditto.
friend but a varish and a motherfucker who's got not only balls of steel but balls heavier than that Jewish guy in the gym that just sits with his whole trunk open. And some criticism to chat of the fact you haven't even given $2-3 to Paul while he's calling for Minecraft violence is absolutely disappointing. But that's on you guys, whatever.
Like you, comrade, I absolutely return all of the well wishes. I see you as a good friend and a comrade, 100%. But look, the thing is, the sort of things that I'm saying here, I mean, this is very standard for anybody who's in any kind of genuine revolutionary party. Even if you tuned in to yesterday's stream and you saw the conversation with Alex Thomas from the Communist Party of
Mhm.
Ireland and the Connolly Youth
Yeah,
Movement.
but you don't say, I know it is, and I talk about it all the time with my real life friends, but
Yeah.
like you don't say it online. That's
The
what
thing
takes
is,
balls to say it online,
we
and
need to
it's a
be.
bit.
Well, look, if I don't say it, if Alex doesn't say it, if none of us say it, if none of us talk about the inevitable necessity of revolutionary violence, then nobody will. Then we'll just fall
Nah,
into.
but people talk about revolutionary violence, but rarely somebody talks about the fact that, which is taboo, which is a part of the idea of revolutionary violence. But again, rarely who talks about the fact that, you gotta give your life at one point.
Well, it's
And
fucked up. I mean, like, look, this is the thing.
in
I'm,
Minecraft, obviously, will have to give our Minecraft live points.
mate.
No.
Like realistically, uh, if my organization grows, and the right wing, the reactionary forces of capital, of fascism, see that people are joining the organization through, let's say, this channel, through the outreach I'm doing with the community, they see me as a figurehead, like, I'm gone. I'm dead. That's it. But that's fine because there's 100 other people like me in the organization who'll just
Number one,
fill up the place.
that's the risk you take. But number two, it's not fine. Please carry a knife. Please, if you can afford it, get a gun license and a gun. Actually, okay, chat, gun budget. Let's do a fucking gun budget. Okay, that's the next one. We got you a
Patreon
haircut.
gun budget.
Let's get you a Glock. I have a gun. I have a gun license. I have two Glock 17s, and I have a very old Soviet weapon that was given to me by my grandpa when he passed. Not a Soviet, a Yugoslav weapon.
Mm.
M57 Tokarev, fucking beauty, shoots 766 rounds, like an almost like the size of an AK-47.
Mm.
But nah, like you definitely, especially you, because your full name is on your YouTube channel. You
People can hunt me down.
definitely, you definitely need a gun. Like, I don't know what your wife thinks of guns and stuff, but you should.
Well, look, what I will say is
Dude,
that
you need a gun. You need a gun, man. You
look,
really need a gun. You really need a gun, dude. Like,
all
you
of
need a gun.
us, all of us who are involved in the serious socialist republican movement in Ireland, we're all very capable of actually protecting ourselves. We all know self-defense.
Yeah,
we're
that's
very much
fine.
prepared.
I did kickboxing
But
for 5 years.
as you
But
say, a
three
grenade comes
guys
in
with
your
machete,
window.
yeah, or three guys with machetes walk in. Like
Yeah,
you can know as much
it's not much
taekwondo
you
as
can
you
do.
fucking want to. Like, fuck that shit.
Karate chop.
Yeah, you can't karate chop anyway.
At
You need a
that,
gun. No,
but I
seriously,
think
you
at
need a
that
gun.
point, but also like at that point, you kind of just need to accept it. I mean, like you, you need to accept the consequences of what you're trying to do, and that's trying to
Yeah, but
transform
it's not
history in a
Marxist.
positive
You need to
direction.
be materialist. You need to at all times say there are going to be hardcore consequences, but I need to be prepared for the hardcore consequences in order to avoid the negative material ones.
Mm, mm.
And the avoidance of not negative
Well,
material consequences to yourself is not dying
yeah,
and popping a cap in three Nazis, which is a win-win, pretty much. Just make sure after you do that, take one machete and hit yourself in the arm, so that the cops can't
they
put you in
attacked
fucking
me.
jail. No, yeah, yeah.
In Minecraft,
Because even
obviously, yeah.
even if they break open your door and they're walking in, unless one's sprinting in front of you and he's like 2 meters in front of you and you shoot him, by EU law, you will still go to jail for a few years.
Yeah. Well, I
No,
mean,
that
look,
is, yeah.
it's not so bad going to jail for political offences in Ireland. You have a pretty okay life, you know. I mean, it would be considered like a political kind of issue at that stage, you know. And I do know like people who've been in prison as a result of political activity, people like involved with the IRA, Republican, dissident Republican
Yeah, brother,
activity,
but
and
if you can avoid it, it's
yeah, if you
always a
can,
good thing. I don't think
you
it's a
know,
good thing to just accept going to
listen,
prison for capitalists. I mean,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Well, the thing is, it's for me going to prison for a few years. Grand doesn't make a difference. You're fine. Basically, you just get to live a fine life for a few years. They look after you. They give you food. You just hang out with
Yeah,
people.
not
A
where
bit of
I'm
reading.
at, but okay, good
But
for you, man.
well, look. Well, yeah, no. Actually, as a result of the protesters in the 1970s, 1980s, in Ireland, political prisoners actually have a pretty cozy existence, and I know people who've gone to prison for like many years. So it's pretty okay. The problem is that like your family and your friends and people who rely on you, like if you have dogs, if you have a kid, if you have any of those sorts of things. I mean, that's where the real issue lies, and that's actually when it comes to things we're talking about, like even like revolutionary suicide, like I might get killed, you might get killed. I mean, those sorts of things. I mean, those are realities, and the real tragedy is for the people who live on, like the people who are living without you, who rely on you, and that's the great tragedy with any of those things. It's not like our own lives necessarily, because like we're gone, we don't fucking feel it. Who cares? We're in the ground. We've returned from whence we came, you know. But other people have to live on and suffer, I suppose, as a result of that. So that's
Very well put, yeah.
that's one of the things that I do keep in mind. And look, I don't want this to happen. I've no intention of it happening. I do realize in the communist movement in Ireland, actually we have a big problem with martyrs. You have a lot of people with martyr complexes who sort of almost sought to become martyrs, and
That's really problematic.
it's hugely problematic because we had people
I
who
mean, thank you for their sacrifice, but
it's
that is very
beautiful.
problematic.
It's a beautiful sacrifice, but at the same time, like I do think that like in the 1930s, 1940s, no, in the 1930s in particular, like people went and fought against fascism. Good, serious, principled communists went and fought in Spain, against Franco and stuff like that, and they gave their lives for the cause of communism, and it's beautiful and incredibly inspirational. But those comrades could have been building the communist movement here in Ireland and fighting back against Catholic hegemony, and building a proper communist movement here, had that not happened. And as beautiful.
No, them fighting is good. Them dying is bad.
Well, this is it exactly. I mean, it's like that whole thing. Like even when you think like Che and stuff like that. Like Che at the end. I mean, Che was kind of getting into fairly fucking adventurous territory towards the end there. He already had a fucking social society built, but he just kept wanting to go. Like what did he say? 100 Vietnams or 1,000 Vietnams or whatever the fuck it was that he said, before getting killed in Bolivia. He got into that left adventurous stuff where you're sort of fetishizing the gun. And unfortunately, that led to his untimely demise. And
but I could never criticize Che.
No, I'll love to Che, but look, you're probably more beneficial to the movement alive than you are dead. I mean, look, if you're cute, if you're handsome like Che, it's good to have a little symbol of you that people can sell around on
Simping
t-shirts.
for the Che, simping for
Sexy
the
bastard,
Che.
obviously. But look, you can probably do a lot more work if you're alive than you can if you're dead.
Exactly.
So yeah, like I don't intend on this happening anytime soon. But
But that's my argument towards you. You can do a lot more work free than in jail
yeah, of course, of
or
course.
even dead. So please buy a gun, and when you do end up shooting someone,
In Minecraft.
before in Minecraft, research beforehand on what you're supposed to do in order to make sure it looks like the guy was sprinting at you with 100 miles per hour, holding
Yeah,
17 machetes in his 13 arms. Because in the
I'm.
EU, in order to protect yourself inside of your own personal property, you pretty much need to do something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Like when I was
Actually,
getting my gun license, they were little like, if you literally walk out in the hallway and you see a guy holding up your TV, like while walking out, and then he drops it and he takes out a knife and you shoot him, you will go to prison. He
yeah,
needs to be
manslaughter.
actively running at you with a knife or whatever.
Hmm.
Even worse, like if you, for example, okay, this is a capitalist law, I agree. Person stealing my property, I should be able to shoot him. Okay, I
Hmm.
disagree with that, but still, if I walk out to smoke a cigarette and this motherfucker is, breaking into my car, and then he sees me see him and identify him and then see his face, this guy's gonna tell himself, dude, I gotta kill this guy because otherwise I'm gonna go to jail because he saw my face.
Yeah,
Not from the perspective he's stealing my car, from the perspective
he knows who I
he
am. He's gonna
knows
come
that
for
I
me. Yeah,
saw his face. I need to be able to defend myself.
yeah,
In capitalism, I can't shoot this motherfucker. And I need to run up to my, for example, if I live in a house, my second floor or whatever, if I live in a one floor building, to one floor house, to my fucking safe. I need to put in my code. I need to take it out. My gun has to be unloaded, by the way. At least they let us, load the bullets in the magazine. At
mm,
least that. I need to put it in the magazine, and then I need to look at the motherfucker. And then the motherfucker needs to be running at me with intent to kill,
yeah,
which is so difficult to prove.
yeah, yeah.
And then I need to unload on this piece of shit. I mean, uh, it's
It's
and
fucked.
it's crazy, especially for example, like for people like yourself, which are openly ideological.
Mm.
People with the opposite ideological standpoint walk into your motherfucking house and what the fuck.
Look,
That's why I'm glad that at least you have no martial arts and shit. And you can beat the shit out of him
yeah.
if he's walking in with a shiv or something.
Well,
But if
look,
there's three guys with a shiv, like you can't do shit. I mean, I don't know if you're a fucking brown or black belt or
mm,
something, but three dudes with shivs, like nobody can do anything.
yeah. No, if you're in that kind of situation, there's different ways you're gonna have to deal with it. What I will
Yeah.
say is that in Ireland, the antagonism between the left and the far left and the far right isn't quite as pronounced as it would be in other places. Because the reality is that we are united around many common goals. We fish in the same waters.
Bull.
No, yeah, I mean, like, look,
Leave
not to be fucking,
Yeah.
not to be that dickhead, but like the reality is that the main issue for a lot of people who find themselves either on the far left or far right is that we want better conditions for the working class and we want to deal with a national question. We want a 32 county republic for the people, for working people. The far right have basically just been misguided into a certain perspective, and they will eventually find out that it's incorrect. But I would honestly, if I'm talking to someone who's from the far right, like if I'm just having a conversation, and I've had like friends who I hadn't talked to for a few years, and they've found themselves on the far right, and I'll talk to them, and I start talking to them about like far left ideas like socialism, communism, and I start talking about like, James Connolly and around like national liberation struggle, and they're hugely amenable to communism and communist ideas
Yeah.
and Marxism, whereas
That's
centrists
usually
and
how it
liberals,
goes.
well, centrists and liberals are completely against
Non-American
it.
country, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Countries that aren't sort of like colonizer countries, in these sort of colonized countries, we can be in some ways united around that sort of national liberation struggle, and around nationalism and all these kinds of stuff. Although we of course need to frame it as though like it's not like a fucking stupid like racial thing or something like that, and we obviously need to explain that. what we're doing is not trying to create like a fucking white ethno state or some bollocks like that. You know, we need to explain that like black Irish people. We need to explain that like fucking Philip Lynott from like Tin Lizzy is like every bit an Irish hero as anyone else. You know,
Preach.
and that's really really important to emphasize to these people, and they'll be like, yeah, of course. Oh wait, that doesn't fit with my ideology. Wait, I need to consider my ideology. Hang on a minute now. You're talking about better conditions for the working class and you're addressing the national question. Wait a minute. And then suddenly you have these people who were like on fucking Monday are saying I actually agree most closely with the National Party, like the far right fascist party. And then Tuesday, talking to someone from the far left are like, oh yeah, actually, can I come along to one of your Communist Party of Ireland or Connolly Youth Movement meetings? It's crazy, like just how quickly you can get people from the far right over to the far left. It's really really it's very shocking, you know.
Dude, this is
In Ireland,
terrifying to say. This is terrifying to say to liberals, and that's why I'm saying it right now with this chat. And I hope
yeah.
chat doesn't share this. But with all due respect, like this is going to sound scary what I'm about to say, but it is very true.
Don't say some
The
natural
dif-
shit, please.
the difference between a fascist and a socialist is class consciousness.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, yeah. I mean, look, the fascists,
This,
the people who have.
but
No, look,
I
I don't
love
mean
how
the
you immediately
ideologues.
accept it, but
this can be very problematic for both of us. What I just said,
No, 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 no,
and
no.
the fact is,
Can I just add some more
but it's truth.
context?
It's
Can I please
truth.
add some
yes, please
context to
add.
this?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Because if you look at like nationalism, like which nationalism is one of the key tools that the fascists will use, that the fascists will use to meet their purpose, and the purpose is, of course, reinforcing capitalist power. You know, fascism really, when we're talking about fascism, we're talking about the explicit, outward dictatorship of imperialism. You know, where we're talking about like liberal democracy, we're talking about like an implicit sort of hidden dictatorship there. You know, like dictatorship bourgeoisie is still there, but it's kind of hidden and sort of you don't really see it as explicitly. Whereas when you're actually in fascism, it's much more explicit and much more clear. We couldn't have the kind of conversation we're having right now if we're actually living in fascism. You know, and really the big difference is, as you said, you know, like when we're talking about nationalism, you've got bourgeois nationalism on one hand, which seeks to obscure class divisions. You know, we want to unite everybody under a national identity or a national idea. And you see this like with sports clubs all the time. Like I support Ireland, I support Scotland, I support Wales, whatever it might be. And unfortunately, that doesn't take into account class distinctions, and that's the problem with bourgeois nationalism. But a proletarian nationalism is fundamentally based on class. It's fundamentally based on putting the interests of the working class, of the peasantry, of the oppressed majority first, and not of some ideological, mythological understanding or notions of nationhood.
Exactly.
You know, and that's a real big difference. And unfortunately, as you said, liberals will be horrified by what you said. The center right, and the center left would lose their minds and cancel you over that. But the far right would say, yeah, okay. And the far left would say, yeah, okay, fair enough. There's a lot more to it than that. It's not quite as simple as just that particular issue, but yeah, class consciousness is ultimately the big issue. You know, you can get distracted and think that the national question, answering the national question, is the only issue. But when people are answering the national question, and this here, listen, this is the important point. Okay, answering the national question is answering the social question. Answering the national question is answering the colonial question, which is answering the class question, the social question. What do I mean by that? When I say that answering the national question in the context of a colonized country or an oppressed group, an oppressed nation, that is a part of colonial relations. You know, and colonial relations are based upon the class analysis. You know, colonialism doesn't just happen in absence of class society. You know, this happened as a result of class society. And so it's kind of an abstraction away from class, but it's part of the class, the underpinning core class understanding of society, the class nature of society. So if you're dealing with the national question, as Engels said, as Mao said, as Stalin said, as Ho Chi Minh said, as all of these people have said, you know, Fidel Castro, all these left nationalists would have said. I mean, these are all nationalists, you know, as they would have all specified, you know. If you're in, especially if you're in this imperialized context, this colonized context, what you want to do is you want to attack capitalism where it's weakest, and it's often weakest in these colony sort of settings. So in, let's say, for example, Engels was writing about this in the 1800s, and he wrote that Irish people and Polish people at that time, I should say at that time, because it's not necessarily the same for Poland right now, 2020, as it
Yeah.
was in the 1800s. Um, if you want to be an internationalist and you're Irish or you're Polish, you need to be a nationalist first and foremost. You have a duty to be a nationalist first and foremost, because national liberation is such a blow to the international imperialist capitalist projects that being a nationalist in these contexts will ultimately benefit the socialist movement so much that it's indispensable. We can't get rid of it. You need to be a nationalist in these colonial contexts. And so that's it. We're looking around the world at imperialism, and we're looking for the weak links in imperialism, the weak links in the chain, and we're trying to smash those weak links in the chain, and those would be in these colonial kind of contexts, and so utilizing nationalism in such contexts is hugely important, and so it's really important that, as you said, like in Ireland, the difference between someone who's on the far right and far left really is that class consciousness. We're all tapping into that same national question, but of course, dealing with the national question in Ireland, implicitly or explicitly, does entail dealing with the social question. Dealing with the national question will lead us towards socialism. It'll get us to that higher stage of development. It'll be a blow against imperialism, and it will inevitably lead to socialism, or at least advance us on the path towards socialism. So yeah, that's what I would say. You're right. That might sound crazy to people who are living in historical imperialist cores. Obviously, Ireland has kind of joined the imperialist core now through accession to the European Union, and becoming quite wealthy and prosperous in the last couple of decades. But countries that have historically been like colonizers, if you're living in those countries, what we're saying now probably sounds really, really crazy and ridiculous and Natsboli or something like that. But for the rest of the world, for developing worlds, for the colonized worlds, and even the colonized nations within these colonizer countries, like black nationalists in the US or something like that, this is just common sense. We all know this straight away. It's not up for debate.
I couldn't say it better myself, my friend. You, like, the thing with you is that you both understand the Western perspective towards the march towards Marxism, but you also understand the colonialized perspective toward with march towards Marxism, which makes you have a uniquely interesting perspective towards how this.
Mm.
Very proud to even stream or talk with you about Marxism in general.
Thank you. It's
Whereas
an
you
absolute
would like
pleasure
to
to talk to
say Marxism, Leninism in general.
you.
Eh,
if you're look
I
if
have a bit longer fucking uncircumcised skin than you do. Ама
it's
пичко материно, бре, те ебем пичко, бре. Ей.
Hey, I'm just saying, me and Marxist Leninists will get you an extra inch or two. That's all I'm saying. No. Look, the thing is, if you're talking about how we can actually bring about socialism, then you're in the terrain of Marxism Leninism. If you're
Yeah,
talking,
you always are.
if
Exactly.
if
Yeah,
you're
no,
in,
no, that's no debate there. Like,
that's the point. I mean, if you're just talking about, well, look, I want to criticize capitalism and talk about the problems of capitalism and how this doesn't work and why it doesn't work, you're in the train of Marxism. If you're in the train of how we can actually deal with it, how we can actually move to socialism and solving these problems, then you're in the terrain of Marxism Leninism. So, and that's very much what we're doing right now. We are talking about how we can actually build it, how we can best build it.
Dude, if you take enough time out of your life in order to criticize previous fucking Marxist experiments, you are already very
Thank
far
you.
gone in my mind. Not to criticize. Actually, no. Ironically,
Thank
the
you.
people who criticize previous socialist experiments are
Usually
criticize them
MLs, to be honest.
exactly, and criticize them very honestly are usually MLs.
Yeah.
But the other groups which want to criticize them not from the perspective of, oh, this was an experiment, maybe we can do better,
Yeah.
uh, are very, very ill-intentioned individuals which whose goals are not only problematic but quite literally reactionary.
Oh yeah.
But that should be a topic
And they
onto itself.
Well, look, I mean, they might present themselves as very left. You have a lot of social democrats who'll do it. I mean, you saw that fucking dickhead recently online. It was just like, hey, I like to debate. Sorry, no, actually, it didn't even say I like to debate. It said, I go after tankies and
Oh
fascists
my
about
god.
historical revisionism. And I was like, just fuck off.
Jesus
Well,
Christ. the
would you
Christ.
like to have me on your stream? No, I would not like to have you on my fucking stream, you fucking reactionary piece of shit. What the fuck's the matter with you? Equating tankies and fascists. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Fuck off. No, and this is a fucking problem. People.
Even in general, calling people tankies is the biggest cringe,
Oh,
man.
it's cringe as fuck. What the fuck? I mean, like, we joke about it, like, oh, tanky, I'm a tanky. I'll joke that you're a tanky, like, low key, but.
Yeah.
But,
No,
like,
it's totally fine, man.
saying it unironically is. It's the worst. Look, before we go any further, I just want to say thank you very much to Jessidoya. Thank you so much. Jessidoya threw in a few quid there and said, "Geez, here's your Minecraft money. Thanks for the stream, boys." With an
Oh,
eye.
you're absolutely lovely, my love. Thank you so much.
Jessidoya's a legend.
don't-
Jessidoya's in for
Absolutely.
already every fucking stream here. Jessidoya's here. Absolute legend. Really, really appreciate it. Makes this so much.
And they say
Better.
only men watch us, not only men watch us, you motherfuckers.
You know what's interesting? I define, like, there's a lot of women who watch and they don't speak up as much in, like, the chats or like
Yeah,
they send me a
chat
message after.
support that shit, man. Don't be fucking assholes.
Don't be fucking dickheads. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like people feel like they'll be interrogated or intimidated or.
Yeah,
or
and if
something
they
like,
say they're female, everybody
people will
will
come for
listen.
them.
Oh my god, there's a femoid. But
Femoid.
I doubt our chat. I doubt our chat. I doubt the Yugopnik Paul/Paul chat would do shit like this.
Yeah, no, our
It's
chat
not
are
no.
pretty fucking cool. Look, we got Ben. We got Ben here. Ben's a fucking badass. Who the fuck? Why the fuck would anyone have a problem with messaging when Ben's here? I mean, seriously, come on. It's fucking deadly. So yeah, there are feeboids who checked us out, but they seem to sort of keep to themselves. But anyway, yeah, that's another point. Questions. We're sort of in that part of the chat where we do like Q&A and stuff like that. Will we take a few Q&As? Is that cool with you?
Not a few, a lot. Fuck yeah.
Let's
Just
take
let
all.
me go. Let me go piss. Just for
Piss.
what you start taking them.
Okay, I'll do
Start
that.
taking them all alive, baby. You
Take
start
it.
taking them without me.
Take
With no lube or anything. And I'll go piss for real quick.
You just wait and come for it. No, fucking hell. Why do we always go into this conversation? What the fuck? I'm just after seeing in the chat there that you got, because I was giving this really impassioned discussion about the national question, and you got Nick's there in the chat fucking talking about dick size. What the fuck is the what? What are you fucking at 7, 8, or 9 inches, Paul? 10? What are you talking about dicks? I'm fucking talking about the Irish national liberation struggle. You're just talking about weenie sizes. Ah, for fuck's sake! All right, class. Good stuff. This is what we do these streams. All right, let's take a few questions. How are you getting on? Paul Marin, do you like Greek music? Don't know Greek music. Probably do. It's probably class. I like a lot of things. Actually, what I will say, Big Smoke, you brought up a question. Do you like something? Someone asked me. People always ask me, do you like this? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I always my initial response to do you like something is just like, yeah, it's cool, it's grand, like it, no problem. And people infer the wrong things from that all the time. Do you like such and such a country? Yeah, it's cool. People will be like, oh, do you like Canada? Yeah, okay, cool. I like it. It's fine. And people will be like, oh, you fucking revisionist. What you want? You're like a liberal. You just want to do what they've done in Canada. No, mate, I don't fucking want that. I just don't have like this baseline where I'm just ultra critical of all these places, all these stuff. Same thing's happened with regard to China as well. People are always like, oh, Paul, you fucking dingus. What do you fucking lick Deng Xiaoping's balls every single morning, you piece of shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? Don't you realize they're doing all this fucked up shit? I'm like, mate, I actually support the NPA against China in their struggle in the Philippines. They do really, really good work there. It's fucked up what's going on. China do some really fucked up shit. But yeah, I do like China. I do generally think it's on the global scale of things, I think it's a pretty progressive force. That doesn't mean I don't have loads and loads of fucking criticisms of it. So this is kind of a problem
I'm
with
back,
what I have.
bitch.
How are
I'm
you
back.
going? I'm saying
How much super chat money did we make until I was gone?
billions.
Thousands of dollars.
Now
billions?
we can advertise our videos to all the
Hundreds of
people.
billions.
We can be
Fuck
Edward
yeah,
Bernays.
absolutely.
We can attach the idea of communism to democracy, and we can finally everybody can have full communism. There you go. I was saying that I have this problem where whenever somebody asks me about something, I always have like an overly optimistic or positive response. So someone would be like, Paul, what do you think about X country, like Norway or something like that? And I'll be like, yeah, they're cool. I like it. And they'll assume that like I'm saying that I like support their political and economic system as a result of that. And this happens all the fucking time.
Classic.
And it happens, especially like with regard to China, in regard to all these countries, and it's like, oh, so you're just like a dingus, you like completely uncritically support these, and people like infer so much bullshit from that, and unfortunately, like it ends up like overstating how I actually feel about these places, because if someone was just like, well, what do you think about the CPI Maoist or the MPI or the MPA or any of these like genuine revolutionary Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist Maoist organizations that are fighting to build socialism right now, I of course my support is going to go for them rather than these other larger countries like China and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I should probably stop being so like positive and optimistic about these things. Maybe I should just say when you say one of the reason I'm talking about this is because Big Smoke asks Paul Marin, do you like Greek music? And I was just like, I don't know. It's probably cool. It's grand. I should probably say I don't know it. I'm fully neutral. But probably fuck that. That's the response that I probably should have as a leftist online.
Yeah, that's the usual leftist response
I don't know it, so
all the
fuck
time.
it.
Yeah,
It's the only way to
whatever.
avoid. And like there's a problem that we have on the left as well, where it's like the more critical of something you are, the more correct you are. You know, like if you're super critical about something, if you have this like armchair ultra left position on it, that means you're more correct than someone who has a more nuanced perspective on it. You know, and yeah, I generally have a problem
Yeah,
with that.
the tens of millions of people that have tried to implement socialism in one specific way. They do
Fools.
not matter because
Vietnamese
me
don't
on
matter.
Twitter, I disagree with them because Marx said the tree must be green as the tree grows in the green color. And you
Commodity
grew
form.
a tree which has 900,000 green leaves, but it
State
has one
capitalism.
blue leaf. You must be destroyed, you state capital
Vroom,
scum. You know, it's
vroom,
just
vroom. Armchair. Armchair gang, rise up.
my armchair is my chair of kingdom.
Holy
And
shit, I just realized the voice that you're replicating right now. And I fucking love you so much for it, you legend. You fucking You're doing Six Easy's voice. Oh, you fucking legend. I love it so much. You thought Lefcom and like your immediate reaction was to go to Six Easy.
though
Oh.
I have to admit, I kind of like the guy. Like I like the guy.
You know what?
Okay,
Well, I'll tell you what I will say about Six Easy.
I like. I know you fucking despise the guy. I like the guy. Okay,
Do you
and
like that he tells Irish Socialist Republicans to be treated the same way
that
as
is fucked up.
fascists?
No, that is fucked up. But now you're doing what the
Fuck
enemy does.
him.
Don't do that shit. Like the yeah. But no, the
Mate,
guy's
he's an
that he's
imperialist. Fuck that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
of course. If I was Irish, I would say the same thing. No, I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, he did okay, I'll just say this. He did an analysis of the idea of anti-fascism before anybody else on YouTube. That's why I like
Finbo.
because
Finbo was
he
doing it at the same time. Come on. Jason Unruh was doing it at the same time. Come on.
don't go with Unruh, man. Oh my
I
god.
know. I'm not holding him up as like an ideal Marxist on YouTube, but I mean there were lots of
I
people doing it.
watch Unruh
Unruh.
shit.
No. Let's
Um,
be honest. Please, Yugopnik, listen to me. Jason Unruh is
yeah, what?
way fucking more based than Sex Easy. No fucking doubt about it. No competition. Way better. No doubt about it. And like genuinely. And I don't love. I'm no lover of Jason Unruh. I mean, he's fine. He has some cool shit to say. Has some cringy shit to say. I've seen him throw some tantrums. It's a little bit strange for an
For a
adult
guy
man.
from England, from literally the most retarded, degenerate nation
Oh, you said the bad
in
word.
history. Yes, okay.
Censor that. Pull it back. Apologize for it.
I apologize for it, but I don't apologize for it because using that word to refer to an individual and saying that their mental capacity is bad is a horrible thing to do. But I used it in a context in which I referred to an ideology, which is a retarded ideology,
Don't
does
say
not
that. Come on.
which does not imply that that this does not imply a person is bad, but implies that an ideology has degenerated to a point in which it can be called the R word, You get my fucking point,
I know
man.
what
Like,
you're trying to say, but you're wrong. I know what you're trying to say, but you're wrong. You shouldn't be saying that. That use has been used. That word has been used to oppress a lot of people historically for ridiculous things. So we should try to be better. I'm not generally someone who does like word policing or thought policing or any of that sort of shit, but we should try to be better. We shouldn't use the R word. I understand. I know how it
yeah,
is.
we
Everybody uses
absolutely
it.
should not be
But we should try not to use it.
using. I agree. We should not be using the R word to uh, talk about individuals, but talking about concepts which degenerate and then accidentally using the R word to describe the degenerating process of those processes is a bit more complicated. But yeah, let's get back on topic. That's not the
Dick's
important
easy is an
part.
imperialist dick. That's it. That's all I'll say. He was inciting violence against Irish Socialist Republicans, genuine Marxist Leninists, Irish Socialist Republicans. Fuck that. Fuck him. No way. Fuck that guy. Piece of shit. And I liked him for a really long time. I liked what he had to say. I thought he had some good points. But because other people who maybe aren't attached to the national liberation struggle of Ireland aren't quite as emotionally charged by these particular issues, they maybe don't have such a strong emotional response to it that I would have. But because I am sort of, intimately connected up with it, yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked that he was telling people to treat, and his audience is of course anti-fascists. He was telling his audience, an anti-fascist audience, that treat Irish Socialist Republicans the same way that they would treat fascists. And then he was also saying misinformation. I mean, the organization that he was attacking was actually the Irish Republican Socialists Youth Group, a kids group for people between the ages of 18 and 30. And he was telling people that they should treat them the same way they treat fascists. He was also going around saying that they were the IRA, that they were literally the Irish Republican Army. First of all,
Yeah,
that's bullshit because he's assuming that like the IRA is just like bad, like it's really really bad and like it's fucked up. Like it's assumed that it's just like common knowledge that they're terrorists and that it's awful, which is clearly just imperialist bullshit that he's spewing to his audience, a far larger audience than I would have, So fuck that. And like, mate, I don't think you should be upholding that either. I genuinely think that you should be saying that that's fucked and that's unacceptable, and he should take it back. So yeah, it's fucked up. It's a problem. He needs to take that back. It's bullshit. He was wrong. He was wrong about the facts. He was wrong with the information, and he was wrong to tell his audience to treat genuine revolutionary socialist Marxist Republicans who are dealing with the national question, who are actually active in their community and fighting to build socialism. To treat these people like fascists was hugely reactionary on his behalf and hugely armchairish. So that's all I'll say. Fuck sexism.
yeah, man, makes sense, and I completely agree on all fronts. Mm. Is your dick growing?
Yeah, it just grew like double the size.
All right, man,
I feel
that
bad.
was
Oh shit, my shorts won't fit me anymore. I'm just gonna
point.
poke this out the left
So I
side.
used the R word. This was not my fucking point. But yeah, I get you.
Seriously, man, if people were fucking coming after like Yugoslavia, you'd be real fucking pissed.
No, I absolutely would. And dude, no, I would also be absolutely fucking pissed if people were coming after Ireland. Like I wasn't defending this motherfucker. I was just trying to make a point that on the topic of Ireland, he's extremely wrong and misinformed. But he
And he's a
has
Brit as well. That's the fucking thing. He's a Brit as well. Like he's part of the colonizer nation, and that's what pissed me off so much about it. Fucking hell. It's like a white yank telling a fucking black yank that black nationalism is the same as white nationalism or
yeah,
ethno nationalism or some
absolutely
shit.
completely correct. Yeah, yeah,
So fucking frustrating. It's awful, absolutely awful. Fuck them.
completely on topic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, think of some other topic. Let's delve into something that's edgy and interesting.
This has been fucking hella edgy. This
Yeah.
has been super edgy. You dropped the ore bombs and everything. That was crazy.
Hey,
I
I
feel like a
dropped him
debate me, bro.
once. Like, oh my god, now it's gonna be a whole thing.
I feel like a debate, bro. I know.
You said the R word. You are going to be destroyed. Uh, I did not use it for a person. I used it for a concept. It's very different. But okay, we're not gonna go into it. So yeah.
Where's
What have I recently been interested in debating and
no?
talking
have a look in the chat there because there's loads of really good questions. The chat box has kind of disappeared for me. Frustratingly, annoyingly. I don't know why it's done that.
Yeah, there've been a few super chats by
That's
Hansalaiva and Sydney Rika.
Let me see if I can find those on YouTube. I hope the stuff's still being sent through. I don't know.
I
I don't.
can read them if you wanna, if you can't find them.
Yeah, please.
So there's a lovely super chat by Hansalaiva or
Hmm.
Hansalaiva.
What's Hans
I
Levy
don't
was
know
saying?
the way you want me to read it, but
Please.
Paul, your Irish accent is sexy as hell. Sorry, heart eyes emoji.
I
So
I'm delighted to
you have,
hear that.
you have horny gang up in here. Horny gang being like horny
Love to
gang.
see it. Horny gang rise up. I really appreciate it, comrades. It's amazing to hear. Thank you very much. You are helping us out materially and supporting us financially. We do require that because we're fucking broke. So thank you very much, comrade. Um, what else have we got in the
And,
chat here?
and then we have Sydney
Oh, I see it now.
Rika. Rika. I'll say that
Tutorial.
way. I
I can see that now.
Or
Yeah.
Rika.
Paul, have you
Marika.
done a tutorial on cutting your hair?
Rika.
I'll tell you.
Uh,
I'll tell you what my tutorial is on cutting my hair. Just get the beard trimmer, the same beard trimmer that I use, and just all the way around. And so I end up with this fucking cringy 1990s step where it's like shaved at the back and around the sides, and it looks really terrible. But it's what I could do. We're in lockdown now in Ireland. Actually, we will be in lockdown in 90 minutes from now. So I can't really get a proper haircut, and so look, I have to cut it myself, and yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm probably gonna have to chop it a little bit more over the next week or two, but yeah. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I can't really go any shorter than this because it's hard to cut proper short hair because I can't really see the background like that. But haven't done a tutorial as of yet, but maybe in the future we'll get there.
you really should do a tutorial, and everybody should have access to it because they should know what not to do with their hair. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Don't replicate what I've done. It's fucking crap. Yeah.
No, it's lovely, man. I just had to make the joke.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's a very kind of you to say. Thank you very much. We have Martin Barakov. Thank you very much. Now, here's a question for you. Here's a good one. So, Martin Barakov, question for Yugopnik. Thank you very much, comrade, by the way, for the donation. What are your thoughts on the music made by Rocky Vulovic, specifically the songs about the war or wars in the 1990s? Do you know this? Do you know this person?
Oh my God, I do. Oh my, Martin, благодаря, брат. Thank you for the support. Okay, so like I am very much obsessed with post-Yugoslav war music from all the sides, pretty much all the sides. The Catholics, the Orthodox, the Muslims, they all had their little thing, and Rocky is the most famous Serbian performer of war music. It's the one that you know that about Sunny Bombarder, like the Black Bomber, when he sings, USA, my old friend, you are making a mistake. By bombing us, you will kill yourself. That type of shit. Like you will, be have the first war you will lose will be against us. That type of shit.
Mm,
And no, like what can I say? Those were very specific times, and we were making very specific types of music that were reflecting the horrible wars that were going on. Uh, and out of honestly, like if I can speak freely, if out of all of the performers, uh, there's quite a few that said very insanely fucked up shit, and that had songs that are very insanely fucked up. But Rocky specifically, yes, he sang nationalist Serbian music,
mm,
which is very much against a part of my genetics from that a certain other part of the country.
mm,
But his songs were never like they were nationalistic, but they were never necessarily insanely xenophobic,
mm,
if I can say this. He would sing about, oh my God, the Serbs are really good. They will bomb, and the bombs will only fall on the soldiers if they fall on the children. it is the soldiers' fault. Like this fucked up shit like this. But let me just say it this way: out of all of the post-Yugoslav war performers, he's one of the most honest and innocent ones.
Hmm.
He kind of just sang his little songs, and that was pretty much it. But dude, Paul, I wish you fucking knew what the fuck I was talking about.
Me
I'm
too.
sure you're sitting here and like, what the fuck is this? Are they even talking about? But dude, Rocky, man, Rocky. Wait, let me send chat the main Rocky song.
Oh, you might need to send it to me in Twitter so I can share. Are you? I'm not sure if you're one of the moderators in the chat. Moderators can send links, but if you're not a moderator, you probably can't send the link.
Oh no, I can't. I am a
Oh,
moderator in the
you're
chat.
okay. You can send it, Grant.
The Mauser, he sings about the Serbian, fucking what do you call them, tank troops,
Hmm.
and it is this horrible, of course, nationalistic music, but compared to most nationalistic music, he's not, calling for the mass murder of anybody. He's like, oh, we got tanks, we're riding on tanks. The main guy with the tank is a really nice guy. That's the whole thing. It's like, oh man, like I'm genuinely surprised that you guys with the troubles,
Hmm.
don't have more like edgy songs the way us Slavs do. Like, how the fuck do you not have more edgy songs with some IRA guy singing,
Well, look, the thing
"We
is,
make a problem with the bombs," and then there's some edgy English guy saying, "The IRA did many problems with the bombs," because that's literally the Yugoslav songs. It's
look, the
ridiculous.
thing is, we did have a lot of songs, but ultimately, you need to understand that, like, Yugoslavia had, at least at the start, a dictatorship of the proletariat. I mean, early Yugoslavia. I mean, obviously things changed around 1974. Things started to transform. They got back on the capitalist path, and so on and so forth. But ultimately, our like the winners write history. The winners preserve their history, and the IRA and the Republicans in Ireland didn't win, so their music wasn't preserved. Like nobody's singing their songs in like Irish schools that were
Oh
run
yes.
under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. And so that's really it. But I mean, in Yugoslavia, you would have had these great songs because of that success of the proletariat. And ultimately, I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. We do have a lot of rebel music, but I mean, people won't find it until they actually go searching it out, because it's kind of hidden. It's kind of hidden within these radical sort of left wing circles, radical Republican Irish nationalist circles, and so on and so forth. So yeah, yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's it. I mean, why is culture there? Why is culture preserved? Who preserves what culture? And what interests does it serve? Um, Ultimately the state will decide what culture is permitted to be preserved, and they didn't really prioritize preserving Republican rebel music in Ireland, whereas they would have in former socialist states. So that's why I think we don't,
Yeah, it makes sense.
unfortunately.
Though, though, in former socialist republics of Yugoslavia, they very often wanted to get rid of it, o- especially the more nationalistic songs, as quickly as possible in order to, wash themselves of different, how should I say it, of different war crimes, let's
Mm,
say that. And even more importantly, of people being reminded of the war crimes through the songs which would sing about the war and etc. etc. So it's a bit more complicated, but yeah, yeah, the broader point you're making is relatively correct.
mm,
There's no debate about that.
mm,
Not at all.
mm. Brilliant. Fantastic stuff. Come here to me. Will we take a couple more questions and then wrap things up? Because I'm just like it's 4.5 hours in. We're still fucking going. Here we are. Like,
Yeah, are you even drunk? You seem too sober. Okay, please raise your glass. I'm gonna raise my
see,
glass.
here's the thing. I was extraordinarily fucked about an hour ago, and I'm starting to sober up.
I'm
So,
just raising my glass and saying cheers to you,
I'm
and
saying
that's all.
cheers. There's a little fucking tiny little bit of vodka in there, so I say cheers, comrade. I'll do a little sip here. And yeah, so I drank that tiny little sip and stuff. It tastes fucking awful. This Rachmaninoff, don't drink it. Don't drink it, folks. It's horrific. But if you're poor, if you're working class, if you're broke, if you're getting no money, it gets the job done. Gets you good and fucked up, as you've clearly seen from ourselves on the stream. So yeah, that's what I would have to contribute to this issue on Rachmaninoff. Comrades, brilliant. Let's take a couple more questions, and then we'll wrap things up here, because fucking hell, we'll be going for 17 hours before we're finished. So my wife will be banging on the wall, going mad at me. I'll be sleeping in the
Big
doghouse.
pussy energy, but whatever, whatever.
Oh, here we go. We gotta fucking
I
we
gotta
gonna
call you
fight.
out. I gotta call you out
You
for
gonna call
stopping
me out?
early. I gotta call you out.
Big pussy energy.
Last time,
My wife's a
last time we
badass.
went
She
to
got
such a point that my
big pussy
landlord
energy.
had to come into my fucking door. So I get to send that energy back to yourself.
My wife definitely wears the trousers in the relationship, so I'll have to bow down to her as the alpha, in our relationship.
Nobody ever even debates
I'm fucking
alpha, and there's
beta.
nothing wrong with your wife being the alpha. What is wrong
She's got big
is
dick energy. Which
you choosing not to
you know.
just lower your voice and continuing the stream
I tried
for a
it.
bit longer.
Well, this is the thing. I tried it with Bay Area 4 and 5, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna whisper, I'm gonna talk quiet, and then someone would tell a joke, and I'd be like, ah! It's so funny, and she'd wake up. So yeah, I suffered the consequences of that the next day.
Nah, I'm fucking around, of course. Yeah, makes sense.
You know, marriages. You know, you gotta work on them. You gotta do your piece. Do your piece. You don't want to be a dick. Don't be a piece of shit, pushing things all the time. You know, I'd be pissed off if she was doing this all the time. So, you know, people need their sleep. Let them have it. We take a few more questions. I'm gonna take that as oh no, it's 4.5 hours. Are you falling asleep?
Shut the fuck up. I'm just waiting for you to
Okay.
take the question.
Okay, I was worried.
Look, you're
No,
like
you were
3 times
silent.
drunker than I am, you
No, I'm
motherfucker.
not.
Like
Get the fuck.
don't go there, motherfucker.
I'm not the one. I'm not the
I'm gonna
fun.
pee up your ass, motherfucker.
I'm not the one busting out slurs here. So don't come at me with that shit.
Oh, I call the concept the R word. Oh my god, so bad. Ooh. Ooh.
I'm gonna get the Twitter mob after you. They're gonna be coming.
Vosh is gonna come after me.
He says it, doesn't he? He says that word like
Yeah,
regular.
and he says,
the
"Oh,
regular.
I'm autistic. That's why I can say it." It's like,
Do you know who?
okay, then I
who's that
am a
fucker?
fucking spaceship man. I can say spaceship man bad.
You know who's that fucker? Not Vosh, but like the really scrawny, shittier version of Vosh, like poor man's Vosh. What's his name?
The fucking
X
X
something.
guy.
Not X Easy.
Sander Modi.
Yes. This fucker. He. I've seen that in one or two clips. It was him trying. I think it was him trying to explain how anarchism supports like a transitionary stage or something. Just the funniest shit. Like you're just like, mate, you're fucking like 12. Just shut the fuck up. You shouldn't have this platform that you do have. But like, anyway, he was trying to explain this sort of stuff, and he was like, say, I don't know. I think he said like, as you said, like the R word or like the N word, or he said something like that, and he was just like, oh man, I've got so many passes. I've got so many N word passes. It's cool. I can say whatever I want. I've got so many passes, and it's just like, mate, are you fucking serious? Like, passes? What the fuck's wrong? Do you understand the reason why these terms are harmful? Like, it's not about getting fucking passes from your, like, mate with a disability or, like, your mate who's black or something like that. It's about the fact that you're reinforcing these systems of supremacy, which are ultimately, like, literally leading to the deaths of people, especially, like, if you're a Yankee. Like, if you're in the US and you're using the N-word, even like ironically or something like that. I mean, like genuinely, mate, you're upholding the system of like white supremacy, which unfortunately does lead to literally like black people being shot, young black men being killed like in the streets by the US state, like
Very well put.
like
Put.
the police force.
Exactly.
It doesn't fucking matter if your black mate has said it's cool, you can say this one time or something like that. It doesn't fucking matter. Like you're contributing to that culture. So. Oh, fucking hell. Anyway, this is what happens when you're supposed you're given all this sort of power and this massive platform when you're, I don't know, when you're a young lad. And
No,
You're excited.
With all due respect, but that's what
It's different with
happens
you
when
though.
you're just American in general.
Well, I
It,
don't want to
it
say it.
it
There's some
fucks
good.
with your brain power, man. It's
Yeah.
it's like a
Especially,
handicap from birth.
yeah. Well, I'm not gonna say it. There's some good. There's some good American comrades, but
Yeah,
look,
I didn't say there's not some good. I'm just saying
no,
that
I know
it's a
what you mean.
fucking
Yeah.
handicap.
It's
Oh,
yeah, it's just like there are a lot of people who just for so long. There's like McCarthyism's been so strong for them for so long. They're so right wing culture is so ingrained within them, within the hegemony that's there in the United States, and they have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of work to do, and some of them have done the work, and it's absolutely brilliant. And unfortunately, some of them haven't, and it fucking shows. You know, so lads, read Marxism and the National Question. That's what I would say. So anyway, yeah. How the fuck did we get onto this question? Oh, Han Slavia, Han Saliva. Alan Savia, cheers, Paul. Yugopnik, great stream with the lads. Love heart and love heart eyes. Thank you so much, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. I'm probably gonna have to
thank
edit
you.
out. Well, look,
Lovely of you.
being honest, I'm probably
Yeah.
gonna have to edit out the last like 2 hours of the stream.
Why? Actually, we're dude. Compared to man, stop being a fucking cuck, man. I love you. No, I love you. You're one of the most intelligent people that I've ever had the opportunity to meet. But what the fuck is with this massive self-analysis and shit, dude? We have never had
you know, you know,
dude. Shut the
I've had
fuck up.
people come
We have
after me.
never
Have you
had a
had people come after
stream
you?
where we have never had a stream in which we are as stable as we are right now. I have unironically, I have more than 1 liter and 100 milliliters of vodka in my fucking bloodstream. I have drank one bottle and I
Jesus,
am down
I'm still like
a
struggling with this bad boy.
very quite serious amount of the second bottle. I have not done any narcotics. I have not done anything else. If we were on Twitter and if I actually had been showing my face, so showing the alcohol I've been drinking, I'm pretty sure we could have already earned, I don't know, fucking $1,000. But that's not the point.
Imagine.
We do these so that we can show people that it's absolutely fine to be an insane Marxist radical and have an insane Marxist radical friend and just talk about whatever fucking topic you want to talk about. Like, and the fact that we are proposing this idea to the wider public and not only proposing it but actually full-heartedly introducing it is what makes me feel good. So
I feel
yes.
empowered by your big dick energy. It's rubbing off. It's rubbing off on me here. I swear to God. I could see it growing right now, and I just feel like, okay, maybe I don't need to delete this. Maybe we can. Maybe we can leave this
No,
up as it
seriously,
is.
don't delete anything. There's nothing to hide.
I've never
All of
deleted
the
anything. What I have done,
this
what I have done
entire
is private videos
yeah
before when
yeah
we've gotten
but
too
this
doxy.
entire yeah, that was me just being very, very drunk and being like, I want to show my face. Oh my God.
No. It wasn't you saying I want to show my face. It was like, hey, Yugopnik, you know what you should do? You know, it'd be really funny if you showed your face to everyone right now. Send me pictures of your face. I was egging you on the whole time. I was
And then
such a
remember, I
dickhead. Oh, I'm
I
so
sent a
sorry,
picture
mate.
of myself getting drunk with a
You did.
Russian.
You and your mate, and like and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was like
And
scratch,
like,
like the eyes
guess
were
who
scratched
I
out.
am? And all of you, all of chat just guessed immediately
It was so funny. It
who
was
I
like,
am,
and
which
like
was
you tried to
insane.
censor it as well. You tried to censor it as well, and it's just like the eyes are scratched out. It's like I was like, we couldn't tell like the color of your eye, but we could tell everything else. Oh, like it's like you were wearing sunglasses. It's like you just had a pair of sunglasses on. It's like, oh, this is it, but it's perfectly censored now. So
This is obviously the dude. Yeah. But I still have a lot
fitness
of
player. Like,
fun sharing that shit. So
that was really funny. That was yeah. It was really, really good crack. But I think that one probably should remain private. For
yeah,
obvious
it's your
reasons.
call, man. It's your channel. It's your thing. You know. Us communists are very famous for respecting private property, and your channel is your private property.
Well, I
So
would say communists
I'm,
are
I'm,
very well
I'm
known for removing certain moments from history, as Comrade Stalin can attest to. So, just standing in the good
that's what you said,
in the
not me.
line
But
of.
yeah, God bless, God bless, God bless, my friend, God
For the
bless.
first
You know,
Photoshopper,
it's like,
Stalin just giving himself like abs and muscles and all this sorts of stuff. I mean, look, historical necessity.
it's so funny. At the end of the day, it's so funny. Like all the guys that you tend to know that are like talking about conservative ideas, conservative concepts, and
Mm.
not just that. Guys that are criticizing women and that are criticizing the modern way in which the female interacts with the world. Oh my God, I'm so red pilled. Uh, they tend to be the guys that haven't seen, vagina and or
Ever.
ass or whatever they like in the last
Well, at
half a
least
year.
since before COVID.
In the last half a year, right?
I mean, it's
Not
gonna be
even
hard.
before COVID.
Could you
Imagine
wait? Could
COVID
you
never
imagine?
happened. I'm not talking about it in the
But we should
COVID
talk about COVID because
context.
we should because I mean
We should talk about
it's
COVID
gonna be
context, but
shit. It's gonna be shit to be
actually
seen
that's a great
during
topic. We
COVID.
should talk about
How
about
do you
COVID
fuck
actually.
during COVID? How do you do it? I don't know. I really feel for the comrades who are trying to get some during COVID. How do you do it? What are you using? Like what the fuck? How do you do it? You can't go to a pub. You can't go to a bar. You
Dude,
can't meet people. What the fuck do you do?
I am indirectly thankful to COVID because
You get married now.
no, I'm not. No, I didn't get as cut as you have, but yeah.
Oh.
No, fuck that. No, I'm
Where's
kidding.
that? Where's that ring? Let me see it. Let me send me a picture of your ring and your BMW while we're at
No, I'm not married,
it.
but I had a very nice relationship with my girlfriend before COVID. And
Past
then when it
tense.
started, we
Hmm.
actually had to spend insane amounts of time together, right? At my place.
Hmm.
And exactly because of COVID, I
Life
understood
dynamics.
just how much I care for this woman. Not only how much I care for this woman,
Is she in the
but
room
how
right now?
much I would, skin a pig, take out its entrails, and cook it on a fucking barbecue and serve it to her with hot potatoes.
She's in the
Uh,
room right now.
Level of
100%.
care with woman. No, she's in a different part of the country right now, and she probably doesn't even know about this live
She's
stream. So I'm
watching
not,
this.
so I'm not
She's finding
licking
the show.
ass or whatever. I'm not kissing ass or licking ass right now. I'm genuinely saying that COVID and when I talk to my friends, COVID like destroyed like 90% of my friends' relationships. Like if I have 20 friends, 18 of them are single right now
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah.
because of COVID, right?
Yeah.
Because they had a relationship in which they saw each other
9 to
every second
5
day, every third
in the
day,
evening.
day or whatever.
Second,
But
third
now
day.
with
Yeah.
COVID, they would have to see each other absolutely every single day. So, so
You know,
COVID was a real test. And for me and my girlfriend, the test was extremely positive because I genuinely enjoyed every single moment I spent with her.
mm,
She had a very tough time through it. She
mm.
genuinely experienced the horrors of capitalism in her experience of COVID because of how much I can talk about this, but let me just say it this way,
Don't
with
dox
making
anyone.
it anonymous, she was left without her job, not
Sorry to hear that.
because of anything limited to her capabilities or her work or her education or her previous experience, but because that the company she was in was just not surviving in the COVID post mortem of capitalism.
Mm,
And it took her
that's crap.
quite a long time and like insane amounts of interviews.
And very, very tough to do those
But she she
interviews.
but she, she but she managed to fucking pull through. Now she
Perfect.
has an epic job, like a really good job. Like I'm very proud of her.
Fair fucks to
And
her.
yeah, she's doing very well.
Class. I'm glad to hear that. That's deadly. Yeah. No. I get what you mean. Actually, across the world, you've probably heard the statistics about how across the world, um, fucking sucks. I cringe even thinking about this. It's the worst thing. Domestic violence has skyrocketed as a result of COVID.
Yeah, that's insane,
So
isn't it,
fucking
man?
crazy. It's like I've got all this time now to spend with the love of my life, so I'm gonna go beat the shit out of him or her.
Hmm.
What the fuck is wrong? Like, what? Why? I don't know. It's very frustrating. It's very. It makes you kind of angry, to be honest. But it's all over the world. It's not just exclusive to one country. It's everywhere. And as you said, as you said, it is this kind of issue where people don't have jobs. They're stuck at home. They're forced to see each other all the time, and it's a test. It's a make or break moment. It'll either show you whether or not you can be around this person 24/7, or you can't. Unfortunately, for the people who can't, living in this patriarchal, toxically masculine, I suppose, society, the result was that they resorted to fucking violence. So yeah, it's fucked, absolutely fucked. So I am glad to hear that you Yugopnik, you and your big dick have not been baiting shite out of your partner. Keep it up.
Yeah,
Don't fucking beat your
thank you. But
partner.
no, but
For
like, no,
fuck's
jokes
sake.
aside, that's why domestic violence increased, because in pre-COVID times you had, what do you call it, like, different ways to spend time after the work week. So that would obviously deflate the amount of domestic violence you did. But now during COVID, you do not have a method of deflating domestic violence by spending your time somewhere else. And de facto, it shows the actual objective, true number of people doing domestic violence compared to, back in the day when you had excuses not to do domestic violence. So,
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It
yeah,
was very difficult. Like you wouldn't know how many people were involved in that sort of stuff back in the day because it just wasn't reported. Nobody could report that sort of stuff, and nobody could get any kind of idea about what was going on. So much stuff would have gone on behind the scenes. You wouldn't know. So yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah. Good man, you Gopnik. You've redeemed yourself. Redeemed yourself. Fair folks, the redemption. You Gopnik, the redemption. I want to
Thank
answer.
you, Jesus looking motherfucker.
Let me say, Comrade Roman asks, "Do you like the band Ghost?" Very important. Ghost band. I need to Google what songs. What's their most famous song? Do you know a band called Ghost? Do you know them?
No, I'm sorry.
Let me see. I'm looking up Ghost's best songs here. There's no words are coming up. I'm seeing like some heavy metal band, a Swedish rock band called Ghost, a Swedish band. I've never heard of them before. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. I my initial gut instinct is to say yeah they're cool. I don't know anything about them. They're probably cool, but I've realized now from talking about China and from talking about any kind of discourse on Twitter ever that you should never speak anything positive about them unless you're 100% willing to go to war to defend your even moderately positive position on them. So I'm not going to say that they're good so far, but do let me know if they're any good songs that I should check out. I don't really like death metal or anything like that much. It just says that they're like a rock band. So maybe they're just pretty decent. I don't really like that. I'm kind of like, what they got like gore metal. I'm looking at. I can see a few like pictures of their albums, and they look kind of like death metal or something like that. But maybe that's just like an aesthetic. Like what's the name of that band that won Eurovision? Hard Rock Hallelujah. Do you know one? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Hard rock, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Like
There's the
it
guys dressed as fucking zombies. Oh my god.
zombies. Like
When I
it's,
was a
but they
kid and
weren't.
I saw that for the first time, I lost my fucking shit.
Yeah, but like they
Dude,
weren't like
that
actually death
was
metal.
orgasmic to me.
They they
Yeah.
they they're not like a death metal band, but they're kind of fun and kind
Yeah.
of almost kind of poppy, But they were
Yeah,
just kind of
exactly.
like a
Yeah.
rock and roll band, but they
I
have this
mean,
kind of
they're
like
singing hard rock, hallelujah. What the fuck do you think they are? Yeah.
hallelujah, yeah. So it's pretty interesting. I haven't checked them out, so I'm sorry, Comrade Roman. I can't give a principled Marxist Leninist take on this particular issue. So yeah. Oh, ABBA, but death metal. That sounds class, actually. To be honest with you, that sounds fucking deadly.
That sounds epic.
Doesn't it? ABBA,
My
but death
mom's
metal.
favorite, my mom's
Dirty.
favorite band is ABBA.
I
So
love ABBA.
combining it with, I love ABBA as
ABBA
well.
are
Jesus,
fucking
we're so
deadly.
Caucasian, it's
We're
insane.
so oh
Although Irish
Jesus,
people
white.
aren't white and Slavs aren't white, so it's a bit more complicated. But ABBA is amazing.
ABBA are fucking class. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. This is the hill I will die on. Fuck, Dancing Queen is those fucking harmonies, those singers.
Dancing Queen.
Queen,
Oh God.
young and
I
sweet,
said
all empty. Oh
name.
yeah. Oh my god. Oh fucking hell. Don't nobody cut that out. And people are gonna clip that part of all the parts in this
That
stream.
was
People are gonna
fucking
clip that.
savage.
That was beast. No, don't fucking do that, please, comrades. God, death metal ABBA, fucking deadly. Absolutely love to see it. Love to see it. Okay. Any other questions in the chat there? Let me see if I can see any other questions. And we'll take a perspective on this. Vegan badass. Here's a question. What's your opinion on Chinese revisionist fashionistas? What the fuck is a fashionista? I don't know what the fuck that. Do you know what a fashionista is? You heard of that?
Like people that dress really well and disregard the revolutionary movement. I'm fucking right. I mean, let people
Makes
dress well
sense.
if they can afford to. There's
Who
nothing
cares?
wrong with that.
Are they people? They're probably people who dressed like the Maoists. Well, not necessarily Maoists, but the people who would have dressed in the revolution. Is that kind of what it is? People who use the aesthetic.
Oh, that would be hilarious. I didn't know that was a thing.
It probably is, to be honest with you. I mean, the
People
commodification
dressing
of
like
that
revolutionary MLs.
class.
If
People want
that's
to
a
dress like
thing,
this.
that's just what the fuck.
It's pretty class, to be honest with you. I'm loving it. Yeah. I don't know, but to be honest with you, I actually don't know. I've never heard these people, but fuck originals. We need to have a serious ML revolution. It's the only way to go about it. Han Salvia, Paul Moran, what's your favorite drink? Favorite drink is whatever's cheapest, usually. And okay, it's not a principled Irish take. This is not the principal take of Irishism.
Not even a principled socialist take.
No, it's not.
But
But to be honest with you, my two criteria for a good drink are price and whether or not it gives me a hangover. And vodka, the cheapest vodka I can find, satisfies both of those things because it's extremely cheap and it doesn't give me a hangover. So, fucking class. Get it all into you. Rachmaninoff. That's why I'm drinking Rachmaninoff right now. If Rachmaninoff, a representative of some company, are watching, I will happily take your money to advertise your shit during these streams. Please give me money.
yes, I will even change Beluga to Rachmanov. Absolutely no problem.
For the big dollars, we can grift
As
it.
long as he gives me 51%.
Okay, I'll give you. Well, if I give you 51, I might give you a 50.5%. We'll have to hash this out later. 50.6%, something like that. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Fenian lads asks, any chance for a duo of you and Hugo doing an ABBA karaoke night? Now there's something for the future.
Yeah, if you give me $500, I'll do it.
Yeah. Just super chat us about €1,000, and we'll
€1,000, I'll do it. I'll
100%.
fucking sing. I'll sing
50.
hard rock, hallelujah.
Yeah, that was just
Any
a.
fucking day.
Can you like that? Imagine how beautifully orgasmic and angelic that would have sounded to the average viewer. Just that right there. Imagine that plus harmonies, plus a well thought out routine. I mean, absolutely chef kiss that shit. It's gonna be absolutely beautiful. So yeah, £1,000 you'll get that a full night. Yugopnik and I doing ABBA karaoke.
Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. There's an interesting question. Are there anti-revisionist parties in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia? Ronan G. Hart.
Very complicated. I mean, this would take a lot of conversation, but yeah, there are, but are they successful? No, they're not. Are they not successful? Yes, they are. Yeah, there are some parties that are anti-revisionist and that are very pro-Marxist, but do they have any influence over anything? It's again arguable. So, yeah.
And if they don't, then they're doing something wrong. Like if the organization isn't growing, if it isn't reaching working people, if it doesn't have to bring about socialism, then they're doing something wrong. They need to change their strategy. So yeah, that's a massive issue. It is a good point though. It is a really important point because there are a lot of people who are kind of just nostalgic for former socialist republics, and they just want to go back to the way things were even before the official ending of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are people who like would have been born, in the 70s or 80s in Russia, and they want to go back to their childhood.
Yeah.
But of course, we know like in the USSR at that time, like they were already on the capitalist road. They were heading back towards capitalism. It's not exactly what we would want as Marxist-Leninists, anti-revisionists. As I don't, you don't even need to say anti-revisionist. Like an actual genuine Marxist-Leninist doesn't want that, and so it is important that people aren't sort of fetishizing like the later years of these socialist experiments because they fail. I mean, ultimately it failed. The path that they were taking towards these later years wasn't successful, and there are two arguments, of course. Obviously, one of them as to why they failed, I should say. One of them would obviously be that they failed due to the contradictions within the systems themselves, and the other would be just due to the impact of, people might say that this is the primary issue, just due to the influence and impact of imperialism, Western imperialism primarily, destroying, and subverting these projects and these experiments with socialism. So yeah, but anyway, in any case, we do need to be anti-revisionists. We do need to fight these things, these issues as they arise. We do need the cultural revolution as well as the revolution of the base, and yeah. So it is interesting with regard to the context of former Yugoslavia. I am interested in this question because if we just try to do market socialism again, we're going to run into the same problems that we run into before. If it's not building towards genuine communism, I think, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much all of the Marxist organizations, revolutionary communist organizations in the former region, former Yugoslavia, pretty much are kind of in agreement that at least post 1974, Tito and the Titoist regime kind of did go in the wrong direction, and we need to get it back to a proper planned Marxist-Leninist socialist society. But I wonder, do you have any thoughts on that before we sort of wrap things up?
Yeah, not necessarily. Sorry. Yeah, not necessarily all of them are agreed upon the idea that the choices taken at the time were materially wrong, etc., etc. But most current organizations are agreed upon the fact that the the market socialist approach towards building socialism is pretty complexly incorrect, if I can say it this way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're not saying that the intent behind it is wrong or that the people that attempted it at the time were wrong, because from their perspective, it actually, if I put myself in their shoes, I'll say it openly, it would make much more sense than just the whole economy being run by a bunch of dudes in a state. But that's a conversation for another time.
Yeah, you can
So,
do a proper full stream about this.
yeah, you can but you can understand why they saw it the way they did. But at the end of the day, the approach to building socialism in the future must be much more radical, and it pains me to say this, but much more, let's say, physically intense.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Minecraft, obviously. So
In Minecraft.
it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
It's gonna be what it's gonna be. Okay, let's take. There's just like 2 or 3 more questions. We'll take 3 more questions, and then we'll finish up. Sound good?
Yeah, man. I don't mind anything. I'm probably gonna be awake for the next 10 hours, so it's fine.
Class. Legend. Fucking legend. All right. Ronan G. Hart asks, why do you think Maoism died? Now, this is more Irish focused. Why do you think Maoism died as a political phenomenon in Ireland and Trotskyism became the dominant political trend in Ireland outside of left republicanism, Paul? Interesting question. I think that generally the Trotskyism becoming the dominant trend on the left in Ireland is due to political naivety. Trotskyism is very attractive to people who are still anti-communists. They haven't sort of relearned and re-educated themselves or
You
been
do
re-educated.
that you don't have to be like the commie that you know.
Yeah, exactly. Things
That
could have been perfect if only we had followed Trotsky and we hadn't fallen into the trap of
can't be
Stalinism. Everything would have been
exactly.
great, you know. And so Trotskyism is very, very attractive from that perspective for people who are new to the left. It's very exciting. It's very sexy for people who are like social democrats. It's like, oh, you can be a communist but not be evil, mustache twizzling Stalinist, 300 gazillion Vuvuzuela iPhone, etc., etc. You know, so I think that's generally. I think that's why. I think it's just due
Oh,
to
it
a
is.
kind of a political naivety in Ireland. Unfortunately, that was pervasive during this sort of conservative Catholic Irish period. As for Maoism dying, I don't think Maoism really died. I know like one of the main sort of, let's say, anti-revisionist parties, another sort of version of the Communist Party of Ireland did die. But there are Maoist organisations, Marxist and Leninism Maoist organisations. That is to say, Maoism as it existed sort of post 1993, sort of formulated on the basis of the Communist Party of Peru and synthesized as what they would proclaim to be the third and highest stage of Marxism beyond Marxism, Leninism. Marxism, Leninism, and then Marxism and Maoism. Like we do have organizations that, like, I go out into the park around my gaff, like in Tala, and like I'll see like little stickers for MACRA and the Irish Socialist Republicans, who are Marxist Leninist Maoists, upholding that MLM line. So it's not gone. It's not gone anywhere. It's just we are still dealing with the fallout of. First of all, the fall of actually existing socialism at the start of the 1990s, and second of all, just a massively depoliticized culture, a culture that has been for so long been pushed away from anything political, like for like about a century, has just been forced not to look at the political, and so we're trying to rebuild as a result of that, and as you said, like as we might sort of understands, anti-communism is quite strong here, and it even permeates the left. And so even when people come to talk about things like Maoism and stuff like that, there is still an aversion, like, oh well. Even if you get to a point where you're like, okay, well maybe Stalin wasn't as bad as the liberals are saying, you probably have like people who are like Stalinists who are like looking at Mao and be like, okay, well Mao was bad, Stalin wasn't that bad, but Mao was still bad, like 300 million iPhone Venezuela, blah blah blah. But it's kind of bullshitty, unfortunately. But like there's work to be done there. I know that a lot of genuine Marxist-Leninist revolutionary organizations, like even like let's say like the Connolly Youth Movement, would very much embrace MLM and ML and like the advances that were made there and stuff like that. So it's not as though it's rejected or anything like that. And there are actual dedicated MLM organizations. So yeah, so that's what I would say. Why do you think Maoism died? I don't think it died. It's still living strong in specific MLM organizations, as well as in the larger ML organizations that have embraced MLM as part of the ML canon. And Trotskyism is, of course,
Canon. I love how you call it the canon.
that's the canon of Marxism
It's fucking
development.
hilarious. Like his fucking lore video
The
for
lore.
Elder Scrolls 7, Fallout 16, the canon of the communists.
Oh, that's brilliant.
We must follow the canon of the communists in the 17th century of before the nuclear apocalypse of Fallout 76. The communists have believed in the 16th Amendment of the 14th rank that the proletarian must kiss the other proletarian on the left cheek before kissing him on the right cheek. If he does anything which is against the left cheek to right cheek ideology, he must be shot in front of the high school. Yes,
In
yes.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft,
Wow.
yes.
That's it. That's the ideology seeping into our lexicon. And seeping into our lexicon. And as I said, Trotskyism is, of course, just a juvenile sort of response, I suppose. Trying to hold on to your anti-communist ideology as you're developing, not challenging the stuff that you learned when you were growing up. And I suppose just it's just kind of evidence of political, naivety, immaturity, developing and growing and stuff like that. But no harm to people who are in those organizations, of course. But it's they've work to do, and they sort of need to understand that they've been misled by anti-communist propaganda. Next question, big question. Are you ready?
I am more than ready, friend.
Escorny. Paul Marin. But have you ever done DMT? That was have in asterisks there. This is the Joe Rogan question. That's a cool point. That's a cool point. You ever tried DMT?
Have you done something? I haven't. I haven't. I have never done anything more than weed
You did
because
weeds?
I am very
Jesus.
happy with vodka.
Alcohol's the best
Спасибо
one.
большое.
That's what I will say.
That's my proudest point about being a Slav. My people do not need to be degenerated into narcotics the way yours do. Not talking to
My
you,
people,
talking to the viewer.
my
So
Irish people fucking love getting fucked up on mushrooms. If you look at like the it's really funny. If you look at like all of like the artwork that's done around like these old ancient sites, like they're all these old like they're almost like the equivalent of like Egyptian pyramids, in Ireland. Like they're all these old tombs. Newgrange is an example of one in Ireland. Newgrange, and it's like this old kind of temple pyramid kind of thing for old ancient Ireland, and you look at the artwork that they have around there, and it looks like something from like a 1960s album cover. It's so fucking funny. Like you look at the artwork that they have, and they've carved this into stone, into rocks, right? And it's just like spirals and fucking like little like these little diamond patterns, and just like all this proper psychedelic artwork. And it's so funny because you're talking to tour guides, and they're like, "How did they come? Why have they drawn all of these things? It's
aha.
a mystery. How strange." And then you fucking look down the ground, and like the particular areas where these places are places where like magic mushrooms grow fucking everywhere. You just look down and you literally see the mushrooms at your feet, and you're like,
Oh,
I wonder how they came to this conclusion. I
come
wonder what inspired them. It's so fucking funny.
oh,
Uh,
that's
it,
really cool.
it's so there's just mushrooms growing everywhere. These little mushrooms grow everywhere actually in Ireland. It's funny. Like I look out, like I go out onto my fucking street and I see these little fucking mushrooms growing everywhere. It's just ridiculous at this time of year as well. I literally like right now. It's like tomorrow morning. I could go off into like just 2 minutes up the road and like find fields full of magic mushrooms. I swear to God, it's they're just fucking everywhere. Especially like the Wicklow Mountains toward like the higher regions in Tala and abroad. But yeah, that is to say, Irish people like to get fucked up. We like alcohol. And historically, it seems like
Yeah,
we like mushrooms, but we like to get fucked up. I don't know if they grow everywhere in former Yugoslavia, but they certainly do here in Ireland. And it seems that the people really enjoyed transcending this dimension, crossing time and space into the other realms, blasting through the multiverse.
yeah,
And
they seem they have. Yeah,
it seems like they enjoyed doing that shit, 3,000 years ago. Um, have,
not only like literally they made whole religions around different tripping points
didn't the
that they thought
indigenous
were like the most. Yeah, exactly. No, but
in the
not even in
Americas,
yeah, all groups.
the
Most
cactuses?
most groups are defined around them just trying the wrong type of mushroom and thinking to themselves that they are the son of God, and that's it.
What is it like? It's like what is it? The indigenous people in the Americas, North America, they have the cacti, I should say,
Yeah.
and in like the Amazon in Latin America, like sort of Central and South America, it's all about ayahuasca. They do the ayahuasca. It's like they get like
Yeah.
a few different plants and they mix them together and stuff like that. And but that's the one that has DMT actually. That's the one that has DMT. I have done DMT actually. I will say I have done DMT. That was crazy. That was really crazy.
Good
Um,
for you, man.
well, I will say it's a weird experience because it only lasts I think it's like 15 to 20 minutes, but it's like the most intense, crazy psychedelic trip you can imagine, but only for like 15 or 20 minutes. I think like if you take like LSD or something, it's like it lasts like a full day, and you go to space, and you're also kind of you're there. You feel like you're in the normal world. You're just seeing some weird stuff. But like you take DMT and you blast off into a different universe. And I was really interested in this at a certain time because I was and I mentioned it because I had a Catholic upbringing. I kind of had these idealist notions, spiritualist notions. People were like, "Oh, go do DMT. You're gonna meet God. It's gonna be class." And I was like, "Deadly! I want to meet God. I'm gonna fucking do DMT. Why the fuck wouldn't I do that?" So I tried it, and I didn't meet God. I just saw a bunch of fucking squares hanging out with each other. Just fucking, it was just a bunch of circles and squares jumping around the place, and it was like what it was. It was like watching those one of those like 1960s psychedelic. It was like looking through a kaleidoscope, basically. You know, like when you put a kaleidoscope to your eyes, you twist it and it has that sort of weird
Yeah.
color. It was like that, but like fully 3D. Like you're in a put on like a PlayStation VR version of that, and you're looking around, you're seeing all these weird colors and weird shit going on, and you see some weird shapes and stuff like that, but you didn't fucking meet God or anything like that. Just stupid shit. Like I could tell that I was, it was like a dream. Like it wasn't realistic or anything like that. But yeah, I just saw a bunch of shapes, and it was kind of fun. Okay, it was a weird experience, but ultimately, I don't think it was. I don't think I fucking met God, and I wouldn't be fucking advocating that people would engage in these kinds of experiences, especially given that these experiences can be kind of harmful, especially if you have any struggles in terms of like mental health. Don't fucking go near any of this stuff. If you have any anxiety or depression, or if if in your family, if there's like a bipolar, if there's schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder, or multi-personality or anything like that, don't go near any of this stuff, because if you struggle with reality in any way, just don't fucking go near any fucking drugs, any psychedelics in particular, because it's not fucking worth it, because it will kind of in some ways potentially destabilize your sense of reality. But yeah, look, I think there was a lot of hype made over not that much. I think in this day and age, in 2020, you can go onto YouTube and you can see these crazy psychedelic videos, which will give you the same kind of experience. Put on like a headset, like get some VR, get some fucking get a if you really want a trippy experience, find a rich mate, make friends with some rich people, and who have like PlayStation VR or the what's it called, like HTC V, like the Oculus Rift, that shit. That's fucking trippy. That'll fucking trip your mind out. Putting on VR headsets and going in there, that's way trippier. And I'm not fucking around. That's genuinely trippier, because you look down and you'll see like a different body to your own body, and you can actually walk around in space in real time. That's trippy as fuck, So that's what I will say. If you want to really trip, just do that shit. Just watch some weird videos in like a VR headspace. Much safer. You're not gonna run into any difficulties. You're not gonna run into any legal difficulties. So yeah, that's what I would recommend to comrades who are interested in this kind of stuff. Don't worry about it. You don't need to. There's actually videos. If you go into YouTube and you type in this video makes you hallucinate or something like that, there's actually little videos you can watch that will actually make you hallucinate. Like you can watch them for like 30 seconds. You focus on a certain video, and then you look around, and the room's sort of like swerving and warping, and like the chairs like flying towards your face or being pushed away. It's actually it's pretty crazy to watch those videos. They're really interesting, kind of fun to watch. But again,
Yeah.
it's legal. You're not gonna run the risk of causing yourself any like permanent psychological damage, or you're not funding some international drug trade, which is funding like the worst fucking people in the world. These fucking like murder death cult gangs. You don't need to worry about any of that shit. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. Just do that shit. There's lots of cool legal shit you can. In 2020, there's no real excuse with YouTube and all this free media. So yeah, no excuse.
Yeah, you can find plenty of shit.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do it because it's not my thing. My thing is like
You-
finding the next homemade whiskey or vodka or
Alcohol is so
rakia
much
and
better.
shit, and trying
That's why it's
that,
legal.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
They made the best ones legal anyway, so it's fine.
Fuck yeah. There's a reason the bourgeoisie enjoys alcohol so much, because it's the best one, because
It's the best fucking one. It is.
it hurts the liver,
But you can survive.
which is literally the only organ which can completely get back to 100% health eventually. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Like the other drugs will just they could potentially fuck you up, like seriously long term. So yeah, that's it. Let me see. Fucking hell, we've gone over 5 hours. Thank you very much, Sarah Ann.
Thank you.
In the chat there, £5. Really, really appreciate it, comrade. It's absolutely fantastic. I don't see any other big questions there. I see Pappy Chulo asked for our thoughts on rice tube, which is very hilarious. Have you ever heard of of rice tube, comrade?
No, please tell me more about that.
I never fucking heard of rice tube. They're just making up nonsense. They're just having the crack. It's not real.
Ah,
No way that's a real thing. No way that's a real thing. Unless it is. In which
yeah, I
case,
don't know.
in which case, people in the chat need to fucking let us know and correct us. We can do some self crit. Yeah.
Absolutely, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, class. Will we wrap things up? 5 hours
Yeah,
and
let's
15
wrap
minutes in.
things up. This was a very, very, very lovely conversation.
Thank you, you
This was
beautiful
a very
bastards.
lovely live stream. I think we talked about a very important topic, and I think we addressed it in more than a decent way. It's not a very mainstream topic or a topic that attracts lots of people because uh, talking about social media usually has to makes people, self address themselves to a rather intensive level, which most aren't quite, you know,
Mm,
willing to.
mm.
So, but still, the amount of work and the amount of information that to any level was to be expected from us, I think we have delivered. So I wish everybody a good night. I wish everybody who donated a great night. I wish everybody who did not, who wants to potentially donate, to give us quite literally
Give us Patreon love.
less than a can of beer, less than 1 can of beer a month worth of subscription over on Patreon and shit. To do so, if you do not wish to do so, also God bless you. But thank you for spending the time with us. I think we had a lot of fun. I think we talked about a lot of topics,
Oh, it was hilarious.
and
You know what I
yeah,
would say is it's actually next month. Our next stream together will be from what I'm looking at on my calendar here. It looks like it's going to be the 26th of November, and I think we may be
yes,
having
yes. Oh, Socialist Swan. That's
Socialist
gonna be savage.
Swan.
That is
Fucking
going to be
legends.
absolutely beautiful.
Fucking
That's going to be absolutely beautiful.
class. Can't wait for
And
that.
in between, my beautiful boaters. With the Trump. Oh, you don't know this because
No, I don't know that.
yeah, it's a pretty big meme. Beautiful boaters. Yeah, I'm sorry, but in between, hopefully, we are going to make the new
Oh, the
quasi
channel.
channel,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we will start posting, highlights of all of our beautiful chats over there. So we'll see how that goes, and that's it. Thank you for listening. God bless Marx. God bless Lenin. Death to capitalism. The only good liberal is a happy liberal,
Hey, happy
and I love you.
Read between the lines. Love you too, comrade. Thank you very much, everybody. I really, really appreciate you tuning in. Just before we go, I do want to say Friday's stream has been postponed. I was going to have a comrade on Young Simba, great comrades. We were going to talk about Settlers this Friday. That's been postponed to the end of November, the 28th of November. That's just due to scheduling issues. Our comrade's actually going to be in work when the stream was going to be happening. Just a little bit of mix up in terms of time zones and that. So that'll be postponed for a little while. So I will see you again next Monday. Next Monday we're going to have Christopher Halali, a comrade from the PC USA, the Party of Communists USA, who will be running for a Congress in Vermont. It's going to be a very, very interesting conversation with a serious, genuine, principled, real-world communist. It's going to be very, very interesting. So that'll be next Monday, and I hope you will tune in for that as well. Despite the fact that it's a Monday, I know Mondays aren't the day when everybody wants to come and watch streams and that, but hopefully you'll find it useful, and hopefully some people will tune in then. Just do a quick shout out to the people in the chat here. See a few comrades: Jackson, Papichulo, Salavia, Saliva, I don't know. Call Me Scapegoat 666, Emulator Noob, Dyslexic Communists, Jessidoya, Ben Totes, Call Me Scapegoat again. I see what you're doing. Comrade Roman, Papi Chulo, Sydney Rika, Social Swan, Tank Punk, Fenian Lads, Ian McShay, Dyslexic Communists, Sydney Rika, Emulator Noob, Ian McShay, Alex, a Malloy and Fenian lad, class reductionist for the most part. Cheers, comrades. I really appreciate the support. We all really, really appreciate support. Thank you so much, Yugopnik, for coming on and for getting drunk with me for the last fucking nearly 5.5 hours. Ridiculously long stream. You absolute legends. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your week, comrades. Take care. I still haven't. I still haven't figured out a really good way to end streams. I need a proper catchphrase. For the last little while, I've been doing the ironic solidarity, comrades, at the end. But I don't know. Do you have any good ones to finish up with, Yugopnik? How do you end streams? How would you end
None
this?
really, except for, thank you for your time. And has your dick grown? How much has your dick grown?
The pressing
Hopefully your dick
questions.
has grown. I think that could be a thing. Колко ти порасло пачето, бе, брат? Колко ти порасло пачето? How much has your dick grown, man? Расте ли пачето? Your dick growing? No, that should be a thing. Your dick growing? Your dick growing? Ah, your dick growing,
Question
man. Very
mark.
good. Your dick growing. So yeah. Your dick growing?